Moon City, Great Fire Guild. Seeing that Xiang Nan had brought blue sky, sunset, and even black sickle back with him, the pomegranate flower smiled and said, "Looks like the harvest from this trip is not small." Xiang Nan smiled and said to the pomegranate blossom, "These three people are trusted brothers. They can entrust their lives to them." The pomegranate nodded and said, "All right, you know where I came from. I've seen all sorts of people from the bottom to the top. It can be said that I've seen countless people. You can't hide this little bit of cunning from me. You're going to start a new guild and go get trustworthy people. Tell me the truth. Do you want to die?" Kanyang and the others looked at Xiang Nan in astonishment. Xiang Nan said, "Since they are all our own people, there is nothing to hide. I will go to an appointment in about 2 months. If what I expected is correct, I have a 90% chance of dying there." "Damn! What kind of agreement is so dangerous?" Kanyang said angrily. "I will accompany you. Whoever wants to kill you, I will kill him." Xiangnan smiled and shook his head. "You can't help me. This is my own business, so I can only solve it myself. I'm afraid I don't have much time left, but before I leave, I have to leave something behind. That's why I want to be the Blazing Sun Guild, and I want the few of you to protect this guild and make it bigger. At the very least, I need someone to help me carry on with what I dream of doing." "Your dream is to be a big guild?" Kenyang scratched his head and said, "Can you explain it clearly? You stinking illiterate people in this area have several hidden meanings in your words. I can't understand you." Xiangnan smiled and said, "What I insist on is justice and order. I believe that the world will not continue to be in such chaos. There will be a day when it will stabilize. If I can push it a little bit, it will be worth dying." Do Hua sighed with emotion. "You really are an unfathomable fellow. Well, since you want to set up a guild, then you have to come with me tonight. Master City of Light." On the surface, there was the 4 Emperors Guild of the East, South, North, South, and West, which had an extraordinary status. Apart from that, the other guilds, big and small, mixed with fish and dragons, were collectively known as the Dark Guilds. This did not refer to style, but to their inability to see light. The 4 Emperors Guild naturally had 4 martial emperors as their leaders, but the large and messy Dark Guild also had leaders. The Dark Guild had 5 existences that looked like they were ruling over the country, and Master Six was one of them. The title of Master Six was quite rich in martial arts energy, and it coincided with the nature and style of the Dark Guild. The 4 Emperors Guild is like an orthodox army. The 4 Emperors' common finger is more like an existence that uses strength as its pillar. "I can give you a piece of heaven. Follow me and I will be your heaven." As for the 5 big shots of the Dark Guild, they all relied on their charisma to gather their own large faction. Because the disorderly and idle martial artists were all strange, it was almost impossible for you to suppress them with just martial power. Sixth Master was once a nobody, an unknown minion who had mixed up in the Saint Realm. He relied on his fists and feet to slowly defeat Xiangshan. In 300 years, he had already become one of the most famous authorities in the dark forces of the Saint Realm. Every year, all the other guilds in Moon City and City of Light would come to the City of Light to pay their respects to Lord Six. This was a rule. Those messy guild leaders would report to Master Six on the situation over the past year. In that case, the establishment of a new guild was actually a very complicated procedure, and it had to go through layers upon layers of examination. It did not mean that it could be established casually if it wanted to. It was messy, and it also required messy rules. Normally speaking, establishing a guild through a regular channel would be extremely inefficient. This was especially true for the vetting system of this group of miscellaneous troops. It would be so slow that you suspected your life, so they wouldn't bother to examine you layer upon layer. Therefore, another channel was to find Master Six directly. If the old man was willing to nod, then the establishment of a guild would basically be considered a success. On the way, Do Hua explained these things to Xiang Nan and the others clearly and clearly. "You must think that Master Six is a kind-looking old man, so he has such a strong command power, but in reality, he is not," Do Hua said. "It's impossible to win the respect of these local snakes even if you are kind-eyed. In fact, Lord Lu is a ruthless and vicious person who does everything he can to win the respect of these local snakes. But he has one characteristic, that is, he is very moral. To put it bluntly, he is speaking of righteousness. Xianxia nodded. So, at the meeting you can say anything and do anything, but don't let him think that you are a person who doesn't respect morality. Otherwise, in his heart, you will already be written in the book of life and death. That's right. In the city of light, Sixth Master is the heavens. If he wants you to die, even if the 4 emperors come to protect you, they won't be able to protect you. So powerful? Lan Tian asked in surprise. He was able to defeat the 4 emperors? Qin Yang curled his lips and said, "Little brat Blue Sky, you still don't know much about this profession. He isn't able to defeat the 4 emperors, but the 4 emperors can't do anything to him. Let me ask you, if the 4 emperors come to protect you, then the 4 emperors will let you go. But privately he sent a group of people to secretly kill you. What can you do? What can the 4 emperors do to the 6th emperors? Those assassins insisted that they wanted to kill you because they didn't like you. It has nothing to do with Master 6. Where are you going to reason with them?" Blue Sky let out an "oh," then understood. Dohua nodded and said, "What Qin Yang said is correct, but it's not entirely correct. The attitude of the 4 emperors towards the 6th Master is still biased towards supporting him. Do you think the 4 Emperors Guild is unwilling to accept this group of miscellaneous martial artists? However, if these martial artists are allowed to cause trouble everywhere, it is not a solution. Then someone needs to manage these miscellaneous fish and shrimp. And the 5 old masters of the dark forces are such characters. Therefore, even if the 4 emperors really knew that Master 6 had done it, they would still turn a blind eye. Otherwise, killing Master 6 and wanting to support another person would take a long time and a lot of energy." Lan Tianqi said, "Old Master has 5. Why does 6th Master call him 6? Do Hua smiled and said, "Master 6 is nicknamed Empyrean's 6 Swords. He never kills more than the 6th sword. That's why." Lan Tian nodded. He had just arrived at the sacred domain, so he didn't know anything about this place. City of Light, Drunken Flower Pavilion, a very vulgar name, sounded like a broken restaurant that could be seen everywhere. However, in reality, this place was magnificent and magnificent. Without any status, no one would be able to enter. This was because the Drunken Flower Pavilion was the place where Lord 6 had made his fortune and was also one of his properties. To a certain extent, the Drunken Flower Pavilion has become one of the iconic buildings of the City of Light. Here, you can get a lot of things that you can't get outside, including intelligence, information, and so on. Another major feature of the Drunken Flower Pavilion was that there were rules here. No matter how much hatred people had for each other, they could not fight privately here. This was designated by Master 6. If a person was hunted down by his enemies, then he only needed to hide in the Drunken Flower Pavilion to be safe and sound, and no one dared to come in and kill him. Killing someone in the Drunken Flower Pavilion was equivalent to cutting off Master 6's finger. The consequences were very, very serious. This day was precisely the big day of the annual Heroes Gathering. All 5 blocks around the Drunken Flower Pavilion were cleared. In the 5th street, there was not even a single idle person on the street. Any carriage that entered this place was a big shot with a lot of prestige. The City of Light was under the jurisdiction of Moon City, Star City, Heaven City, Earth City, and the 5 cities' guilds. There were already thousands of them. Some guilds were not small in scale, with over 1,000 guild members. Some guilds were actually just a small broken shell. There were more than 10 guild members, and this kind of guild was not uncommon. A guild like the Great Fire Guild with thousands of guild members could already be considered to be of a decent scale. Xianxia had only one impression of the City of Light, including all the guilds in the 4 cities under his jurisdiction. On the street of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, Xianxia's carriage was blocked. They could only slowly wait. There were too many carriages in front of them. Thousands of guild carriages were crowded here, allowing Xianxia to see a small world of all forms. Some guild leaders bowed their heads and waist to the guild leaders. They were extremely flattering. They wished they could kneel down and lick other people's shoes. They had already flattered the guild leaders to the peak. They did not have any guild leaders at all. But on the surface, this kind of person was flattering others, but there was always an undetectable ruthlessness in his eyes. Also, the guilds with tens of thousands of guild members cupped their fists and cupped their hands at everyone. They nodded and greeted each other. They looked like good old men. They were all doing their best to be nice to each other. But in reality, beneath this kind of person's seemingly friendly aura, there was a sinister and ruthless heart hidden within. For a moment, Xianxia looked at the scene in front of the Drunken Flower Pavilion. It was as if he saw a group of hooligans in the streets. How could he have the demeanor of a guild leader? Do Hua whispered to Xianxia, "This is called the way of survival of a nobody." To be honest, Xianxia was very dissatisfied. He did not like this habit. Even when he was in the small blue stone city, the city lord Hongjin was able to sit upright. No matter how small his position was, he still had what he deserved to do. This was not to say that Xianxia liked pretentious people. Rather, people like Hongjin were strict and principled. Since he was a city lord, even the smallest city lord had to behave like a city lord. Only in this way could the people feel safe living under such a system, and they could trust such a city lord to protect them. However, Xianxia couldn't see the slightest bit of this sense of security and trust in front of the Drunken Flower Pavilion. "Oh, isn't this guild leader Hua Hua?" A shrill voice sounded from the side of the carriage. Beneath the carriage stood a middle-aged man dressed in gorgeous clothes but with a shrinking appearance. This person had thieving eyebrows and mouse eyes. He bent his body and his hands were dirty and stained with oil. As he respectfully nodded and bowed, he reached out to touch the pomegranate butt. Obviously, this person was not the president of a big guild. He should be a nobody. However, because of her habit of acting like this, she did not care at all. She allowed that thieving-eyed fellow to rob her, but she still teased him incessantly, occasionally grabbing him in the crotch behind her. In Jianghu, she couldn't help but climb up step by step. This was her personality. "Let's go. My carriage is in front. Guild leader Hua Hua, I'll bring you over. Don't queue up here," the wretched middle-aged man said. Do Hua used her seductive gaze to ruthlessly scratch him, causing the vulgar man to tremble. Xianxia jumped out of the carriage, but his temperament caused the vulgar man to be stunned for a moment. It wasn't that Xianxia was being shy or pretending to be honest, but that his aura was very positive. This is a habit that has been cultivated for many years, and it is hard to change. Usually, people like Xianxia were very upright. When they stood, their waist was straight. It was also a habit. Even if they met an elder or a master, they would have to bow or even bow down. Their legs were very straight, and they clasped their fists properly. Their bows were meticulous and meticulous. It was a standard and perfect 90 degrees. Hence, Xianxia stood here, completely out of place from the surroundings. "Go ahead. I have something to say to the president." Xianxia smiled and cupped his fists at the guild leader. The guild leader sized up Xianxia and smiled. "I'll wait in front of him." After the guild leader left, Xianxia looked at Do Hua and said, "I know your background, and I know how difficult it was for you. But guild leader Hua, there's something I have to say. Perhaps you'll be unhappy." Do Hua nodded. "Speak." Xianxia said, "I don't care if this is your personal preference or if you enjoy it very much, but I think that since you have appeared as the guild leader now, and since you and I are on the same side now, I hope you can put away your unruly behavior. I hope you should behave like a guild leader. In private, whatever you want to do is your personal affair. Even if you mess around with 18 men a day, it has nothing to do with me. But not now." Do Hua was stunned. Xianxia said, "If you can do it, you and I will still be on the same path. If you can't do it, we will part ways now. I owe you double the favor in the future, but we are no longer on the same path." Do Hua smiled and said, "I know. From your heart, you still look down on me." Xianxia said seriously, "I have never looked down on you. On the contrary, I respect you very much. However, this is no longer the past. I want you to regain your dignity. If even you look down on yourself, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you pick up your dignity from the ground." Xianxia leaned his mouth close to Do Hua's ear and whispered, "If you want, please let me look up to you from now on. If you want to protect your own dignity, I can use my life to defend you. At worst, it's just death. What's so scary about dying? I'm afraid that even dying would make others look down on me." The pomegranate flower's eyes turned cold as she said, "All right, I know." There was a glint in her eyes. Pomegranate was a woman who had thrown her dignity under her feet and crushed it into countless pieces with tears in her eyes. Now, this dignity that she had abandoned and trampled on was treated as something even more precious than life by a person. She held it up with both hands and wiped it clean. At this moment, Do Hua was already someone from Xianxia. Kenyang nodded heavily. He looked at Xianxia's back and suddenly felt that Xianxia was taller than him. Kenyang patted Blue Sky's back and pointed at Xianxia. "This is called a man." Lan Tian said, "Introduce something to me as if I don't know. You should tell yourself." Kenyang rubbed his fists and said, "Dear Blue Sky, I want to beat you so hard that you can't get up. I wonder what you think." "I don't think so," Blue Sky said. "Then I'll beat you up in 2 days," Kenyang said. Black Sickle chuckled from the side. He also looked at Xianxia and silently said, "Working with this kind of person, I always feel that my waist has straightened a little." "Ah duh." Little Sparrow's fist landed on Kenyang's face. 10 seconds later, the sun awoke. The crowd was still crowded in front of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, and no one had entered yet. A few minutes later, a burst of cheers came from the crowd in front of them. Then, they saw a stream of people crowding into the hall. Xianxia felt a bleak, imposing aura coming. That imposing aura was incomparably cold and exceptionally powerful. This imposing aura caused people to start to breathe a little hurriedly. Someone in front shouted, "Master Six has arrived. Come in." The moment he finished speaking, the crowd held the gifts and followed him. That's really impressive. Some people directly carried a large bag of Holy Spirit stones, while others held priceless treasures. Ho Hua had been running the Great Fire Guild all these years. Although she hadn't earned as much as she looked on the surface, she still had some stock. She held 3 brocade boxes, all of which contained a million-year-old 7th-grade spirit ginseng. There were many types of grade 7 spirit grass, but there were very few grade 7 spirit ginseng. This was because ginseng was almost impossible to survive for as long as 1,000,000 years. The grade 8 spirit grass that Xianxia had obtained in the little secret realm earlier was not a real ginseng. Instead, it was something similar to a ginseng. Furthermore, it had already become a spirit, possessing vitality and intelligence. The 3 million-year-old spirit ginseng in Do Hua's hand was exceptionally rare. This thing was a treasure that nourished the body and was easily obtained. However, in the hands of the other guild leaders, in front of that brilliant gift, the spirit ginseng of the pomegranate flower was still too worthless. Ho Hua pointed at the president who was carrying the large bag and said, "See, that bag is full of intermediate-grade Holy Spirit stones. It's worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 inferior-grade Holy Spirit stones." Kanyang and the others grinned when they heard this. 400 to 500 inferior-grade sacred spirit stones could make 1 martial saint. 2,000 to 3,000, wouldn't it be 5 to 6 martial saints? That fellow didn't give Master 6 Holy Spirit stones. He simply cupped his hands and sent out 5 or 6 martial saints. Compared to this, the 3 ginseng stalks in Do Hua's hand were indeed not worth mentioning. What a huge sum of money. I've invested a lot of money. Kenyang was speechless. Damn, with so many sacred spirit stones, I'm afraid only a guild leader of 10,000 people can take them out. Xianxia had already understood that the little guild did not earn as much as he had imagined. Many of the businesses of the little guild were handed over to the 4 Emperors Guild to undertake, for example, the spirit stone exchange business. In other words, the little guild looked quite glorious, but what they really earned was only a thin layer, and even more oil and water flowed to the 4 Emperors Guild. Finally, he entered the Drunken Flower Pavilion, which was also golden and brilliant. Every pillar was made of pure gold. Gold was no longer attractive to martial artists. This kind of decoration was purely based on the innate love of gold and the noble meaning represented by gold. No matter how high a martial artist's cultivation realm was, They couldn't forget this feeling. It was a subconscious that had been formed since childhood. At the entrance of the Drunken Flower Pavilion was Master Six's name list. When they registered with the Fire Guild, there was a small episode. Do Hua, Xiang Nan, and the others had naturally registered their names. Even Li De and Little Bug were also registered under pseudonyms. However, Black Sickle did not. Black Sickle directly walked in. The person on the registration list didn't even look at Black Sickle. What happened? Qianyang curiously turned around to look at the door, then looked at the Black Sickle and said, "Why don't you register?" Even if he knew your true identity, he wouldn't have such high privileges. The word Black Sickle still had a tremendous influence in the Saint Realm. His perfect 100% mission completion rate was the legend of the entire Saint Realm to this day. Xiang Nan smiled and said, "That person didn't notice the existence of the Black Sickle at all." Oh, Qianyang and the others nodded their heads and came to a sudden realization. Black Sickle is an invisible person. He is not invisible, but he is standing in front of you. You never knew he existed. This kind of method made Qianyang Lantian and the others go crazy with envy. It was precisely because Black Sickle rejected this world that he comprehended such a ghostly ability. Even Xiang Nan did not possess this ability. 6th floor. The hall was very large, and it was very easy to accommodate 100,000 people at the same time. This place was like a small coliseum normally closed. On the 6th floor, Xiang Nan saw all sorts of people, usually presidents and their capable subordinates. And here, Xiang Nan finally saw the legendary 6th Master. It was a red-bearded old man, bald, red-bearded, fat. A person had a body as wide as a dozen or so people, and his height was astonishing. He was more than 6 meters tall. The most frightening thing was that he was not a giant yet. He was an ordinary human, taller than Yuan Meng Qianyang. This super fatty sat in a custom-made super imperial chair, his small eyes sweeping around with dignity. Guilds walked up with gifts and flattering gifts. The 6th Master didn't even look at the gifts. He just casually waved his hand and a servant took it. Xiang Nan and the others came with a mission this time. The pomegranate brought Xiang Nan and his group to Master Six and presented them with gifts. He whispered, "Master Six as well." The 6th Master nodded. "Little flower, this year your livelihood has been quite good." Do Hua was extremely respectful. She didn't dare to directly look into Master Lu's eyes. She bowed and said, "Thanks to Master Lu's blessing, it's not bad." 6th Master waved his hand. "All right, let's go down." Do Hua hurriedly said, "6th Master, I'm here to set up a new guild. Please show mercy and nod your head." Standing beside Master Six was a tall and handsome man. The man whispered, "Great-grandpa, it's time for the banquet." The 6th Master said, "Open." 6th Master, this, Do Hua said. 6th Master waved his hand and said, "We'll talk about the new guild later." But Do Hua still wanted to speak. Immediately, 2 servants stepped forward. One of them slapped the pomegranate on the face and shouted, "I don't know the rules. Get down." Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and saw this scene. The pomegranate bowed respectfully and said, "6th Master, please leave." A fiery red palm imprint could not fall on Do Hua's face, and it was exceptionally eye-catching. How powerful was 6th Master? When someone like Do Hua was rewarded with a slap, not only did she not dare to circulate her astral chi to protect her body, she even took the initiative to weaken her body's strength, allowing a servant at the divine martial stage to leave a palm print on a heaven-ranked 3rd stage martial artist like her. This slap was a lesson. Before leaving the Drunken Flower Pavilion, she had to bear the pomegranate blossom. Once she dared to remove the slap on her face, it would basically be considered disrespectful to Master Six. The consequences would be very serious. Xiang Nan and the others took their seats. Xiang Nan had been looking at the palm print on Do Hua's face. The pomegranate blushed for a moment and said, "It's very normal. They all came here this way. Don't feel like you're at a disadvantage. All the guilds here, even those who have tens of thousands of subordinates, have never been slapped before. If someone has been slapped by Master Six personally, they will have to show off for several months. As if afraid that Xianxia would not be able to suppress his anger, Dohua added, "Don't be angry. There's no need for this. Moreover, if Master Six people are willing to hit me, that means he still has me in his eyes. If he doesn't even want to hit me, then something big will happen." Xianxia nodded and said, "There's no need for you to be nervous. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't understand the rules at all. It's just that this slap has hurt you." Xianxia was not stupid either. Other people had their own rules. If they caused trouble because of this slap, then they would not have helped Dohua, but instead provoked her to death. Afterwards, the sixth master randomly named the guild as if he was pointing at the rivers and mountains. The guild leader immediately stopped everything and trotted over to report on his own situation. Xianxia felt that this sixth master did not seem to be really inspecting the work. It was more like an annual day of flaunting his might. However, those heavenly tribulation realm guild leaders who were named by Master Six were all like favors from the heavens, so happy that they almost fainted. The banquet was filled with laughter. Someone hooked up with a man and a woman here and began to strip naked. Some people set up the gambling tables and threw large amounts of sacred spirit stones onto them, gambling on stones. Those who came here weren't serious people. Wanting them to eat in a dignified manner was basically a fool's dream. As for such a chaotic and smoky scene, Master Six liked it even more. He liked the smell of fireworks and the noisy scene. Suddenly, not far away, there was a big fight at a table. A 4-level heavenly tribulation guild leader was slapped to the ground by a young man. That young man was really fighting, beating the guild leader to death and kicking him to death. What was even more bizarre was that the guild leader shouted while being beaten. He received a slap and a kick, and he actually shouted twice in a row. The dignified guild leader coughed out blood from his nose and mouth, and his ribs were about to be crushed, but he still weakened his defense, allowing the young man to fight happily and happily. Xianxia saw that the one who hit him was the great-grandson of the sixth master, the handsome man. This person was only at the 5th level of the martial saint realm, and his true age was only 17 at most. His astonishing realm was obviously piled up by Master Six using Holy Spirit stones. The man's eyes turned red as he frantically kicked the guild leader. He scolded, "Damn you! This daddy is toasting to give you face. You actually dare to actually reach out your hand. Who the hell are you? You also have the face to take my wine. They're almost dead." Kenyang frowned. The guild leader of the 4th stage of the heavenly tribulation was kicked in the spiritual sea 1 foot at a time. 1/3 of his bones had been kicked to shreds, and his spiritual sea had been kicked to the point that its aura was unstable, and it was about to explode. However, he still didn't dare to retaliate. Not only was he beaten, he also applauded and laughed apologetically. "Xiao Huang." In the distance, Master Six finally spoke. After the guild leader was beaten, he hurriedly raised his head and forced a smile. "Six, cough, Master Six, cough. Little, young master, slow down. Six, cough. Master Six asked me something." The young man ignored all of this and greeted him with a punch and a kick. Master Six narrowed his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" The guild leader hurriedly said, "Yes, cough, cough. It's a brat. He didn't know how to raise his head. He dashed into the young master. He deserved to be beaten, deserved to be beaten." While coughing, he coughed up blood. Master Six nodded and said, Fight. You'll understand the rules when you fight." No one dared to stop him and no one dared to persuade him. Everyone was smiling as they accompanied him. After Master Lu finished speaking, he no longer looked at the guild leader. There was no sound. The handsome man gasped for breath and wiped the blood off his hand. Sixth Master turned around to take a look and said, "If you die, throw it away. Don't disturb the appetite of the guests here." "Yes." The 2 servants wrapped up the guild leader who had been beaten to death and threw him through the window. What kind of fear was this? Who would be beaten to death and weaken their body's defenses? Before he died, he didn't dare to say anything? The people of the dark forces were already terrified of Lord Six to the depths of their souls. It was as if an ancient emperor wanted to decapitate his subjects. At the moment when the butcher's knife descended, His subjects did not dare to curse the emperor at the moment of their death. This fear had already become a form of servitude. This scene shocked Xianxia greatly. At the very least, Xianxia felt that the rules weren't like that. Xianxia was very unhappy. Ever since the pomegranate flower was slapped, his heart was suffocating with anger. However, he knew that he had better not explode or cause trouble for the pomegranates. He could only drink mouthfuls after mouthfuls of wine without making a sound. Canyong, Lan Tian, and the others had never seen Xianxia's expression like this before, and no one dared to speak to Xianxia. No one knew how much he had gone through to climb up to this position. Just like that, he was killed by the great-grandson of the sixth master's family. He didn't even have a place to bury his corpse. He was directly thrown into the streets. To a fellow like Xianxia who would rather die than point at the heavens and curse, he couldn't understand the guild leader. If it was Xianxia, he would grab the saber and kill that brat with a single saber. Then he would pounce on Master Six. It would be the happiest to fight to the death. Suffering. Xiaohua. Master Six called the roll and pointed at the pomegranate flower. Wait here. If I do well, the new guild will be settled. Dohua said in a low voice with a delighted expression. After saying that, she carried the wine and trotted in front of Master Six. She bowed and did not dare to straighten up. The sixth master held a wine jug and drank as he spoke to Dohua word by word. He didn't know where he had reached, but he suddenly saw a servant rushing forward fiercely, slapping the pomegranate flower in the face. This slap made a mountain sound. Perhaps the entire upper and lower floors of the drunken flower building could be heard. Pomegranate did not react in time. Although she did not condense the dipper chi to protect her body, she had forgotten to weaken her body's defensive power. The servant looked at the pomegranate in disbelief, and then at his right hand that he had interrupted. Sixth master frowned slightly and said, Xiaohua, you are not a person who doesn't understand the rules. Dohua was shocked and knelt down with a putong sound. Damn you! You dare not weaken your defense. I'll kill you. The demon's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. What the fuck? You stinky watch. You dare not weaken your defense. I'll beat you to death. After saying that, those people kicked down the pomegranate flower with one kick, and when they rode on it, they drew their bows and slapped their palms. Blood flew out of the pomegranate's mouth and nose, and its eyeballs bulged from the blow. She was beaten while lying on the ground. She looked up at Xianxia and shook her head at Xianxia. Xianxia did not look at the pomegranate flower. He only lowered his head to drink, but after drinking this cup, he did not move. He still lowered his head and did not make any movements, but his right hand, which was holding the wine cup, began to tremble. Following that, that wine glass was shattered in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia still did not raise his head and said, Black Sickle, cut off that servant's hand for me. Black Sickle nodded and placed an arm on the table. No one saw when he did it, and no one even saw him leave the table. When Xianxia finished his last word, Black Sickle had already placed his arm on the table. Only then did the severed arm begin to gush out blood. How fast was the Black Sickle? The servant who was slapping the pomegranate did not even react. He still waved his elbow-length arm and waved it towards the pomegranate. When he realized that he hadn't been able to reach the pomegranate flower, he realized that his forearm was gone. In fact, some people saw Black Sickle's movements, but a few of them weren't nearby either. Only a few 10,000 people guild leaders, as well as the sixth master himself, saw Black Sickle attack. The servant suddenly grabbed his severed arm and howled miserably. Who did it? Master Six lowered his head and continued to drink leisurely. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him, and there was no anger in his tone. Xianxia tidied up his clothes and stood up. The entire arena instantly fell silent. Pairs of eyes looked at Xianxia in unison. The pomegranate smiled bitterly and shook her head with a sigh. She knew that everything was over. Do you know what you've done? Lord Six asked indifferently. I know, Xianxia said. The servant with the broken arm was furious and roared as he rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia pointed at the servant who rushed over and said, shredded and placed on a plate. Without seeing anything, The servant suddenly turned into countless pieces of minced meat as he ran. These pieces of minced meat flew into a large bowl on the table in an orderly manner and were neatly sized. Everyone was stunned. Only then did Master Six begin to look at Xianxia. Seriously, he looked at Xianxia up and down, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Sixth Master said, "You dare to kill my people?" Xianxia said, "If you come again, you still dare to kill me." The sixth master nodded and pointed at Xianxia, saying, "Go! Let him kill." Two ferocious servants rushed forward and drew their weapons. Xianxia pointed at the two and said, "Let them die." The two of them turned into a large number of square pieces of meat and placed them neatly on the table. On the sixth floor, the quiet servant, not to mention the sound of breathing, even the sound of blood flowing and heartbeat disappeared. Xianxia roughly knew that he was doomed, but he didn't regret it at all. If he did it again, he would do it again. There is something more important than living, not just living for the sake of living. In Xianxia's eyes, this kind of thing was dignity and backbone. There were tens of thousands of people present. Several thousand of them were at the heavenly tribulation realm. Although they were only at the early heavenly tribulation realm, they were more than enough to kill Xianxia and the others. There was probably no hope of escaping. Xianxia looked at Master Six, who was also observing Xianxia. He didn't see anything called fear in Xianxia's eyes. It had been a long time since he had seen such an expression. "Do you know what I saw in your eyes?" Sixth Master asked. Xianxia did not answer. The sixth master said, "I saw the exact same look in my eyes as I did back then. Back then I was just like you. I wasn't afraid of the heavens or the earth. With my own hands, I was able to defeat the current Xianxia. But do you know how many people I've seen such a look in their eyes? There are so many that I can't even remember them clearly. But in the end, I'm the only one who survived. Do you know what this means? This means that in this world, there is only one sixth master in this saint realm. That is me. People say that heroes cherish each other, but in fact, it is not. In most cases, heroes do not cherish each other, but kill each other. Master Six saw that kind of expression in Xianxia's eyes. He would never let Xianxia off the hook because of this. Instead, he would try his best to get rid of such a person to avoid future troubles. The reason for that was because he was the most clear about how great a threat a person with such a gaze was. "I want to kill you. You won't survive today," Lord Six said. Xianxia laughed loudly. The sixth master asked, "What else do you want to say before you die?" "Yes," Xianxia said, "I just want to say that I'm very disappointed. Before I came back, I heard rumors about Master Six constantly. But I've really seen it. But it's nothing more than that." The people on the scene trembled a few more times. This sentence was too bold. Master Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a gaze that was about to kill someone. Xianxia said, "Didn't you say that Master Six is very moral? But I don't see where this kind of moral is. The president of a guild was killed on the spot just like that. Tell me this is moral, and I'll tell you, this is bullshit. Didn't they say that the Drunken Flower Pavilion forbids internal strife? It forbids others but not yourself? Your good grandson killed in front of everyone, yet you didn't even stop him. Sixth Master, how can you convince the crowd?" Xianxia looked around the crowd and pointed at the people. Just because these people didn't say anything doesn't mean that they wouldn't think that way in their hearts. "Sixth Master, you are truly immoral. Your great-grandson is truly not a thing." Xiang Dohua looked at Xianxia in shock. Her heart was completely dead. "There's no chance. Do you dare to scold me?" Master Six's great-grandson was furious and was about to charge forward. Xianxia said coldly, "If he dares to come over, then cut him up and put him on a plate." Black Sickle licked his lips and held a pair of daggers in his hands, ready to charge at any time. This scene caused the great-grandson to subconsciously take 2 steps back and hastily cancel his sprint. The scene of a few people being cut into pieces was still vivid in his mind. This fear even made him forget that his great-grandfather was the sixth grandfather, someone who could protect him at any time. The sixth master nodded and drank a mouthful of wine. It seems that the days of peace have been too long. People have already forgotten the dignity of the sixth master. All right, I want to kill you now. It's as easy as returning a palm. But killing you is easy. But subduing the crowd is not easy. Don't you want to create a new guild? All right, let's go to Drunken Flower Street. Go back and prepare for it. Come to Drunken Flower Street in 5 days and pull out the flag. Let others see that my sixth master is not a bully. I will give you a fair chance, and I will give everyone a fair chance. After saying that, Master Lu waved his hand. Xianxia suddenly felt a powerful pressure enveloping him. Immediately after, an irresistible force suddenly pushed him, Black Sickle, Sunset, Blue Sky and the others out of the restaurant and appeared on the street outside the Drunken Flower Pavilion. At this time, outside the entrance of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, a flag suddenly rose. The flagpole was 10 meters tall, and a person was tied up and raised to the flagpole. This person was none other than Do Hua. At the window on the 6th floor, Master Lu looked down at Xianxia condescendingly with his wine cup in hand. He said indifferently, "If you have the ability to pull out a flag and leave, then you will die on the road if you don't have the ability. This is your life." After saying that, those people disappeared from the window. Xianxia was a little surprised. He didn't know what taking a trip to Drunken Flower Street meant, nor did he know what it meant to pull out a flag. But seeing the pomegranate hanging, he wanted to rush forward to save her. Kenyang grabbed Xianxia's arm and whispered, "Don't do this. If you break the rules, Master Six will be able to kill Do Hua now. Let's go back first. Let's discuss something slowly." On the way back, Kenyang explained to Xianxia and the others what it meant to break into Drunken Flower Street. The so-called taking a trip to Drunken Flower Street was also called taking the streets and pulling out flags. This was an old rule. It was a rule set by the sixth master when he was adventuring around the world. In a guild, if a guild leader made a mistake, he would be punished. Normally, if Master Six said a word, then the guild leader or vice president would die. This was a rule that no one dared to break. But if you were dissatisfied with Master Six's punishment, you can walk the streets and pull out the flag. Specifically, the guild leader who made a mistake had to be hung on the flagpole like a flag, waiting for his fellow guild members to save him. This was a kind of so-called morality. They needed to go from one end of Drunken Flower Street to the other and pull out the flag. But the process is difficult. It is usually divided into 3 steps. The first step was for the person walking down the street to receive a knife. This was a punishment for provoking authority. Specifically, if there was only one person walking down the street, then he would only receive 3 knives. These 3 knives were not allowed to resist, nor was he allowed to condense the Dipper Chi shield, nor was he allowed to use the strength of his entire physical body as a resistance. If there were 2 people walking down the street, the number of knives would double, and both of them would receive 6 slashes. If there were 3 people, it would double again, and each of the 3 would receive 9 slashes. The knives they received were all smeared with eternal poison. This was a kind of poison that was kicked out from the eternal secret realm. After being hit, the wound would not heal for at least 3 days. This was the poison that Master Six had invaded alone. Only he himself could master the formula. The second step is to take the street. At that time, there will be a large number of experts from other guilds guarding Drunken Flower Street and not letting you pass. Then the only way you can pass is to fight. You have to endure your injuries and kill from the streets to the Drunken Flower Pavilion at the end of the street. If you come over, this step will be considered a success. If you can't pass, then you will die on the road, and you will be considered a failure. And you're not allowed to escape during this process. The third step is called pulling out the flag. One of the people walking down the street can't fly and must climb up the flagpole naked. During this process, a large number of archers will shoot at you. You can dodge, but you can't resist. You have to climb up at a speed of 1 meter per second. If you are still alive in 10 seconds, you can pull out your flag and leave. This was an incomparably harsh and cruel process. In the past few hundred years, there weren't many people who chose the path of walking the streets and pulling out flags. Even a few fierce people had not succeeded. All of them died miserably. because if you go through the streets and pull out the flag, it is equivalent to provoking the authority of Master Six. Those who are ready to flatter Master Six at any time will do their best to show their loyalty at this time. They will not only kill you, they will also torture you, do their best to let you live for a while, chop your entire body into meat sauce. Xianxia didn't care about getting stabbed or pulling out a flag. What he cared about the most was the second step, walking down the street. Xianxia asked Kenyang, "What kind of person is he? If there are thousands of heavenly tribulation realm experts blocking the way, then we don't have to break through. There's no hope at all." Kenyang shook his head and said, "That won't happen. There are clear and strict requirements for walking down the street. The requirements for walking down the street are the same as killing beasts in the Eternal Secret Realm. It's called the Little Fifth Layer. In other words, the people in charge of intercepting us are all martial artists who are 5 levels higher than us. The key point is that there is no limit to the number of them. We are all at the first level of the Martial Saint Realm. Then we will face hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people at the 6th level of the Martial Saint Realm blocking our way. There isn't a fixed number of people who will be intercepted. It depends on our individual strength. Perhaps at the beginning there were only 100 or so people who intercepted us, but if they find out that we are really strong, they will send more experts to intercept us. Isn't that not the end of the fight? Blue Sky frowned. Kenyang said, "If we go all the way, it will basically be endless. However, most people will not choose to really fight against the enemy. Instead, they will think of all ways to rush straight to the entrance of the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Of course, this is also very difficult. Most importantly, there is a time limit for flags to be pulled out from the streets. The time limit is 1 stick of incense." Kenyang's words dispelled Xianxia's desire to absorb the fallen heavenly lightning. He was planning to walk the streets with Kenyang and the others. If he absorbed the divine lightning, his realm would suddenly increase by about 3 levels, and this would greatly increase the difficulty of walking down the street. According to what Kenyang said, the realm of intercepting a martial artist was based on the highest realm of a martial artist walking down the street. In other words, if Xianxia was at the 4th level of the Martial Saint stage, and Kenyang and the others were all at the 1st level of the Martial Saint stage, then what they would have to face would be the same level of the 9th level of the Martial Saint stage. To Kenyang and the others, this would be a complete disaster. Xianxia had also thought that he would walk the streets alone, but since he represented a new guild, individual heroism was obviously not allowed. He had to bring his brothers along with him, otherwise, they would not be able to pass this trial first. Since he had already risked his life to pull these brothers to his side. But at the critical moment, if you don't trust them and don't use them, then what's the difference between directly abandoning them? "All right then, I'll designate the people to walk the streets," Xianxia said. That Kenyang stopped Xianxia and said, "I said that I must have me first. If you don't count as me, then there's no need for us brothers to do it. From now on, you are you and I am me. We have a clear relationship." Blue Sky also said, "There must be me." Black Sickle said, "Count me in." Xianxia nodded and said, "Then it's settled. The 4 of us will go." Xianxia waited over and over again, but he still gave up on strength and bugs. Firstly, these 2 fellows would be directly judged as puppets because they were not living beings. There was no such rule in history for him to bring a puppet along the street. If he really did, he didn't know what kind of idea Master Six would come up with to make things difficult for him. Black Sickle pointed at himself and Xianxia and said, "There are a total of 4 people. That is, each of them will receive 12 slashes. If we don't make any resistance, we will definitely be seriously injured. If we walk the streets with a heavily injured body, our survival rate will not exceed 10% in my opinion." Xianxia nodded. This was indeed true. Xianxia's ultimate combat strength was to surpass the 6th layer and kill martial artists. Don't forget, that meant that Xianxia was in his prime. But if he wanted to walk down the street, he had to suffer 12 slashes without any resistance. Under severe injuries, a martial artist's overall quality would be reduced. Whether it was strength, speed, the speed of the spiritual sea, or even the strength of the Dipper Chi, it would be greatly reduced. This was a very troublesome problem, just like an ordinary person who could carry a bag of 100 gen of grain and run happily. But what about stabbing him in the stomach? Injury was always something a martial artist had to take into account. It was a major issue that determined their life and death. However, no matter what, he had to make this trip no matter what. After saving Do Hua, the matter of the new guild was settled. This matter had caused quite a stir in the Master City of Light, and all the guild leaders, large and small, had witnessed it with their own eyes. Many people came to the City of Light to watch the show. Many martial artists even rushed back from the safe city in the Eternal Secret Realm. On this day, Xianxia's group of 4 arrived at the appointed time. Drunken Flower Street wasn't big. Compared to the other incomparably wide streets, Drunken Flower Street was only 6 miles long and 3,000 meters long. However, for many people who knew the meaning of this street, these 3,000 meters were truly the path of death. On this day, beside Drunken Flower Street, there were a sea of people. There were people standing on the ground, on buildings, and floating in the sky. There were people everywhere. Apart from the main street of Drunken Flower Street, there was practically no free space left. Everyone whispered to each other. It's been a long, long time since anyone walked down the street, right? Isn't that so? No matter what, it will take 50 years. 50 years? At least 100 years away. How many years has it been? Then who knows? Who has the time to remember such a day? I don't even know what day it is. One of them whispered. Who is the one walking down the street this time? Which side is strong and heroic? Another person replied, I haven't heard of it. I'm afraid it's not some big shot who has been famous for a long time. I heard that it's just a few young guys. Anyway, I'm not sure. I heard it from other people. However, it said that those people are very crazy. They actually refuted Master Six's face on the spot at the hero gathering. Heavens! Are you tired of living? There are also people who hold their shoulders and have an attitude of staying out of the way. They sneered. Every year. There are always a few people who don't know whether they are dead or alive. They feel that they are invincible in the world. I have seen many of these people, and they usually don't have a good ending. Another person lowered his voice and said, Have you forgotten how Master Six rose? Back then, Master Six was also a nobody. The rest of the people surrounding this person immediately hid far away and looked at the fellow who was spouting nonsense, like they were looking at a god of plague. Someone shouted in a low voice, You don't want to die anymore? You dare to say anything. If you really want to die, don't implicate us. At this moment, at the end of Drunken Flower Street, gongs and drums sounded. The crowd at the scene all shut their mouths, so quiet that not a single mosquito could be heard flying by. Everyone knew that the sound of gongs and drums meant that Master Six had arrived. However, there were very few people who could really see Master Six, and the vast majority of them were located very far away. After the gongs and drums stopped, everyone knew that Master Six had ascended the Drunken Flower Pavilion. At the entrance of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, a huge flagpole was erected on the side. On top of the flagpole, there were pomegranates that had been exposed to the sun for 5 days. At this moment, the pomegranate flower's entire body was wounded. Her entire body was on the verge of death. Her eyes were lowered and her lips were cracked. It seemed that she had suffered a lot these past few days. Immediately after, the sound of gongs and drums rang out at the entrance of Drunken Flower Street. 10 giant bronze gongs with a diameter of 5 meters were knocked. 10 gongs rang out in all directions, indicating that 4 people were walking down the street. The scene was immediately thrown into chaos. Pairs of eyes swept towards the entrance. Some people couldn't see it anymore, and they even stretched their necks in an attempt to see it more clearly. However, there were too many people. They were crowded and there were people everywhere. There wasn't even a crack in them. Those who chose to arrive at the intersection ahead of time were able to see the appearance of the visitors, but once the walkers entered Drunken Flower Street, it would not be easy to see the details at the intersection. Damn it! There are really 4 young men. Someone cried out in alarm. In the City of Light, the wind was very strong. Gradually, large snowflakes fell. It's snowing. One of them stretched out his right hand and received a patch of snowflakes. This snow is probably going to be dyed red today. Xiang Nan, Lan Tian, Ken Yang, Black Sickle, and the others came side by side. In the snowstorm, the expressions of these four people were cold and stern. Are you sure you can ignore realm suppression? Xiang Nan confirmed again. Kan Yang and the others nodded. Realm suppression was the first major problem. However, many of the top warriors of the plains had found a way to resist realm suppression. In Xiangnan's plane, the method to cancel the suppression of the realm was Xiaoyaoyu. This was a cultivation technique that Bai Wuya had personally created. In other planes, there were all sorts of miraculous techniques that could counteract the suppression of realms. This made it impossible for them to succeed on the streets, but it became possible for them to succeed. Everyone's blood should be boiling with excitement. Not only Xiang Nan and the others, but even the spectators felt that their bodies were warm, and they could immediately see a fierce battle. However, Xiang Nan's group of four seemed strangely calm. They did not lose their rationality because of the impulse of hot-blooded indignation. On the contrary, Xiang Nan was still asking, "Have you memorized all the arrays?" The three of them nodded at the same time. "Don't worry. Just leave the head row to me." Xiang Nan and the others had already rehearsed the array in advance. The strength-type martial artist Kanyang belonged to the front row of meat shields that led the way. He alone took over all of the enemy's frontal attacks. A balanced martial artist chose the second row. He was in charge of protecting the blue sky, which had the strongest attack range, but also the weakest defense. Blue Sky's water-type martial skill was an outstanding killing technique. If he didn't care about his personal gains and losses, it would be very difficult for even the remaining sun to survive in Blue Sky's hands. Xiang Nan's responsibility was to protect Blue Sky while taking care of killing at the same time. As for speed martial artist Xiaowei, also known as Black Sickle, he was in control of the arena. His speed was the fastest and he would wander around. When killing, he would take care of Kanyang, Xiang Nan, and Lan Tian. Once the three of them encountered a situation that they were unable to deal with even for an instant, he would decisively help them. Xiang Nan and the others were an extremely perfect triangular array, and the Black Sickle was a sharp blade that had always flowed out of the triangular array. "Guess how far they can go?" Person said. Another person muttered, "Judging from their young age, they actually possess such a high cultivation realm. I'm afraid that their foundations are unstable. I'm afraid they won't even be able to walk out 10 meters. I think you overestimated them. They are facing enemies 5 small realms higher than them. I think they can't even walk 5 meters. In history, what was the best result on the street?" asked a person beside him. Someone replied, "I remember. I think it's 800 meters. That's already amazing." Drunken Flower Street was 3,000 meters tall, and the best record in history was only 800 meters. One had to know which person dared to provoke authority was not a notable figure. Even such a person was only 800 meters away. Xiang Nan, Kanyang, Blue Sky, and Black Sickle were not the only geniuses in history. Throughout the ages, people like them were as plentiful as a feather. But one problem is that the few people who chose to walk on the streets are not so young. This person's words caused everyone to ponder. At this time, an old man carrying a bronze gong slowly walked towards Xiang Nan and the others in the spacious Drunken Flower Street. Everyone's gazes were focused on the old man alone. Everyone couldn't wait to see the fight, but the old man walked very slowly, like a scratching bastard. As the old man walked, he knocked on the bronze gong in his hand. When he was halfway there, a man carrying a broadsword suddenly walked out from the buildings on both sides. He continued walking. After walking for several hundred meters, another man carrying a broadsword followed suit. By the time the old man arrived at the entrance of Drunken Flower Street, there were already 4 machete men standing behind him. "It's about to start." Everyone immediately lowered their voices and anxiously waited for the intense battle to follow. The old man pressed down on the bronze gong with one hand and swept his eyes over the 4 of them. Finally, his gaze fell on Xiang Nan's face. "Are you ready?" the old man asked. Xiang Nan and his 3 brothers exchanged glances, took off their shirts and naked their upper bodies. The old man pointed at Xiang Nan and the others with one finger and said, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 people, 3 blades for 1 person, 6 blades for 2 people, 12 blades for 4 people, 12 blades for each person. At this point, the old man turned his head to look at the 4 knife-wielding men and said unhurriedly, "There is a rule for all things. It is necessary for people walking on the streets to be stabbed. But the machete man must also be careful. There are 3 no. You must remember them clearly. If you don't cut off the limbs, head, arms and legs, and even fingers, you can't cut them off. You can't let the recipient lack body parts. Second, if you don't poke at the vital points, you can't poke at the heart, brain, lower yin, tendons of hands and feet, throat and spine. 3 doesn't want to die. The 4 of them still have to walk the streets. They can't be killed with 12 slashes on the streets." The 4 machete men nodded their heads and said, "Master, remember." The old man smiled and said, "All right, let's begin." With that, the old man held the gong hammer in his hand and knocked on the bronze gong with a bang. The 4 machete men took a step forward at the same time and raised the giant saber high up in the air. Xiang Nan and the others stood there motionlessly. Swoosh! 4 giant sabers landed at the same time, leaving behind a huge wound on the bodies of Xiang Nan and the others. The saber was poisoned for 3 days, and the wound could not heal within 3 days. The wound left behind by the saber strike caused Xiang Nan and the others to turn their flesh and blood outwards, and even their bones were cut into a bit. However, according to the rules, a martial artist's body parts could not be cut off, so bones could be cut but not cut off. Xiang Nan was stabbed in the back. From his left shoulder to his right buttock. The wound was shocking, and fresh blood immediately gushed out. Kenyang was a knife in his chest, a knife from his clavicle to his right crotch, while Lan Tian was a knife in his shoulder. This knife almost cut off his entire arm. The black sickle was sliced in the head. A knife sliced his chin from his forehead, splitting a face in half. I lost blood. Xiang Nan and the others began to lose blood quickly, but during the process of being stabbed, they were unable to circulate their astral chi and maintain their body strength, so the blood flow would not stop automatically. The best way was to immediately finish the 12 slashes. But the old man's unhurried personality had actually laid the groundwork at this moment. It was finished with a single slash. That damned old bastard was sitting in a Grand Master's chair on the side of the street, drinking his tea unhurriedly and unhurriedly. Xiang Nan and the others stood on the spot without changing their expressions, while blood flowed down their trousers' legs to the ground, gathering into a piece of news. The first serious problem brought about by the massive loss of blood was the weakening of one's strength. His mouth was dry and his tongue was dry. His entire body was weak and he was dizzy. The spectators had long heard of walking down the street, but only a few of them had seen it before. Seeing such a cruel scene, they couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. That damned old bastard actually hadn't ordered a second strike. After the old man finished sipping the tea, he lazily knocked on the second bronze gong. Bang! The 4 machete men chopped down a second knife at the same time. This time, Xiang Nan was stabbed in the chest, Kenyang was stabbed in the back, Blue Sky was stabbed in the thigh, and Black Sickle was stabbed in the stomach. Blood flowed endlessly, but a martial artist's body could regenerate blood. However, the rate of blood regeneration was no longer as fast as the rate of blood loss. Walking down the street, the ones who could survive the first round were all men. Someone muttered in a low voice, "This old man also looks at people. If he finds anyone who walks down the street, he will be even more troublesome if there is a trace of fear and fear. If he sees a stubborn and unyielding streetwalker, he will give him some benefits instead." Sure enough, the old man looked up at Xiang Nan and the others and nodded in approval. This old man has been using the heart attack battle all this time, deliberately slowing down his speed, deliberately taking this first step to the knife, making it almost impossible for him to withstand it, just to give you time to drag it out. See if you're upset, or if you're feeling more and more afraid. However, Xiang Nan and the others did not change their expressions. None of them were afraid of death. On the contrary, a few of them were people who had always wanted to die. Faced with death, they didn't feel cowardly. At most, it was only regret. Not bad. It looks a bit like it. The old man nodded and clanged his third gong. 4 slashes fell, leaving deep wounds on Xianxia and the others. At this time, it was only the third strike. The blue sky, who had the weakest defense, was already panting. However, there was not the slightest bit of fear or hesitation in his eyes. The old man nodded and knocked again. He no longer deliberately slowed down to make things difficult for Xianxia and the others. After the fourth strike landed, the sound of a bronze gong could be heard. With a knock, he chopped down a knife. After 8 consecutive slashes, Blue Sky could no longer stand. He fell into a pool of blood, but his eyes were still open and he did not say a word. He tried several times to get up, but he fell down again and again, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The black sickle was second, and his body was shaking, and he could no longer stand firmly. At this time, Xianxia stretched out his right hand towards Blue Sky, letting Blue Sky grab his elbow and lift him up. Blue Sky leaned against Xianxia's shoulder and gasped for breath, not saying a word. The faces of the 4 people were as pale as paper. When the old man saw Xianxia's actions, he no longer smiled. The only thing on his face was respect. In the face of danger, there weren't many brothers willing to lend a helping hand. The old man nodded and personally brought a cup of tea to Lan Tian. Lan Tian thanked him and drank the tea. The tea was real and did not contain any spiritual herbs, but at the very least it can quench thirst. The old man nodded and with a bang, he sounded the 9th bronze gong. A saber slashed down, followed by the sound of a gong. Another saber. After 10 slashes, Black Sickle could no longer stand. He fell on his back and lay straight down. Pa! The blood puddle was splashed into a beautiful red picture. Kenyang stretched out his large hand and pulled Black Sickle up. He held Black Sickle's shoulder with one hand. The cold wind became even colder, and the goose feathers and snow fell. The blood puddles on the ground had quickly frozen into red ice. The 4 of them stood in the cold wind. Xianxia supported Blue Sky while the remaining son held the Black Sickle. The scene became quiet. At this time, the mindset of watching the show gradually diminished, and the expressions on the faces of the people showed more respect for the strong. This respect had nothing to do with strength or cultivation. Is it okay? The old man brought a cup of hot tea and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia took the teacup and handed it to Black Sickle. The old man nodded and knocked on the 11th bronze gong. The 11th blade slashed down. The 4 of them had already been chopped into pieces, their faces unrecognizable as faces, and their bodies unrecognizable as bodies. It was like 4 flesh and blood monsters. In the Drunken Flower Pavilion, Master 6 could clearly see this scene. The great-grandson said, "These 4 people are also stubborn." 6th Master chuckled and said, "If you don't have this kind of backbone, what street are you going to walk on?" That great-grandson was the age of strong blood energy. Although he usually bullied others with his might, his heart was filled with passion. A young man like him basically didn't talk about righteousness, but he had a longing for those who spoke of righteousness. He was one of those people who kept saying that he was righteous, but once something really happened, he would definitely kick down his brother and escape first. Such a person is everywhere in the world. It is difficult for you to distinguish him unless he comes to a critical juncture. Even so, this great-grandson still felt that his great-grandfather had gone too far. Entering the street corner, the 12th bronze gong finally sounded. The 12th saber, for saber lights flashed through the snow. Swoosh! This last slash caused the 4 of them to fall down at the same time. But then, the 4 of them struggled with all their might. Xianxia could only barely stand up a little, while the Sunset, who had the best physique, dragged 3 of them along and stood firm. The old man walked over and nodded. "Perhaps God bless you. This snow has greatly reduced the rate of bleeding from your wounds." By the time he said this, the wounds on Xianxia and the others' bodies had actually been completely frozen. The old man said, "Second step, are you still going to walk down the street?" Xianxia said, "Let's go." The old man nodded and made way. He shouted at Drunken Flower Street, "Welcome." As soon as he finished speaking, More than 100 Martial Saint's sixth-layer martial artists walked out from the buildings on both sides of the street. The old man shouted, "We're going down the street!" This voice instantly pushed the atmosphere at the scene to its peak. More than 100 Martial Saint's sixth-layer martial artists rumbled as they rushed over. Xianxia and the others' initial plan was to charge over and not fight too much with the people blocking their way. They immediately rushed to the flagpole. But now it seemed that this was clearly impossible. Even Zhan was almost unable to stand firm. So how could he charge? Facing the fierce enemies, Xianxia tilted his head slightly and said to Xianxia, "Do it or not." Xianxia raised his saber and shouted, "Dry!" Xianxia looked up and laughed. He carried Blue Sky on his back, took large steps towards the crowd, and rushed forward. Finally, he could circulate his astral chi and finally use his body strength. The remaining sun was like a giant bear, charging into the chickens. His massive body collided with one another and sent 7 or 8 people flying. Blue Sky was already on the verge of death, and he couldn't even open his eyes. His bloody face was covered in frozen blood. He weakly shook his hands in the air. Streams of crisscrossed water-type astral energy shot everywhere. A 6th-level Martial Saint martial artist was struck in the chest by astral chi, and his chest immediately became dry and hard. The Blue Sky of the 1st Martial Saint stage was unable to instantly kill an enemy of the 6th Martial Saint stage. The difference in realms between the two was too great, especially since the Blue Sky's body was too weak. The strength of the Blue Sky's Dipper Chi was already much weaker than before. However, in this way he would need to release more astral chi to continuously attack. This would consume even more of his strength. This was a vicious circle. However, Blue Sky clenched his teeth tightly, releasing his Dipper Chi as if he didn't want to die. Judging from his appearance, it didn't seem like he was going to fight. Instead, he had the posture of intentionally losing his life. The messy water element aura shot everywhere, smashing back all the martial artists who rushed up from both sides. Every time a martial artist was struck by this aura, they would find that they were unable to use their skills to recover from their injuries. They weren't injured, but their bodies were partially petrified. Song clang clang. Behind the two of them was Xianxia, who was carrying a huge saber and dragging it along. The 4-meter broadsword was dragged far behind him. He no longer had enough strength to exhaust it. He could only drag the broadsword to the ground and wait for the moment he needed to fight before erupting. In front of him, Xianxia's entire body had already turned red and bright. He kept charging, but he couldn't break through the crowd. More than 100 martial artists were crowded together, their swords hitting his body hundreds of times a second. He knocked a few people away, and the few people behind him filled them up again. They were simply unable to finish the collision. As for the martial artists who were sent flying by the sun, they surrounded them from both sides and launched an even fiercer attack towards the Blue Sky on the back of the sun. Blue Sky released strands of Dipper Chi from both his hands, repelling the attackers one after another. At this moment, the weakened Xianxia's judgment began to decline. In the end, 3 martial artists had been mistaken. The 3 of them wielded large sabers, thick and full of astral chi wrapped around the blade, slashing down heavily towards the Blue Sky. Xianxia was anxious and was about to turn around to block it. "Don't look back." Suddenly, Xianxia's voice sounded. "Back! Leave it to me." Swoosh! Xianxia suddenly arrived with a large crescent-shaped lightning blade. His entire body flashed past the sun, and the 3 sneak attackers froze in midair at the same time, their bodies split into 2. There was no need for Xianxia to turn around, nor did he need to call out to the Blue Sky on his back. He knew that he could trust Xianxia and entrust his back to his brothers. "Ha! Good!" The remaining sun roared excitedly like an angry beast. His terrifying fleshly body, which had the mass of a super-asteroid, had pushed his advantage to its limits. He only saw his pair of gigantic palms slap out, and 2 slaps caused the heads of the 2 Martial Saint's 6th-layer enemies to explode. "Kill them!" A furious roar came from the enemy, followed by hundreds of people gushing out from the buildings on both sides of the street. "Good job!" Xianxia laughed wildly as he sprinted forward, his shoulders rumbling as he knocked away numerous martial artists. The physical fitness of the Black Tortoise clan was not something that humans could compare to. As for Blue Sky, he was definitely not as strong as Kanyang. As long as he was attacked, he would basically die. However, his physical fitness was not good, but his unique water-type martial skill was extremely powerful. It was simply a peerless martial skill. In such a fierce battle, there was one thing that was even more precious than physical strength, and that was battle intent. Blue Sky's battle intent had also been stimulated. Desert. Lan Tian roared in a low voice. Who? A huge toroidal aura spread out in all directions with him as the center. All the enemies were swallowed up by this wave of energy. In an instant, the front row of enemies facing the airwave had a total of 50 people, all of them desert. This scene caused countless spectators to gasp. Even Kanyang, Xianxia, and Black Sickle's hearts trembled violently. Damn! This brat's strength exploded out, and he was actually this strong. Black Sickle looked at Blue Sky in disbelief, his eyes filled with surprise. Ha 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 ha! Xianxia looked up and laughed. Fuck your grandmother. Have fun. What 5th master and 6th master? Others are afraid of you, but I'm not. Charge! Xianxia roared. Charge! Blue Sky, Sunset, and Black Sickle roared in unison. The 3 martial artists rushed forward, jumped onto Kanyang's shoulders, and sliced the sword around his neck. The saber and sword sliced into his neck and sparked a series of sparks. However, it still sliced through the extremely weak residual sun, leaving behind numerous fine wounds. Blue Sky stretched out both his hands and grabbed the ankles of the 3 of them. Before they could exclaim in alarm, their bodies quickly turned white and turned into snow-white sand. Xianxia rushed forward and rose from the ground. He raised his huge saber high up and pointed it at the sky. Rumble, 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 the sound of thunder rang out in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky as thunderbolts descended from the sky, landing heavily on Xianxia's blade. Then, Xianxia fell like a meteor, hacking the giant saber to the ground. Boom! A violent lightning wave surged, roared, and rolled out. All the enemies were swallowed up by the lightning wave. The dense waves of lightning connected to each other at high speed, jumping from one person to another, and then to the next. The thunder and lightning on the bodies of these hundreds of martial artists kept jumping and connecting with each other. After one person was jumped once, before he could react, the thunder and lightning on the next person jumped onto his body. Xianxia had summoned large-scale lightning bolts to attack the enemy. This lightning bolt was very difficult to cause any definite injuries to the 6th-level martial artists, but it caused them to stiffen up. A shadow that no one saw flashed several times on the spot. In an instant, the heads of the martial sages disappeared. The shadow flashed again, and the heads of several martial sages disappeared. Black Sickle narrowed his eyes, his body like a ghost, his figure like a charm, constantly shuttling through the enemy's crowd. Every time they flickered, the heads of several martial saints were cut off at the same time. 7 or 8 people took difficult steps and rushed forward. They surrounded Xianxia and chopped at him randomly. Xianxia's stamina was extremely weak, and it was even difficult for him to stand. After that round of intense battle intent erupted, his body once again fell into weakness. The 7 or 8 people simultaneously chopped Xianxia to the ground and greeted him with disorderly blades. Xianxia raised his saber to block the 3 of them, but his face, chest, legs, and arms had been slashed more than 100 times. These disorderly blades were enough to cut Xianxia into meat sauce 3 times in a row, and his exceptionally terrifying physique actually allowed him to survive. However, there were countless small and dense cuts left on his body. Black Sickle suddenly turned around and his eyes turned cold. He turned into an afterimage and flashed beside Xianxia. The black dagger in his hand flickered, and the 4 martial artists who had cut down Xianxia were all struck by knives. Just as the Black Sickle tossed the 4 corpses away, more than a dozen people pounced forward, throwing the weak Black Sickle to the ground. The smell of blood. Black Sickle possessed a secret movement technique that no one could detect. However, in this intense battle, his weak body had to release more astral chi. More astral chi represented more intense fluctuations of astral chi, making it impossible for him to hide. The most serious thing was the smell of blood. His entire body was covered in blood. This smell of blood made him a living target. The enemy might not be able to see his speed, but with the smell of his blood, they could tell where he had landed. A blade slashed down on Black Sickle's body, almost cutting his arm into two. Xianxia rolled and pierced through the giant saber, piercing through 3 of the 4 people lying on the Black Sickle. The Black Sickle was also tough. He directly bit down and pierced through the last person's neck in one bite. "Get up!" Xianxia jumped up and grabbed Black Sickle's right hand with his left hand, pulling him up. At the same time, Xianxia stabbed the giant saber into the ground with his right hand, turned the saber back and shouted, "Save Blue Sky!" The Black Sickle jumped onto the hilt of the saber and rebounded with a bang. It ejected Black Sickle's entire body and flew towards the blue sky. 20 to 30 people had already hugged Kanyong and hung on his body. 2 of them forcefully tore Blue Sky off the back of Kanyong. Throwing Blue Sky by the roadside, 7 or 8 people rushed forward and chopped down randomly. In this kind of chaotic battle, it was very difficult to use a martial skill. There wasn't enough time, nor was there enough space. Because there were many of them, there were few of them on Xiangnan's side, so after releasing his martial skill, the probability of accidental injury on his side was even greater. 3 or 4 consecutive slashes landed on Lan Tion's stomach, almost cutting his entire waist. And even his intestines were picked out by the tip of an enemy's knife. The Black Sickle flew over, and his shadow pierced through the group of martial artists who had killed the Blue Sky. Immediately, there were 4 people with separate heads. "Fight!" Black Sickle held a black dagger in his hands, protecting Blue Sky behind him and pushing the 2 daggers forward at the same time. The enemy slashed down with their banging swords, hacking down on the Black Sickle's dagger, finger, back, and forearm. The pinky and ring finger of his left hand flew in response. Blue Sky sat behind Black Sickle, using the precious time that Black Sickle had bought him with his life. He crossed his arms and formed a spiral ball of water between the tiger's jaws. Water sacrifice. Blue Sky blew a mouthful and blew the water ball out from above Black Sickle's head. The water ball floated in the air and began to spin rapidly. "Ah ah ah!" A group of enemies suddenly screamed miserably. Their bodies began to tilt towards the water ball. They desperately supported their bodies, not allowing themselves to be sucked in. However, a shocking scene appeared. Although these people's bodies weren't sucked away by the water ball, large amounts of liquid appeared on their bodies. These liquids left their bodies one after another and were sucked into the water ball. The group of martial artists who had been sucked out of the liquid all dried up, rotted, and turned into fine white sand. Immediately after, Pumba Pumba exploded, turning into dust on the ground. The water ball was getting bigger and bigger. Every time an enemy's liquid was sucked in, the water ball would be even more powerful. Black Sickle quickly snatched back his broken finger and tossed it into his storage ring. At this moment, more than 80 people had already been sucked dry by the water ball. The diameter of the water ball had increased from 10 centimeters to 2 meters. "Cut that thing down!" The 12 martial artists shouted loudly, and everyone made way. The 12 of them simultaneously condensed their astral chi and converged them into a 50-meter-tall saber light, hacking towards the water ball. The shadow of the Black Sickle flashed and used its body to resist the saber light. But halfway out, he felt exhausted, and his eyes suddenly darkened. Just as the 2 black daggers struck the saber light, Black Sickle's entire body was sent flying. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Xianxia slashed 5 people in a row and came forward to hug the Black Sickle that flew back. Boom! The water ball was shattered by the blade light. "Kid who chopped off that water vein." The enemy let out bursts of furious roars. Dozens of people transformed into dozens of rays of intense light and instantly arrived at the front of the blue sky. Following that, the swords and sabers chopped down randomly and desperately. Blue Sky didn't have the strength to resist. He just stared fixedly at the blades and swords and knew that his aura had been exhausted. Clang, 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 clang. In an instant, a huge figure knelt in front of the blue sky. Kanyang, with his large body and his back, blocked all the swords and blades that were hacking towards the blue sky. He was lying in front of Lan Tian, facing Lan Tian's face. He laughed and said, "Black brat, you still owe me a beating." Blue Sky was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "It's not certain who will hit who." Kanyang wanted to turn around, but the dense sabers and swords chopped down one after another, causing flames to splatter all over his back. Whenever he wanted to turn around, a sword would cut down again, causing his extremely weak body to simply not have enough strength to turn around. This scene was seen by Xianxia and Black Sickle at the same time. The two of them also rushed towards that direction at the same time. Xianxia's speed of light moved very fast, but his speed was extremely limited. Within a certain small distance, his flexibility was far inferior to that of the Black Sickle. Xianxian charged forward at the speed of light, trying to block the person who chopped down the sunset. However, along the way he collided with 3 martial artists, causing all 3 martial artists to explode. As a result, his movement speed was slowed down. On the contrary, it was Black Sickle. His movement technique was even more brilliant and agile. He was like a spirit snake. He was able to swiftly travel through the cracks in the dense group of enemies. In a flash, he passed dozens of people and arrived behind Kanyang. The Black Sickle's hands flashed and 7 or 8 people's heads were cut off. But at the same time, the swords of more than a dozen other people chopped the Black Sickle to the ground. Kanyang took time to turn around and waved his super heavy fist. His big fist smashed into a person's chest, knocking him backwards. This person was knocked into the second person into the third person, and the third person into the fourth person. The 7 people on a straight line were connected by the penetrating force of a punch, causing a straight line to explode. Rumble! A powerful heaven-defying punch crushed the 7 of them into powder, instantly destroying all the buildings in a straight line. "Wish me a hand," Kanyang roared. At this moment, Xianxian had already rushed over. He held onto the soles of the residual sun with one hand and threw it into the sky. The sun rose high into the sky and was entangled by 7 or 8 people who jumped up. They were hugged by hands, feet, arms, neck, and head. The remaining sun ignored these people and shouted, "Get out of the way!" In an instant, Xianxian moved in front of Black Sickle and Blue Sky, immediately setting up the Annihilation Shield to protect the 3 of them. Broken Star Fist. The remaining sun roared in the air. His entire body suddenly erupted with a dazzling brightness that could not be seen directly. His entire body, like an asteroid that had fallen on the earth, suddenly descended. Boom! One punch. The entire land of the City of Light had floated up. The earth was like shattered ice floating on the surface of the sea. The waves were turbulent, undulating, and the high pressure brought about by the explosion caused the entire City of Light to be on the verge of destruction. The earth was about to spray into the sky and destroy everything. At this time, in the Drunken Flower Pavilion, Master Six held the teacup in his left hand, grabbed the middle finger with his right hand, and gently pressed it down. The entire land of the City of Light instantly returned to the horizon. It was so quiet that it felt as if it had died. However, Kanyang's super heavy punch still exploded out. As a result of his fist, an extremely powerful shock wave spread out in a ring like an explosion. The enemies that were engulfed by the energy wave were all crushed into powder and elemental particles in the first instant. The death toll was as high as 80. The second row of martial artists were crushed one after another, and the death toll reached 40. The third row of martial artists had been crushed, and the death toll had reached 70. The fourth row of martial artists were crushed, and the death toll reached 102. Hurry up and defend! Hundreds of martial saints rushed out from both sides of the street. They released their divine astral chi and used nearly 1,000 people's strength to condense an extremely thick shield. The punch-wind shockwave smashed into the shield, creating a penetrating force that crushed the first row of martial artists inside the shield to 55 people, crushed the second row of martial artists into 34, Crush the third row of martial artists into 16. Crush the fourth row of martial artists. Lying in the crater, Kanyang laughed loudly. I can't even move a finger. You guys go save Do Hua. The annihilation shield disappeared. Xianxia dragged the blue sky with his left hand and walked towards the setting sun. The black sickle was still able to move. He protected Xianxia's surroundings and dealt with the scattered martial artists that were constantly rushing forward. Let's go. Xianxia came to the crater and looked down at the sun. Kanyang waved his hand and said, I can't walk anymore. Leave me alone and save the pomegranate. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged as he said, You can't lose a single one of them. Let's go. He waved his right hand and the Haotian mirror flew out, carrying the residual sun forward. Neither can I. Lan Tian coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood and said. Black Sickle said, I can still fight for a while, but I don't think I can last much longer. How many? At this moment, those onlookers who had already forgotten to think when they saw such a fierce battle suddenly woke up. Someone shouted. Another person cried out in surprise. It's already 2,200 meters. My God. It's far surpassing the strongest record. These fellows are simply monsters among monsters. No one has ever been this far. There are still 400 meters left. Someone sighed and said, Judging from the state of the 4 of them, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold out until the end. On the battlefield, Black Sickle, Kanyang, and Blue Sky looked at Xianxia at the same time. Black Sickle said, I'm afraid you'll have to rely on yourself for the last part. The brothers don't have the strength anymore. Xianxia nodded, allowing the Haotian mirror to grow larger, dragging the Black Sickle Blue Sky up. Lan Tian said, I still have a little bit of astral chi left. I can help Xianxia with his journey, but I can't send him there. Black Sickle said, I still have a little bit of strength left, but I don't have any more astral chi. I can help you. Blue Sky gathered his hands together and condensed a spiral water ball. He said to Black Sickle, If you send it into the enemy's midst, you must return within 1/3 of a second. Otherwise, I do not have enough Dipper Chi to control the water ball and let it accurately strike the enemy. It will suck you dry together. Black Sickle didn't even hesitate. He grabbed the water ball with one hand and turned into an afterimage as he charged towards the enemy crowd. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He reached out to grab Black Sickle's arm and said, Don't go. Leave the rest to me. Black Sickle turned to look at Xianxia and said, Give me dignity. Xianxia fell silent. Kanyang said, Let go. Xianxia took a deep breath and released his hand. The Black Sickle smiled and said, If I can't come back, remember to bury it for me. No tombstones. After saying that, the Black Sickle moved again, turning into a shadow. In the crowd of nearly 1,000 enemy experts, the Black Sickle suddenly appeared. At the same time, he released the water ball. Blue Sky had always controlled the water ball to prevent it from exploding, but at this moment, his last strand of astral chi had also been exhausted. His entire body collapsed and he completely fainted. Buzz! The water ball that had lost control quickly spun. All the enemy martial artists had seen the terrifying aspect of this thing. Everyone fled in all directions like crazy. Some people began to condense their saber lights to try to hack the water ball, while others tried to flee farther away to prevent themselves from becoming victims. However, these people felt an attraction that was different from a water ball. They suddenly turned around and found that there was a Black Sickle squatting beneath the water ball. Black Sickle knelt on one knee, his hands holding onto 1,322 silver threads that connected every enemy. He didn't want to come back. Kanyang's pupils contracted. The Black Sickle pulled all the threads and restrained all the enemies, preventing them from escaping from the scene. He smiled at Xianxia and said, This is the only thing I can do. The water ball spun. Large amounts of liquid from the enemy's body were sucked out of their bodies, including the Black Sickle. Time stopped. There was only 1 second left. When the time came to operate again, the Black Sickle was already lying on the Haotian mirror. You used your time to stop saving me. The Black Sickle's body was like a withered tree. Its skin was tightly clinging to its bones, and it would be sucked dry a little later. Xianxia weakly sat in front of the Haotian mirror, gasping for breath. The black sickle frowned and said, "It's not wise to do so. You've expended too much time on stopping, but you still have to run a few hundred meters. It's not worth it to waste your energy on me." Xianxia smiled and said, "It's not worth it. It depends on how it works. In my eyes, brothers are more important than so-called value for money. Also, don't do this kind of thing again in the future. I didn't ask you to sacrifice yourself for me. I wanted to fight with you in a world that belongs to me." Kenyang looked at Xiangxia's weakened state and said, "Then it's over. Originally, you still had some strength to fight. Now that you've saved Black Sickle, you're so weak that you look like a dying dog." On the other side, the more than 1,000 martial artists had already fallen into a predicament due to the pull of the Black Sickle. They were panicking so much that they wanted to escape from the water ball, but instead, more and more of them were being sucked in. Xianxia pointed at the people and said, "Do you see that? It's a tray of scattered sand." Black Sickle nodded and said, "Originally, they didn't have to be in such a sorry state. If more than a dozen people had stood up and condensed a blade light to shatter the water ball, the danger would have passed. Perhaps, at most, only a dozen people would have been sacrificed." Xianxia said, "That's right, but because it takes time to condense the saber light, they need to use their strength to break free from the water ball to condense the saber light. In this way, it is more likely that they will become victims and sacrifice themselves to save everyone. Almost everyone has this idea. I just need to escape. Someone must be willing to sacrifice themselves to condense the saber light. In the end, everyone is running away. Everyone wants someone to destroy the water ball. Not a single person is willing to stop and condense the saber light." At this moment, more than half of those martial artists had died under the attraction of the water ball. In just 3 to 4 seconds, more than 700 people had already become the souls of the water ball. As for the water ball, it was still getting bigger. If this continued, it would definitely not end. The remaining few hundred people would definitely be swallowed up by the water ball. Right at this moment, someone in the distant building could no longer look down. Dozens of people rushed out and began to condense their saber lights to prepare to shatter the water ball. Taking advantage of this time, Xianxia needed to temporarily adjust his state. He took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. He knew that he could only circulate the 9 purities cosmos art for about 10 seconds at most, or 2 to 3 seconds at the shortest. However, it was better to have it than not. It was also at this time that Xianxia quickly said, "Follow me in the future. You must remember one thing. In times of danger, don't be too busy sacrificing yourself to save others. Leave this kind of thing to me. It's not that I personally want to show off and take all the glory. It's because my style has always been like this. I'm used to it." At this point, Xianxia glanced at Black Sickle and said, "Just like what you did just now. Not only can't you help me gain benefits, but you will also harm me. Because my Tao heart will not allow me to watch you die, but I will remain indifferent." "Then how is it more cost-effective to say that?" Black Sickle smiled and sighed. "You win." Boom! Right in front of him, the water ball condensed from the last strand of Dipper Chi in the blue sky was finally broken. As a result, out of more than 1,000 people, only 200 to 300 remained standing on the ground. This result caused the spectators to feel extremely intense shock in their hearts. This time, taking the streets and seizing the flag was far more intense than they had imagined. What was even more serious was that the sacrifice was too great. How many martial saints had died this time? That was far, far higher than expected, because no one had ever believed that 4 martial saint first layers could cause such a huge number of casualties. Xianxia stood up with the giant saber in his hand. Every muscle in his entire body felt unbearable pain, and even his right hand, which was holding the giant saber, was trembling. Tiredness, indescribable exhaustion engulfed Xianxia. Kenyang shook his head. "Why are you still fighting? There are still 200 to 300 people on the other side. With your current state, you will be courting death in the past." At this moment, the already fainted blue sky slowly woke up again. However, he was too weak. He could only slightly open his eyes, but he did not even have the strength to say a single word. Xianxia smiled and carried the huge saber. He suddenly said, "These past few days, I've been recruiting you all. You've always been shining brightly, showing off your outstanding fighting abilities. But what do you know about me?" Black Sickle and the others looked at Xianxia curiously. Xianxia said, "As your boss, it's finally my turn to show off my strength. You guys watch carefully." With that, Xianxia carried the huge saber and walked towards the enemy with a trembling expression. Black Sickle frowned and said, "Perhaps you really have outstanding strength that surprised us, but you can't deny the truth. The truth is that you can't even walk, so how can you fight with others? Your strength is simply unable to display." Xianxia didn't turn around and said, "Who told you that without physical strength, you wouldn't be able to fight?" At this point, the 200 to 300 people on the other side had already rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia stabbed the giant saber into the ground, then extended his hands and circulated his mental energy. 7 Extremes Ghost Prison. A life and death situation that was extremely weak was the only condition for the 7 Extremes Ghost Prison to execute. Boom! A terrifying ghost aura revolved around Xianxia. Immediately after, a crack appeared in the sky. A scream like a wolf's cry resounded from within the crack. A ghost silhouette whistled over and lay on Xianxia's back. The ghost face was gloomy and ferocious, with its mouth lying beside Xianxia's face, as if it was whispering to Xianxia with a sinister smile. This scene shocked Black Sickle and the others. Aura. An unprecedented aura erupted from Xianxia's body. Xianxia, who was in a completely weak state, actually didn't have the aura of his peak state. Instead, it seemed to be even more intense. At the moment when everyone was dumbfounded, Xianxia rushed out with a loud shout. He turned into a black shadow and grabbed one of the enemies, throwing him fiercely to the ground. Boom! The intense bombardment caused the enemy to be grabbed by Xianxia's neck. He tilted his head backwards and smashed astonishingly onto the ground, creating a crater. His body was also raised high by this force. The 2 enemies were only stunned for a moment before rushing forward to chop down Xianxia. Xianxia flashed through the gap between the 2 of them. His left hand grabbed one of them by the neck, and his right hand sliced the other's head in half with a giant knife. Pooh! Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of ghost energy onto the enemy's face that was grabbed by his left hand. The enemy let out a miserable scream and his entire face began to melt. At this moment, a second ghost flew over from the crack. The 2 ghosts were entangled. The aura on Xianxia's body once again rose by a large portion. He stabbed the giant saber into the ground and used the Azure Dragon strike to go out to sea. This was a black flame. A gigantic black dragon head was held up by Xianxia with a huge saber. 70 to 80 people were knocked over on the spot. The dozen enemies that had been directly hit by the Azure Dragon had melted and disappeared in the ghost chi that filled the sky. Attack power has risen to a whole new level. Black Sickle's pupils shrank as he cried out in shock. Previously, Xianxia could only kill one-on-one, but after the 2 ghosts possessed him, he was actually able to kill more than a dozen people in a single charge. Another ghost flew over, and the 3 ghosts were entangled. At this moment, Xianxia left the sea from the Azure Dragon and crashed into the crowd. More than 200 people surrounded Xianxia in a circle. Xianxia stabbed his horse and placed the huge saber across his waist. He held the saber in his left hand and the hilt in his right. Speed of light, draw saber slash. Swoosh! It was comparable to the flesh and blood of the dragons, the perfect speed of light, and the drawing saber slash triggered by the 7 absolute ghost prison. A black full moon saber light howled and spread out. At this moment, many enemies had already launched their attacks. The messy saber light and sword light slashed down, but they were all sent flying by the great full moon drawing saber. This time, the enemy's attack also cancelled out Xianxia's drawing saber slash. The 4 ghosts were possessed. Xianxia did not hesitate for a moment and drew his saber at the speed of light again. Hoo! Another round of full moon saber light howled out. Before the enemies could react, they had already been beheaded by more than 100 people. The setting sun in the sea. Behind him, there was a strong fluctuation of the enemy's dipper chi. The number of enemies had greatly decreased, making the open space on the battlefield free up. They finally had the space to unleash their martial skills. However, Xianxia didn't even turn his head, and instead, he slashed backwards at the speed of light. The 6th-level martial artist was still condensing his astral chi. His martial skill was about to take shape, but at this moment, the speed of light slashed towards him. Everyone only saw a flash of black light in front of them. The martial artist who had condensed the martial skill had his body split into two. Black Sickle excitedly licked his lips and said, "In front of the speed of light attack, slowly accumulating strength is simply courting death. He has entered an absolutely berserk state," Kanyang said in horror. "This brat's moves can be instantaneously used to stop him." Someone shouted and a dozen people rushed forward to hug Xianxia. Xianxia opened his mouth and bit a martial artist's shoulder. He only bit off a large chunk of his flesh and shoulder bone. The moment the martial artist released his grip, Xianxia found a crack. He used the Azure Dragon strike to go out to sea, dragging a dozen people hanging from his body, charging forward violently, shaking everyone off. Then Xianxia turned around abruptly. The 5 ghosts were possessed. Xianxia abruptly turned around, his right hand holding the saber, and his left hand quickly shot out, shouting, "7-star finger!" A 7-star finger of light pierced through the first person, the second person, the third person, the fifth person, and the 7th person. All the martial students in a straight line were pierced through their bodies and fell on their backs. Xianxia stopped and left. After shooting more than a dozen 7-star fingers at the speed of light, the enemies didn't even have time to react or dodge before being pierced through by the dense finger force. Inside the Drunken Flower Pavilion, Master Six slammed the table and shouted, "Get out! Everyone, stop him! We've already sacrificed so many people. We don't care anymore. We can't let him barge in after paying such a high price." In an instant, martial saint experts arrived like rain from the buildings on both sides of Drunken Flower Street. A large number of martial artists jumped out and descended from the sky, turning into tiny black dots. It was shockingly a rain of people. The onlookers were shocked by this scene. Just how much more would he have to pay? Xianxia raised his head to look at the rain of people. His expression did not change. His right hand shook and a 300-meter-long, dragon-shocking sunshine instantly took shape. Instant emission, speed of light, shocking dragon sunshine. Who? Saber shadows flashed across the sky, and more than 300 people were set on fire. The 6 ghosts were possessed. A group of people rushed over, and the 33 of them leaned side by side, launching a large charge against Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. His mouth cracked open like a crack in the ground, and a dense ghost aura sprayed out of his mouth as he breathed. His smile was heresy and evil, as if he was a ghost crawling out of purgatory. He stabbed the saber into the ground and stomped forward. Boom! The land was stomped so hard that it bounced up once, and a crater collapsed one after another. The force of this kick caused Xianxia to crash towards the 33 people like a black comet. Using brute force to deal with 33 Martial Saints 6th layer martial artists, the bystanders all sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, Xianxia had mostly used battle techniques to kill people, but this time it was a real clash. Even in the small secret realm, when the Golden Blood Fierce Beast killed the Heaven Realm experts, it was still able to defeat them one by one, and it had never been able to defeat the crowd by one. Boom! The two sides collided. At that moment, Xianxia was knocked to a halt, and the 33 martial saints were instantly knocked into elemental particles. The martial artists turned into a flash of light and shot backwards in the shape of a fan, leaving not even the remains of the corpses behind. As for the martial artists who were still descending from the sky, they were afraid. They didn't dare to land on the ground. Instead, they all fled in all directions. The difference in strength was too great. It was too big to end. The audience was dumbfounded. Was this still a battle between the 1st level of the Martial Saint Realm and the 6th level of the Martial Saint Realm? Strictly speaking, the Seven Extremes Ghost Prison was a contract. In his weakened state, Xianxia no longer had any strength or aura. He was using the power of the underworld. The ghost lent his power to Xianxia, and Xianxia killed and raised the ghost. This was the first level of the contract. If Xianxia had even the slightest bit of timidity in an instant, the evil ghost would immediately eat him. This was the second level of the contract. How much nether realm power Xianxia could borrow depended entirely on his own realm and tolerance. The higher the cultivation realm, the more nether realm power he would borrow. Just like you have a cup, I have a sea, how much water you can borrow from me depends entirely on how big your cup is. As for the martial artists who were responsible for intercepting Xianxia, they could no longer find any way to deal with him. Not good at fighting consciousness, not good at fighting saber light, not good at fighting skills, not good at fighting brute force, not even good at fighting martial skills. This desperate situation created an even more bizarre scene. It was also the most peculiar scene in history. Xianxia dragged his huge saber and walked towards the Drunken Flower Pavilion step by step. As for the enemies, they were standing on both sides of the street, and none of them dared to fight again. Someone had been tempted to move, but when he received Xianxia's cold, deathly gaze, he was immediately frightened to the point that he took several steps back. The scene was frighteningly quiet. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Looking at Xianxia holding the huge saber, the blade slowly dragged on the ground, but this was walking down the street. In the empty Drunken Flower Street, no one dared to intercept Xianxia. Damn it! Qianyang scolded without knowing whether to laugh or cry. This brat is actually so powerful. Why didn't he use such a terrifying martial skill in the beginning? Why did he have to wait until now? Black Sickle shook his head thoughtfully and said, "It's not that simple. Didn't you notice? His martial skill seems to only be used in a state of near-death and extreme weakness. The prerequisite for using this martial skill is very dangerous. If he is one step away from dying, he will not be able to release the martial skill. If he is one step further, then he will really be dead. He must be on the verge of death. So troublesome?" Qianyang grinned when he heard this. So strong. Black Sickle narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia's back. He was impressed by Xianxia's charisma, but what he did not expect was that Xianxia, the always smiling sunny man, was so astonishing even in terms of combat strength. Yes. Qianyang also became serious and said, "Indeed, it is very strong. I have never seen such a strong man before. Before today, I always thought that the most powerful people in this world were you and Lan Tian. So it was him." Xianxia was only 50 meters away from the flagpole. He wanted to sprint, but he didn't dare. He was already possessed by 6 ghosts, but if no one came up to let him kill him, he would not have any new life to nurture ghosts. If he rushed over, he would consume even more underworld energy. There was no one to eat the evil spirits. Perhaps the next one to eat was Xianxia. In fact, the ghost figures on Xianxia's body had already begun to drift, and they could be sucked back by the cracks at any time. At this moment, in the Drunken Flower Pavilion, Master Six slapped the table angrily. "Isn't there anyone who can stop him? A bunch of damn trash. They're all trash. Sharp blades, go!" In Drunken Flower Street, Xianxia was only 30 meters away from the flagpole. The giant saber was dragged on the ground, creating a series of sparks. Right in front of him, a group of people with restrained momentum and steady footsteps suddenly walked out. These people were all wearing black cloaks, covering their faces in the shadows. In each of their hands, they were holding a thin, narrow, 2-meter-long saber. The long saber was only 2 fingers wide and very narrow. It was a typical weapon type that only wanted to kill efficiency and not momentum. There were only 12 people in this row, all at the 6th level of the Martial Saint stage. However, their auras were completely different from those of the martial artists who had intercepted Xianxia earlier. After seeing these people, the onlookers all covered their mouths, afraid that they would make a slight noise and provoke Master Six. This was because everyone knew that these black-robed men were not the warriors of the miscellaneous brand guild. They were simply the generals that Master Six had nurtured. This had already broken the rules. The most important thing was that the martial artists sent by the various guilds had to deal with Xianxia. As for Master 6, he did not belong to a certain guild. But who would dare to say such a thing? Xianxia's footsteps did not slow down, but the corner of his mouth split into an evil arc. His mouth was still breathing as he continuously exhaled a dense ghost aura. The 12 people also remained silent. They simultaneously drew out their slender sabers, and each of them began to bleed. The blood evaporated in the air, turning into blood energy that wrapped around every black-robed martial artist. Blood sacrifice was not a martial skill, but a method to increase one's strength. There were already several blood sacrifices that Xianxia had seen before. He knew very well what this represented. The realms of the 12 people began to grow madly. Middle, late, and late Martial Saint 6th layer. 7th Martial Saint stage. Middle 7th layer, late 7th layer, and the 8th level of Martial Saint. Mid 8th layer, late 8th layer, late 8th layer. 9th level of Martial Saint. 12 black-robed martial artists had risen 3 levels in a row. He had actually reached the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. In this way, everyone would be at least 8 levels higher than Xianxia. This had completely exceeded Xianxia's limit. Cheating! This is cheating, Kanyang said angrily. But no one answered, not even Black Sickle. Indeed, it wasn't cheating. Those black-robed martial artists were at the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm. They had temporarily used their own methods to raise their cultivation realm. This was also considered a type of personal strength. Kid Xianxia, these people are dying. The serpent said in Xianxia's heart. Their blood sacrifice seems to only be able to increase their cultivation by 1 level. However, they forcefully increased their cultivation by 3 levels. Therefore, regardless of whether they win or lose, after this battle, all of them will be exhausted and die. Then damn 6th Master. It's obvious that he wants to mess with you. A Martial Saint's 3rd layer minor realm. Especially a Martial Saint's late 3rd layer minor realm. Is that a joke? At this moment, the 12 black-robed martial artists moved with determination to die. Quick! Too fast. The 12 people turned into 12 afterimages and flashed towards Xianxia. The so-called afterimages were relative to Xianxia himself. Only Xianxia and Black Sickle saw that the 12 people were afterimages. Apart from the 2 of them, the audience could not see where the 12 people were. In the eyes of outsiders, those 12 people had already disappeared into thin air. Good job. Xianxia licked his lips and his body trembled. 7 ghosts possessed him. The 7th evil spirit finally crawled out and landed on Xianxia before the other 6 evil spirits were about to return to the underworld. At that moment, Xianxia's right hand disappeared. Suddenly, there was a clanging sound in the air. 12 people were too fast, so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye, and Xianxia's right hand was actually as fast. He was so fast that he couldn't see any shadows. However, Black Sickle saw that Xianxia had blocked every black-robed martial artist's attack from an absolutely perfect angle. However, those black-robed martial artists' cultivation levels were too high. When Xianxia was blocking the attack, he was knocked flying everywhere. However, while flying, he could still accurately determine the enemy's attack route. He can't hold on any longer, Kanyang said. Black Sickle shook his head and said, he really can't hold on any longer. Every time he blocks the enemy's attack, it will have a severe impact on him. But I don't know why. I always feel that things aren't that simple. He shouldn't have to face the enemy head-on. With his combat awareness, he can dodge the enemy's attack, but he doesn't. I think he's waiting for something, or an opportunity. On the battlefield, Xianxia lowered his head and his body was knocked to the left and right, but his right hand still quickly made several blocking movements. The 12 martial artists launched an indiscriminate bombardment around Xianxia. However, they realized a serious problem. Their realms were extremely high, but they were unable to shatter Xianxia's weapons and arm in a short period of time. In that instant, the 12 people exchanged glances, and the 12 people lined up in a row. At the last moment of their lives, the 12 people pushed their astral chi into the bodies of 11 people, the 11th into the 10th, and the 10th into the 9th, 8th, 5th, and 1st. This belonged to a martial artist who forcefully poured his own astral chi into another martial artist's body. But the fluctuations of his astral chi, like fingerprints, would not be exactly the same. A martial artist would not be able to perfectly accept other people's astral chi. If he forcefully accepted it, there would only be one outcome, and that would be that his spiritual chi and meridians would be severely damaged or even destroyed. However, the 12 people weren't afraid. They had originally sent them to their deaths, wanting to die together with Xianxia. At that time, an incredibly terrifying aura condensed onto the first person's body. It was also at this moment that Xianxia smiled. His right hand trembled, and the two palms merged to form an even larger palm of black light. Gemini palm, Xianxia said indifferently. Inside the Drunken Flower Pavilion, Sixth Master suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Medium Dao grade martial skill." The 12 black-robed martial artists had just condensed their astral chi onto the same person, and with the help of their 11 companions' astral chi, they began to gather their strength to prepare for the martial skill of a fatal blow to Xianxia. Xianxia's instant martial skill had fully displayed his advantage. The black-robed man was still condensing his martial skill, and Xianxia's Gemini palms were already complete. When the black-robed man's martial skill was about to take shape, Xianxia's twin palms had already flown out. When the black-robed man's martial skill had already taken shape, Xianxia's Gemini palms had already hit him. Boom! After a dazzling light flashed, Xianxia limped towards the flagpole with a huge saber in his hand. In front of him, the 12 black-robed martial artists had already disappeared. The spectators used their dipper chi to protect their bodies. They opened their eyes with difficulty and saw this scene. What happened? Someone cried out in alarm. But no one can give an answer. No one could see that happen with their own eyes. Where is he? Why is he gone? Sixth Master's great-grandson roared angrily. Where did he go? Did he escape? Only Master Six remained silent. His gaze pierced through the walls of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, through buildings, and stared at Xianxia. Master Six felt a threat, an unprecedented threat. He had never seen someone like Xianxia before. He had never seen how powerful Baihuang Baihe was when he was so spirited. However, he believed that even when Baihe was young, he should not be as stunning as Xianxia. One choice. A voice came from Master Six consciousness and was transmitted directly to Xianxia. Other than Xianxia, no one else could hear it. Xianxia continued to walk towards the flagpole with the huge saber in his hand. On the flagpole, the weak pomegranate flower had already cried out. She did not believe that anyone in the world would treat her so well and pay such a high price for her. She took care of the ruthlessness of men. She did not believe in friendship. She only believed that profit was the only motivation for people to smile and greet each other. "Follow me and be my man," said the second voice that Master Six sent to Xianxia from his consciousness. Xianxia did not answer. He was already about to walk under the flagpole. He raised his head and looked at the pomegranate. The 7 evil spirits on his body had also completed their mission and flew back to the spatial rift. The ghost chi on Xianxia's body disappeared. He raised his head and gave Do Hua an incomparably brilliant smile. "I told you, if you want dignity, I can take it back with my life," he said. "You were hung up, so I came. I saved you." The pomegranate covered its face and cried out. Master Six's voice sounded again. "Perhaps I will make you into a puppet. Live, follow me, die, be my puppet. Make your own choice." Xianxia did not reply. His eyes were filled with pomegranates. He absorbed the giant saber on his back and began to climb up the flagpole. The archers were ready to shoot Xianxia at any time, only waiting for Master Six to say a word. Master Six closed his eyes. He seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but in reality he was communicating with Xianxia. "Looks like you chose the second option. All right, then I'll take away your mind and make you my puppet." As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible consciousness suddenly flew out of the Drunken Flower Pavilion and struck between Xianxia's eyebrows. This consciousness wanted to take away Xianxia's body. At this moment, A small jade pendant floated out from beneath Xiang Nan's chest. The jade pendant flickered with a faint light. Ding! Master Six's consciousness was intercepted by the light from the jade pendant and rebounded back. Inside the drunken flower pavilion, Sixth Master suddenly opened his eyes, and traces of blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. Great-grandpa, what's wrong with you? Great-grandson exclaimed. Master Six remained motionless as he stared ferociously at Xiang Nan on the flagpole. He raised his right hand and said, "Shoot him." However, the woman on the bridge had once given Xiang Nan a jade pendant. She said that with this jade pendant on him, no one could take away Xiang Nan. After the Battle of Beast Spirit Island, even Xiang Nan didn't know where the jade pendant had gone. He thought that he had lost the jade pendant. Unexpectedly, it had always been hidden in his body and had become a part of his body. Master Six had given up. If he didn't get someone like Xiang Nan, he would destroy such a person. In this world, one white river was enough. There was no need for a second one. Sharp arrows wrapped in the aura shot towards Xiang Nan. However, there was one thing that no one knew about because no one had ever been able to reach this level before. That was, the archers who were responsible for shooting and killing the Banner Caesars did not have a specific realm. The arrows that flew over were actually all from Marshal St. Ninth Layer experts. Shit! Black Sickle's pupils constricted. Damn it! The archer is at the 9th level of the Marshal Saint realm. This is clearly cheating, Ken Yang said angrily. The audience was also stunned. However, no one could say anything. None of them had ever seen a true banner seizure, and the rules did not stipulate the realm of archers. Xiang Bei, let go. Dohua cried and said, "Enough, you've done enough for me." Xiang Nan dodged more than a dozen arrows, but 3 of them pierced through his body and pierced through his chest. Xiang Nan was still climbing. He could no longer hear anything, only pomegranates in his eyes. He had asked her to bring him to see Master Six and create a new guild. She was hung here, and no matter what, she had to bring her back. There's still 7 meters left. Another round of arrows shot over. These arrows were all aimed at Xiang Nan's heart. The 7 absolute ghost prison was no longer there. Xiang Nan no longer had any ability to resist. Even climbing the flagpole became extremely difficult. 16 arrows struck Xiang Nan's vest and stabbed into his back. The arrows were all embedded in his heart. Xiang Nan was still climbing. He is like a strong and unyielding hedgehog. The audience covered their mouths and watched in disbelief. He doesn't have a death acupoint. Sixth Master was knowledgeable and immediately saw the problem. He shouted in a low voice, "Shoot him between the eyebrows." There are still 5 meters left. 16 arrows exploded. Xiang Nan raised his left hand and blocked the space between his eyebrows. A whole row of 16 arrows pierced through his arm. He was still climbing with one hand. "Shoot again," Lord Six said angrily. Another 16 arrows attacked. Xiang Nan twisted his legs around the flagpole and raised his saber. Ding dang 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 dang. Xiang Nan was still climbing. There are only 3 meters left. "Shoot again." Master Six was so furious that he knocked the table over with one kick. Xiang Nan raised his left hand, and his left arm was filled with a row of 16 arrows. There was only 1 meter left. If Xiang Nan raised his right hand, then the distance between his fingertips and the pomegranate flower would only be 1 meter. But his arms were completely crippled, and he actually wrapped his legs around the flagpole, twisted it around his neck, and wriggled it up bit by bit like an insect. "I'm here. I'll save you." Xiang Nan's face was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with tears of blood. He looked at the pomegranate flower with only the pomegranate flower in his eyes. Dohua was crying so hard that she couldn't even speak. Sixth Master kicked down the wall. He flew out and flew into the sky. He grabbed an archer's bow and aimed it at Xiang Nan. "Sixth Master, I'm going to personally take action." Xiang Nan finally arrived at his destination. He bit off an entire piece of flesh and blood from his arm with his teeth. He spat out the flesh and blood, wrapped it around the pomegranate flower, then gritted his teeth and whined, "I'll take you home." Sixth Master's eyes burst with killing intent, and an arrow shot out from the string. Life and death were at stake. No one on the scene was able to block the arrow that Lord Six personally shot. Even the guild leaders of the third and fourth heavenly tribulations in the 10,000 people guild would not be able to block this arrow. But at this moment, everyone saw a beam of light. A very thin silver light suddenly hit the head of the arrow. By the time everyone realized it, the arrow had already been slightly tilted and flew away from Xianxia's left arm. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's left arm seemed to have evaporated. It vaporized into mist and disappeared with the wind. In the end, the audience was shocked. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard an extremely dense sound. Ding 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 ding. This hid. The audience exclaimed loudly. Kenyang asked curiously, "What is it? What kind of sound is this?" Black Sickle said in a deep voice, "A needle." Xianxian released the second silver needle he had collected. This needle was personally refined by Wang Chongfeng of the 8th level of the Heavenly Tribulation. There were 2 needles in total. One had been used before, and now this needle was also used by Xianxian to resist the arrows. The silver needle was still not as powerful as the 6th Master's arrow. This needle could not destroy the arrow, and Xianxian had no intention of doing so. He only told the silver needle to hit the arrow and deflect the arrow a little. The sound of the long string of crisp collisions came from the silver needle striking the arrow nearly 100 times in a row. However, because the process was too fast, the sound of the collision did not reach everyone's ears until the arrow was deflected and the silver needle was completely shattered. In that instant, he pushed the flag grabbing on the streets to its climax. Countless people cheered. No one knew how Xianxian managed to withstand Master Six's attack. This was a miracle. Xianxian waved his neck, wrapped the pomegranate flower around his back, and jumped down from the flagpole. In the midst of everyone's attention, Xianxian's blood had already soaked his garment. He carried the pomegranate on his back. How did he get here and how did he return? There were countless corpses on Drunken Flower Street. Xianxian walked back step by step with the corpses on his back and the pomegranates on his back. Kakaka, the sound of a longbow stretching could be heard. The furious 6th Master drew his bow and arrow for the second time and aimed it at Xianxian. He wished he could immediately kill this Xianxian. He had never felt such killing intent towards a person before. Just as he was about to violate his own rules, Xianxian said something without turning back. This sentence caused Master Six to instantly become dispirited. It's over, Xianxian said. That's right. It's already over. Xianxian completed the first time in the history of the City of Light that he took the flag and successfully rescued the person he wanted to save. 6th Master's second arrow that violated the rules could not be shot out in the end. Who? Xianxian staggered along. He didn't know why he was still awake. He had suffered so many serious injuries. Logically speaking, he should have completely fainted. He might even be about to die. However, he was still advancing. He almost couldn't feel his own body anymore. He felt like he was stepping on the ground 1 foot at a time. It was as if he was stepping on cotton. He was weak and powerless. But he didn't know how he could still persevere. He shook several times and almost fell several times, but every time he tilted his body, he could barely adjust his posture and continue walking forward. He walked very slowly. Everyone was worried that, in the next second, Xianxian would suddenly die like this. Every stumble Xianxian made affected everyone's hearts. It was as if it was much harder for him to leave Drunken Flower Street with a pomegranate on his back than it was when he rushed over. "Come on!" someone shouted. Master Six's angry gaze suddenly glared at the person who shouted. Perhaps it was to vent the dissatisfaction in their hearts, perhaps it was to express the pleasure of a minor character counterattacking authority, or perhaps everyone had been suppressed for too long, and finally mustered up their courage to say no to authority today. Suddenly, the sound of cheering rang out. Come on, young man. No one cared about it anymore, and they were not afraid of being enraged by Master Six. They shouted loudly, their hearts piercing and their lungs splitting. The crowd cheered loudly, and even Master Six's angry gaze could not be stopped. The old man sitting on the street smiled and drank a cup of tea without saying anything. Amidst the heaven-shaking cheers and cheers, Xianxia shook, but he came back with the pomegranate firmly on his back. In front of the Haotian mirror, Xianxia twisted his neck and said, "Let's go home together." The Haotian mirror carried the blue sky, the sunset, and the black sickle, while Xianxia carried the pomegranate on his back. The five of them finally arrived at the corner of Drunken Flower Street. Xianxia paused for a moment and nodded at the old man. The old man also nodded at Xianxia. "Let's go." Of the 4 people who came to walk the streets and pull out flags, 5 finally left. The applause of everyone present resounded like thunder. Some were excited, some were jealous, and some were angry. But no matter what other people's feelings were, Xianxia never put them in his heart. He only knew that he had to save the person he had to save, and that he had succeeded. Drunken Flower Street was gradually getting farther and farther away, but the applause and cheers were still like thunder, continuously coming from behind. Xianxia finally couldn't hold on any longer. He placed the pomegranate flower on the Haotian mirror and slowly climbed up. With a buzzing sound, the giant saber returned from afar and absorbed onto Xianxia's back. The Haotian mirror also cautiously brought the 5 people who had returned victoriously and floated towards Moon City. The 5 of them were lying on the Haotian mirror. The remaining son weakly said to Xianxia, "Look at you. You were beaten like a dead dog. Aren't you?" Black Sickle said. "Ha! Ha 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 ha!" Xianxia suddenly burst into laughter. Following that, the other 4 laughed heartily. The unusually fierce battle had finally come to an end. After returning to Moon City, Xianxia and the others rested for 4 days and 4 nights. To recover, rest. No matter what, this person could be considered to have broken through. The news of him taking to the streets and pulling out flags seemed to have planted wings and flew all over the 5 cities. Some people subjectively accentuated the story, while others brought their own emotions and tried their best to describe the story in a more colorful manner. But then they gave up and found that no matter how they worked on the story, the result was not as wonderful as the truth itself. As for Xianxia's gaze, it was irreplaceable as he walked along the streets and pulled out the flag. Adding a little more color would be too exaggerated, and adding a little less color would not be enough. It turned out that what was truly worth appreciating was not the story itself, but reality. On the morning of the 5th day, Xianxia finally woke up. He stretched his waist, and the injuries on his body had completely healed. Thinking back to the battle 5 days ago, it was like a dream, and it didn't seem so real. Even Xianxia himself couldn't remember some of the details of that time. He only knew that, in the end, he only wanted to save the pomegranate flower. What exactly did he do? What did he think at that time? Now that he recalled it, it was actually so vague. Li Huan and the others were also doing their task of delivering water in full swing. After they got out of the market, they increased the price of the signaling water from 1 holy tablet at a time to 1 low-grade Holy Spirit stone at a time. When they first did this, they encountered resistance and dissatisfaction from many people. At one point, everyone even joined hands to resist and chose not to release any water delivery missions to them. But Li Huan was also ruthless. If others didn't come, he wouldn't do it himself. He would rather be empty than lower the price. In the end, a few days later, someone couldn't wait any longer and took the initiative to ask for a water delivery mission. Time waits for no one. Li Huan and the others can afford it, but those who remember to go to the eternal secret realm can't. If this was a robbery while the fire was burning, it didn't count. A single water delivery mission could save the lives of a small group of martial artists. Then was this life-saving opportunity worth a low-grade Holy Spirit stone? In Xianxia's eyes, he felt that it was worth it. Xianxia himself had several methods to save his life, but each of them was something he had obtained with great difficulty. In comparison to this difficult experience, a low-grade Saint Spirit stone was nothing. What satisfied Xianxia the most was another move that Li Huan had made. It had to be admitted that some people really couldn't afford to pay an expensive commission for a low-grade Saint Spirit stone. For example, when Xianxia and the others first came to the Saint Domain, they only got 1 for sending water for half a year. Therefore, in order to take care of those martial artists who were short of money, Li Huan opened up a new mission model called New Star. martial artists would definitely leave behind traces of their activities in the sacred domain. For example, they would exchange for sacred spirit stones in various guilds and accept missions. As long as the customer comes to Li Huan with those lists and proves that they are indeed living a very difficult and poor life, then the water delivery mission will be targeted at such a person, and they will be given support, directly offering them 10 sacred plates. A wealthy martial artist was priced at a low-grade sacred spirit stone, while a rookie poor person only needed 10 sacred tokens. This was 10 times the difference in price. It was already a very, very good discount. Of course, it could be expected that the second-rate traffickers would definitely come to find opportunities. They would specially hire those poor people to give missions to Li Huan. After receiving the missions, the rich people would carry them out. Xianxia also thought of this question and asked Li Huan how to solve it. Li Huan's response was also very simple. It was the blacklist. Once you discover that someone has done so, add them to the blacklist and never do business with them or accept their mission. Li Huan said, "This kind of thing can't be completely eliminated. Obviously, the mall has never had a perfect way to eliminate its drawbacks. This is also one of the pleasures of the business battlefield. We can only accept it and think of ways to reduce it. Losses, it's impossible not to have them. Who does business without encountering any losses?" Xianxia was very satisfied. On the one hand, he was satisfied with Li Huan's mind. On the other hand, he was more satisfied with Li Huan's mentality. This person did not try to get rich. He was very clear about what he was doing, and he was also clear about the current situation of this industry. Xianxia patted Li Huan on the shoulder and said, "Next, it will be much easier. We are going to set up a new guild. Li Huan, my guild wants to set up a guild leader, along with a few vice guilds, a provisional honorary guild leader, and an actual vice guild leader. They are pomegranates. I also plan to promote you to one of the vice presidents of the new guild." Li Huan's eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Can I be the vice president?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Why not? I can't find a reason not to let you be the vice president. In the future, as the vice president, you will be in charge of the water delivery mission. We will make this mission a special feature of our guild. Don't worry. Although I will only let you manage your business, I will give you a lot of Holy Spirit stones. Your cultivation level can still be improved." Li Huan was so excited that he didn't know what to do. He didn't expect that he was already on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of his life. Anyone with a bit of brains knew that the guild that Xianxia was about to set up would definitely have boundless prospects. "Thank you, boss, for nurturing me." Li Huan cupped his fists and bowed to Xianxia on one knee. Xianxia smiled and helped him up, saying, "There's no need to thank me. It should be me thanking you for perfecting a small idea of mine back then. I believe you can do better. Work hard." The next thing was logical. After the establishment of the Blazing Sun Guild, Xianxia was actually the guild leader, but on the surface he was only an ordinary guild member. In the future, everyone in the guild would know that there was a mysterious guild leader. He had never personally appeared, and no one knew the true identity of this guild leader. Only by doing so would he be more mysterious and more intimidating. On the surface, Do Hua was one of the vice presidents, but she also held the post of president. In other words, the vice president had all the rights of the president. In this way, Xianxia had two identities. After putting on the black robe and the Thunder Ghost mask, he became the mysterious guild leader. After taking off the Thunder Ghost mask, he was the winner of the banner snatch, Xiangbei. Everyone had seen Xiangbei before, but apart from his trusted aides, no one knew that Xiangbei was the real guild leader. Of course, these were the last words. After leaving Li Huan, Xianxia immediately gathered with Pomegranate, Sunset, Blue Sky, and Black Sickle. The next thing he needed to do was to set up a guild. The City of Light did not have an official organization in charge of building a guild. Normally, it was something Lord Six had said, so there was no official hall. To set up a guild in such a chaotic place was not something that could be done with an official organization or a seal. It's actually complicated. Pomegranate was introduced to Xianxia. The only thing he needed to do to set up a guild here was to obtain the approval of the other guilds. The few of them had to visit all the guilds in the past few days, including the City of Light, the City of Moon, the City of Stars, and so on. During this visit, other guilds acknowledged and recorded Xianxia's new guild. So, if you just find a so-called official organization and put a seal on it, it's useless. If others don't admit your existence, you're empty. There are only two ways for other guilds to acknowledge your existence and authority. One is for Lord Six to nod his head, and the other is for him to take the streets and seize the flag. Looking at the 5 cities, the Blazing Sun Guild was the only guild in the city that took the flag through the streets. The value of this name alone was immeasurable. Do Hua had already sent word in advance that she would pay a visit to the guild today. The first thing the 5 of them wanted to go to was a guild called Mabe. When Xianxia and the others arrived at the entrance of the guild, they discovered that the guild leader of Mabe Guild, along with the vice guild leader, and many confidant subordinates had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. "It's Brother Xiangbei, right? I've been waiting for a long time." The guild leader of the Mabe Guild rushed out excitedly and firmly held onto Xianxia's hands. Everyone noticed that the guild leader shook hands with Xianxia before nodding to Do Hua. This sequence was wonderful, but no one felt it was unreasonable. Xianxia bathed in blood, climbing up the flagpole from the pile of corpses and carrying away the pomegranates. The news had already spread like wildfire. Even the martial artists who were accustomed to seeing life and death parting couldn't help but be moved by the grand feat of seizing the flag on the streets. Xianxia smiled and said, "Guild leader is too polite." The president of the Mabe Guild laughed loudly and said to Hua, "Xiaohua, we have been neighbors for decades, but I really envy you, big brother, for having such an outstanding member. With Brother Xiangbei in the Blazing Sun Guild in the future, there's no need to worry about prosperity." Do Hua smiled from the bottom of her heart. Her eyes had been staring at Xianxia, and even her eyes seemed to be smiling. In Xianxia's body, she always had a complicated and contradictory mentality. On the one hand, she found herself unable to see through Xianxia until now. She did not know what kind of past and experience had created a person like Xianxia. On the other hand, she found that Xianxia was too transparent and easy to read. Xianxia could be said to be a reckless and emotional person. He was not scheming, nor was he as deep as the sea. But at least she knew that she was really lucky. The moment Xianxia climbed onto the flagpole and rescued her, she suddenly had an enlightenment. Suddenly, she felt as if she had been alive, in the real sense since that day. The Mabe Guild held a banquet and warmly welcomed the members of the new Blazing Sun Guild. This kind of thing was unprecedented. In the past, when all the guilds went to visit other guilds, it was usually very simple. Saying hello, stuffing a red packet, and it was over. However, not only did the Mabe Guild not ask for any red envelopes, it even stuffed a coupon into the garnet flower. This coupon could be directly exchanged for 100 low-grade Holy Spirit stones in any guild. Banquet. It used to be even more impossible to exist, but today it exists. Even though guild leader Mobe was doing his best to persuade Xianxia and the others to drink more, it would be best if they could drink more all day long. However, Xianxia and the others refused again and again. They only drank 3 glasses of wine before leaving. They still had more and more guilds to visit. They really did not have that much time to stay. Guild leader Mobe also understood and generously said that he would personally visit the Blazing Sun Guild in a month's time. After bidding farewell to the Mabe Guild, the next stop was the Heavenly Light Star Guild. Similarly, before Xianxia and the others could enter the guild, the guild leaders and vice guilds that had been waiting in the hall had already trotted out to welcome them. All the guild leaders had personally witnessed the collision between the roof of the Drunken Flower building and the Sixth Master, and they had also personally witnessed it when they took to the streets to seize the flag. Everyone knew about Xiangbei, and they also knew about Pomegranate's Blazing Sun Guild. They knew it was a promising guild. During this process, Xianxia thought that he would inevitably encounter some awkwardness. The reason for that was because the large number of enemy experts they had killed in the process of taking the streets and pulling out flags had actually come from the guild members of all the guilds within the 5 cities. It was even possible that there were several members of the Heavenly Light Star Guild that he had killed before. However, this awkward situation had never happened before. It was like the first time they had met, without any grudges or grudges. Guild leader Tian Mangxing seemed to have seen through Xiang Nan's worries, so he patted Xiang Nan on the shoulder and smiled. Brother Xiang Bei, there's no need to take this matter to heart. Of course it's good to have the ability. If you use your strength to convince the crowd, no one will complain. This is how it is here. If you die, you will die. You just have to be convinced. No one will bring into their personal relationships what happened during the banner pulling process. Besides, the people who killed you in Drunken Flower Street are not fake. However, that is their personal wish and has nothing to do with our guild. The president left the blame very clear. I'm telling you, those people who intercepted you were willing to go by themselves. I didn't let them go. They wanted to flatter Master Six and kill you, but they were killed by you instead. It's only natural for them to do so. Next, Xiang Nan followed Dohua and the others, one guild after another. Within the 5 cities, there were more than 1,000 guilds of all sizes. Even if they could visit 100 guilds a day, they would still have to walk for more than 10 days. Dohua knew that Xiang Nan had other missions, so she chose to visit the largest guild first. From big to small, she came to visit the guild instead. Xiang Nan could follow the large and medium-sized guilds. As for the messy little guilds, Xiang Nan didn't need to go. He just needed to leave. Xiang Nan did have a mission. He still had to make a trip to Dragon Valley. The first thing was to go to Dragon Valley and bring in some powerful demon members. This was something that had to be done and had been planned from the beginning. 2 days later, Xiang Nan was ready to leave. Xiang Nan summoned Dohua and said, I'll leave the miscellaneous items of the new guild to you. It's also hard for you to run away. I'm going to Dragon Valley now. The pomegranate said, Don't worry. Xiang Nan said, Before we leave, there is still something I need to tell you. Our new guild will definitely choose to be lacking rather than rampant. If you want to recruit new members, you must only recruit elites. I don't look at realms. I don't look at talent. I only look at potential. I only look at character. In my eyes, such a person is a true elite. Dohua nodded and said, Don't worry, I know. Don't be arrogant and domineering, don't be evil, don't be malicious, don't be unfaithful and unfilial, don't be parents, don't be brothers, don't be favors. Don't be favors. Xiang Nan laughed loudly. You are even more detailed than what I summed up. Dohua nodded seriously and said, Because I have begun to understand you. I know what kind of person you like. I'm not just trying to recruit so-called decent people, Xiang Nan said. But after experiencing so many things, I realize that the kind of people you're talking about usually don't end well. This is also for the sake of the future of the guild. First of all, recruiting people who were strong, but had messy minds and didn't care about favors would be troublesome for the future of the guild. If a person doesn't even care about favors, can you expect him to spill blood for the guild in times of crisis? One person's adventure depended on one's strength, while a group of people's adventure depended on one's discord. Right? Xiang Nan suddenly thought of something and said to Hua Hua, I still have a few brothers in the 5 continents world. Send them some fragments of Holy Spirit stones regularly for them to cultivate. Lan Tian and the others know who it is. Just leave it to them. Does our guild have a spatial passageway to the 5 continents realm? Dohua thought for a moment and said, The 5 continents world is a second-class world. In the past, many experts from the 5 continents world came to the sacred domain, but for some reason they have rarely seen each other in recent years. When those people came, they left behind a small spatial passageway. We can borrow it. Xiang Nan nodded. Then I'm relieved. To establish a new guild, one of the things that had to be faced was the location of the guild, which required land. The land in the sacred domain was really not worth much. This was caused by various reasons. The first reason was that the sacred domain was too big, and there were too few martial artists who came to the sacred domain. There were simply too many places to use. The second reason was that many martial artists had purchased real estate in the City of Light, Moon City, and other places. However, they often went to the Eternal Secret Realm to explore. Perhaps, if they entered today, they would never be able to return. A large amount of land that had become landless due to the death of a martial artist had been disposed of at a low price by the original guild to which the martial artist belonged. Although the price was very low, very few people actually came to buy it. No one knew how long they could live, nor did they have the chance to live in a house for a few days. The third reason, and also the most important reason, was that the boundaries of human cities were cheap. That was because the expensive place was not here. The so-called every inch of land, every inch of gold was not referring to human cities outside the secret realm, but to the safe cities inside those secret realms. Buying a small house in safe city to provide permanent residence is expensive enough to spit out blood. Dohua already had several locations and had been idle for a long time. That was under her personal name. She planned to expand the branch of the Big Fire Guild in the future. Now, she directly put it together to form a brand new Blazing Sun Guild. In Dohua's own words, it was her dream to create a branch, but it would probably be hard to achieve in her entire life. Xianxia told her that there must be a day. Pomegranate believed it. Before leaving the new guild and preparing to set off, Xianxia had a small thought. Should we gather all the martial artists who had come from the 5 continents world and recruit them into the Blazing Sun Guild? After all, they are fellow countrymen. However, that should be a long-term goal. Xianxia did not have a specific plan yet and just casually mentioned it to Dohua. As for Canyong, Blue Sky, and Black Sickle, Xianxia left them in the new guild to help Pomegranate manage the guild. At the same time, it was also a good opportunity to create personal prestige. Anyone who enters a new guild should at least know who the elders are. On the other hand, Xianxia himself set foot on the road to Dragon Valley. When he left the new guild, Xianxia had just walked out of the gate when he saw the brand new plaque of the Blazing Sun Guild. It was a large golden stone tablet that stood on the right side of the guild. On it were written the words, Phoenix Dancing Dragon Flying, Blazing Sun. At the entrance of the guild, there were already dark martial practitioners that occupied an entire street waiting. As soon as they saw Xianxia, they said in unison, "We want to join the Blazing Sun Guild." Xianxia was stunned and smiled. "What's the use of telling me? I'm not the guild leader. I want to join the guild and find guild leader Hua." "Why aren't you the guild leader? Aren't you the one who took the banner from the streets?" "I'll tell you, why do you still need to look for the golden phoenix flower?" Xianxia frowned and said, "The guild has its own rules. You really have to look for Do Hua to manage one's own affairs. I don't have the right to say anything about this." With that, Xianxia left. This was the first impression that the Blazing Sun Guild had left on the public, and that was that their duties were clear and their powers were strict. In the past, whoever had the right to speak in this guild would be fine. They naturally believed that the hottest person in the Blazing Sun Guild right now was Xiangbei. Therefore, Xiangbei's words carried more weight than the pomegranate blossoms. However, Xianxia had proved that this idea was obsolete. Xianxia did not like to use the word rules to describe these things. He liked to call them order. The rules were too narrow. What he wanted was not the rules of a guild, but the order of the entire Saint Domain. Xianxia had already drawn up a plan for himself. There were only 3 steps in total. The first step was to go to Dragon Valley and invite the members of the demon race. The second step was to go deeper into the secret realm and obtain more sacred spirit stones to raise one's cultivation realm. The third step was for the Bai clan to meet in the 6 Emperors' world. People say, life and death have fate, wealth and honor are in heaven. However, Xianxia did not believe in fate. He had never believed it when he was unlucky in the past, but he still did not believe it when he was lucky. He only believed in himself. When he was in danger, fate did not lend him a helping hand. He punched and kicked him, bleeding his flesh and blood, and crawled out of the crisis of death time and time again. He died 3 times. If there really was a god or person like fate in this world, Xianxia would not be a follower of fate. He was more like a collector of fate. You forced me into a corner. I've died 3 times. I've lived 3 times. I've endured so many tribulations, and you still want me to become your follower. Why don't you go to heaven? Xianxia left the new guild and flew towards the entrance of the Eternal Secret Realm. However, before he could fly out of Moon City, a sudden palpitations disturbed his mind. This kind of palpitations came without reason or warning. Xianxia felt a rope fiercely tugging at his heart. He couldn't explain why, but the experience of life and death that he had experienced for many years had already allowed him to be cautious just in case. Without any hesitation, he directly used the illusory hidden paradox technique to instantly change his aura fluctuations, vitality characteristics, appearance, and even his small habits. After he finished all of this, less than a few minutes passed and a small black dot floated in the sky. No one noticed the existence of this black dot. There were many people flying in the sky every day. They could not be counted, and no one paid special attention to it. However, Xianxia noticed that this black dot was different from the others. He was the source of his heart palpitations. When Xianxia gazed over, he almost stopped breathing. White River. My God! It's him, the big snake said in shock. Xianxia raised his head motionlessly and looked up at the sky, watching the tiny black dot fly over. He didn't even feel that the black dot was searching the entire moon city. Only a search that no one else could sense was a truly brilliant method. Xianxia knew very well who the White River floating in the air was looking for. Who could believe that the famous Northern Emperor White River, which was overwhelming with power for a while, was passing through the skies above Moon City. At the same time, in the City of Light, Master Six sat in his chair, sweating profusely, not even daring to move a single finger. He could sense the existence of the White River, but he didn't even dare to go out and take a look. To the sixth master of the 8th level of heavenly tribulation, Bai He was only one level higher than him, but Bai He was a terrifying figure that he never dreamed of. A person like Bai He could no longer measure his strength purely by his cultivation realm. A White River at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation was like playing against 100 warriors at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. A martial emperor at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation should at least be able to split the difference equally. As for a 9th level heavenly tribulation demon emperor, it was estimated that Bai He should have a slight advantage. There was even a pessimistic analysis. Perhaps Bai He was enough to compete against the demon emperor on his own. How powerful was White River's search ability? Within Moon City, there were countless martial artists, but he lowered his head. Amongst so many martial artists, he noticed that someone was looking up at him. At that time, Bai He lowered his head and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia also raised his head and looked at Bai He. The two of them were very far away. One was soaring in the deep sky above the clouds, and the other was looking at Moon City from afar. Xianxia recognized Bai He, but Bai He did not recognize Xianxia. What's going on? The serpent said in a deep voice. Has the news of us in the sacred domain leaked out? Why did White River personally come to search for you? It was really, really dangerous. Fortunately, Xianxia felt his heart palpitate in advance and avoided this search. Otherwise, if Bai He saw him, he would be dead no matter what. Don't panic, I don't think so. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, perhaps the Bai clan doesn't know that we've arrived at the sacred domain. In the little secret realm, all the Bai clan members who have seen us have been killed. It's impossible for them to spread the news outside the little secret realm. The little mystery realm and the eternal mystery realm were two different spatial dimensions. Signaling was a tool that could leap through the same space. This tool was unable to penetrate through space and reach another space. Therefore, there was no chance for the Heaven Realm experts to report back to the Bai clan by messenger. Then how did he find this place? The big snake said. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, he should only suspect that I might arrive at the sacred domain. Perhaps it is not a coincidence that he came to Moon City. It is very likely that he has already been to all the other cities, and Moon City is just one of them. The serpent said angrily, this damned beast, as a dignified martial emperor, actually personally came to capture a junior. He really doesn't have the demeanor of an expert. Xianxia sneered. He wanted to force me to death in the Sixth Emperor's world, but he failed. Obviously, he has not given up on this plan. Haha! He underestimates me too much. He must have thought that in 2 months, I might not dare to go to the Bai clan to attend the appointment. Bai He had already left. He came and went very quickly. With his strength, he didn't need to stay too long. He just flew through the sky. Every living thing in Moon City couldn't escape his search. Based on the direction by he flew in, Xianxia judged that by his next stop should be Star City. In the entire Saint region, there were many cities. Not only was there only one master city of light, there were also many other master cities. Below each master city, there were several cities under their jurisdiction. The City of Light was just one of them. However, the Four Emperors Guild was blooming everywhere. In every city, there were branches of the Four Emperors Guild. Xianxia felt that by he should have already gone far. So he rose from the ground and flew towards the eternal secret realm. However, he did not dare to withdraw his illusory hidden paradox technique and maintained his other identity. Entering the secret realm, Xianxia still didn't dare to be too careless. If by he could search for him in the city outside, he would definitely enter the secret realm and search for him in every safe city. He specifically picked out a remote route and used a large arc to make a detour to Dragon Valley. Fortunately, the journey was smooth. Xianxia had great strength and the little bug hide outside the Dragon Valley barrier. As for himself, he entered the Dragon Valley. After entering the valley this time, Xianxia had already made all the preparations. He was ready for this to be his last meeting with Dream Butterfly. This time, I wonder what my future will be like. Perhaps I will die in the Bai clan and settle my grudges with the Bai clan. Dragon Valley. Since Xianxia had arrived, the demons naturally welcomed him warmly. Unlike last time, everyone flew up to greet him like friends. Xianxia could clearly feel that the aura of the Dragon Valley was indeed different from the last time he came. Now, the aura of the Dragon Valley was more stable. It must be the dragon scale he had recovered, and it had already begun to work, putting the Dragon Valley back on track. Within the bamboo forest in the territory of the Dark North monster race, Xianxia strolled around. He had already found someone to inquire about that beautiful man. Rumble, Dream Butterfly, Big Brother Fengyun, and the others were here. Strands of fierce, demonic energy crisscrossed the towering bamboo forest. There were people practicing martial arts here. Xianxia walked closer and discovered that it was Big Brother Fengyun. Goodbye to this person, it still gave Xianxia a stunning feeling. It was rare for a man to be so beautiful. Xianxia had only seen one person who was able to suppress this Big Brother Fengyun purely in terms of appearance. It was that mysterious handsome man who stole things. Ha! Little brother, you came to see us. Rumble ran over a few steps, hugged Xianxia's shoulder, and punched Xianxia twice in the chest. Damn! I thought you wouldn't come to see us until at least a few months later. Xianxia smiled and said, On the one hand, I'm here to visit your friends. On the other hand, I have something to discuss with the elders. I'm afraid we won't have a chance to discuss big matters. I'll greet you guys first. Come, sit down. Rumble pulled Xianxia to sit at the stone table. Dream Butterfly was also at this table, but Xianxia saw that her situation was strange, as if his mood was extremely depressed. When Xianxia came, she didn't react at all. She just sat there with her head lowered and didn't say a word. Xianxia looked at Dream Butterfly and gave Rumble another questioning look. Rumble also spread out his hands and shook his head, expressing that he did not know what was going on. Xianxia frowned. Could it be that Big Brother Fengyun bullied Dream Butterfly? However, it didn't look too similar. If that was the case, then why didn't Dream Butterfly even look at Fengyun? There wasn't any anger or grief in her eyes. She only lowered her head, as if her heart had already died, leaving behind only a shell. Big Brother Fengyun was still practicing martial arts, and there were countless moves coming out one after another, which could be considered more exquisite. The fact that he was able to cultivate his own martial skills in front of Xianxia, a human, fully demonstrated their absolute trust in Xianxia. Finally, Fengyun retracted his momentum. He pressed down his hands and slowly let out a breath. Then he smiled at Xianxia and said, Little brother is here. I was just at a critical juncture when I was practicing martial arts. I didn't greet you in time, am I to blame? Xianxia laughed heartily and said, Big Brother Fengyun is joking. Fengyun sat opposite Xianxia and said affectionately, It's only been a short time since I last saw you. You've also stepped into the realm of martial sage. You are indeed a heroic youth. Young man. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. I'm not a youth anymore. Speaking of which, Xianxia was only 21 years old this year. If he had to be serious, he was just a person who had just stepped out of youth and entered the ranks of youth. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a youth. However, Xianxia was someone who had lived Bai Muqin's life. Strictly speaking, with Bai Muqin's 18 years old, Xianxia was almost 40 years old this year. Of course, a person's age could not be added to the age of his previous life. This was unreasonable. However, Xianxia's temperament was no different from that of a mature man. Xianxia guessed that it was probably because he had experienced too much. Xianxia was a dream butterfly in his heart, and he didn't have the mood to chat with Feng Yun for too long. So he looked at Meng Dai. Feng Yun sighed and said, "It's a long story. Forget it. Let her digest it slowly." As she spoke, Feng Yun held onto Meng Dai's hand. However, it was rare for Meng Dai to not respond enthusiastically this time. She still lowered her head and remained silent. "Should we go meet the elders first?" "Let's go." Feng Yun greeted Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Meng Dai again and said, "Tomorrow." "And that's fine. It depends on your time." Feng Yun said, "Come, brothers, reunite and drink some more." Originally, Xianxia was planning to meet the elders of the 4 races today, but seeing that Dream Butterfly's situation was not right, he postponed this plan. The group of people didn't drink to their heart's content. During the banquet, Dream Butterfly was always like a dead person, which made Xianxia even more uneasy. Finally, it was evening, and everyone was resting. Xianxia knocked on the door of Dream Butterfly's room with a pot of wine in his hand. Inside, Dream Butterfly's faint voice that no longer had much of a human touch could be heard. She said, "Go back. I'm not in the mood to meet a guest." Xianxia smiled and said outside the door, "Is Miss Meng Dai worried? I am one of the few humans in the Dragon Valley. Why don't you tell me?" Dream Butterfly's voice was very calm. "It's useless to tell you." Meng Dai, this passionate girl, had rarely been so indifferent. Xianxia felt that the situation was not right. He said, "In a few days I'm going to the 6 Emperor's world for a trip. Perhaps I won't be able to come back again. Let's call this the last time I'm with Miss Meng Dai. Please give me a face." A sigh came from the room and said, "Come in." Xianxia entered with the wine jug in his hand. The Dream Butterfly sat at the table, her eyes lowered, and she did not have the slightest bit of brilliance. Normally, she would definitely ask Xianxia curiously who he was going to meet and why he couldn't come back. But today, Meng Dai didn't have the slightest interest and didn't ask at all. What exactly happened? Dream Butterfly didn't say anything, and Xianxia didn't dare to stare bluntly and ask. He only drank on his own, his eyes staring at Dream Butterfly. After a long time, the Dream Butterfly sighed and said, "Do you know what conditions can make a person's heart die?" Xianxia shook his head. Meng Dai said, "It's another person, the one you pierced through your intestines and hung in your stomach, the one whose heart is linked to your dreams, is also dead." Xianxia said, "Miss Meng Dai is referring to that person called Xianxia?" Xianxia immediately guessed. When Meng Dai heard the word Xianxia, her eyes suddenly dimmed and she cried on the table. Xianxia said, "You said that the man named Xianxia is dead?" Meng Dai cried for a long time before sobbing. "A few days ago, someone from the demon race of the 6 Emperor's world came to Dragon Valley and sent a very bad news. Xianxia was hunted down by the people of the entire 6 Emperor's world. Perhaps he is already dead. It is impossible for him to survive in such an environment." "Did you see Xianxia's corpse?" Dream Butterfly shook her head. "Someone saw Xianxia die with their own eyes?" Xianxia asked. Dream Butterfly shook her head. Xianxia said, "Do you know that Xianxia is such an easy-to-die person?" Meng Dai still shook her head and said, "But how could he have a chance to survive in that kind of situation?" Xianxia said, "If you believe him, he can. It just so happens that I am going to the 6 Emperor's world this time." What if I meet the Xiang Nan you mentioned? Do you have anything to say to him? I can help you convey it. Dream Butterfly remained silent. Xiang Nan said, a dead horse should be a living horse doctor. What if? Meng Dai sighed and said, if you really can see him, if he really isn't dead, please tell him to come to Dragon Valley to find me. I really miss him. If it's inconvenient for him, tell me his location. I can go find him myself. I don't want anything. I just want to look at him. I'm satisfied. Xiang Nanqi said, you love Feng Yun and think about Xiang Nan and Miss Meng Dai in your heart. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say something, but I think it's really inappropriate for you to do so. Meng Dai glared at Xiang Nan and said, what do you know? Feng Yun and I are not in the kind of relationship you think we are. Oh, Xiang Nanqi said. Meng Dai said bitterly, when my master was very young, she was picked up by the demon race and adopted by them. The evil dragon technique she learned came from the Dark North demon race, and when she reached adulthood, she went to explore the Six Emperors' world. That's why my master sent me to Dragon Valley, the territory of the Dark North monster race. As for Big Brother Feng Yun, he was taken care of by my master as his younger brother. When I first came to Dragon Valley, I encountered a lot of pursuits from demonic men. It was extremely annoying. Big Brother Feng Yun came up with a brilliant plan to let the two of us pretend to be lovers. The two of us were originally brothers and sisters, so it would naturally be more like this. Xiang Nan was stunned for a long time before he said, then when I left last time, I wished you 100 years of good fortune. You guys were all laughing so happily. Meng Dai said angrily, are you stupid? Are you stupid? Are you stupid? It's because it's fake that I find it interesting. I can't help but laugh. Xiang Nan suddenly realized, it's been like this for a long time. Sai, you guys are too powerful. Almost everyone has been tricked. Meng Dai stared into Xiang Nan's eyes and said, do you think it is possible for someone to fall in love with another person day and night? You can be lied to only because you don't understand love. Xiang Nan said thoughtfully, I've been taught. He was very impulsive and immediately told Meng Dai that he was Xiang Nan. However, thinking that he might die in the Bai clan and would never be able to return, he swallowed this thought back. There was no need to make her sad twice. Xiang Nan comforted, don't worry. If I meet him, I will definitely convey it. I believe that he will come to see you. If you miss him so much, he will miss you so much. Dream Butterfly broke into tears and laughed. I don't believe it. That guy is very attractive to women. Perhaps he's lost his soul because of some fox spirit. This was the first time Xiang Nan heard Meng Dai speak like this, and he couldn't help but laugh. Xiang Nan's kung fu of comforting others wasn't really that brilliant. Could even be said to be very clumsy. However, Meng Dai smiled. It wasn't because Xiang Nan's language skills were so good. The real reason was that Xiang Nan treated Xiang Nan as a living person to chat with Meng Dai. At a time when everyone believed that Xiang Nan was definitely not still alive, the current Xiang Nan directly skipped this link and used Xiang Nan being alive as an established reality. This method made Meng Dai faintly feel that Xiang Nan was still alive, and he would come to find him one day. Do you keep your word? Meng Dai asked. Xiang Nan nodded solemnly and said, if he can still survive, he will definitely come to find you. Xiang Nan wasn't sure if he could come back alive, but as long as he was still alive, he would definitely come back. Shit! Suddenly, Xiang Nan slapped his forehead. Meng Dai hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Xiang Nan smiled bitterly and said, nothing much. I just remembered that I once made an agreement with a woman. Meng Dai smiled and said, looks like you are also a sentimental person. Xiang Nan remembered that Huangpu Ruyan was not someone else. On the Steel Road, one night, Xiang Nan went to buy roasted chicken with lotus leaves for Huangpu Ruyan. At that time, Huangpu Ruyan made Xiang Nan make a promise. If one day Xiang Nan reconsidered accepting love and believing in love again, he would have to tell Huangpu Ruyan and let Huangpu Ruyan compete fairly with other women. At this moment, Xiang Nan suddenly remembered and felt an incomparable headache. I still can't see where my tomorrow is, but there are so many troublesome things happening. Love is really troublesome. Thinking back now, perhaps he was still alone, wandering around more freely and happily. You're thinking about another woman, right? You must have a woman you like, but what you're thinking about now is not the woman you like. Meng Dai suddenly said this. She covered her mouth and secretly smiled. Her eyes were very thieving. Xianxia said awkwardly, You can see this clearly enough. Women are too scary. They will. Read. Heart. Technique. The next morning, Xianxia paid his respects to the 4 elders of the demon race on the first staircase. These people had the right to speak to Dragon Valley. Only by nodding their heads in agreement could Xianxia's plan be realized. Until now, Xianxia hadn't said anything, and no one knew. Within the Fire Dragon Mountain, a portion of the elders of the 4 great demon races came from the first staircase, and a portion of the elders of the demon races from the second staircase also came. This wasn't a denunciation meeting, it wasn't as big as last time. Originally, a nobody like Xianxia had no chance to meet any respected elder. However, out of everyone's admiration for Xianxia, they still came. When Xianxia said his thoughts, all the elders present were stunned. The great elder of the volcano dragon sighed with emotion. You really are a young man who can't stop talking. Last time, you said that you wanted to take back the dragon scales by yourself, but this time, you actually said that you wanted to bring the demon race into the guild of the human world. But now that we understand you, we know that what you said is definitely not a fever. Xianxia nodded and said seriously, the conflict between the human race and the demon race has never intensified to the point where only one side can survive. But in fact, no one has ever made an effort to unify the 2 races for tens of thousands of years. I've always wondered why. The great elder said, yes, humans and demons do not have to fight to the death the moment they meet. However, they are indeed in a subtle hostile state. The hostility between them is very heavy. Xianxia said, however, the demon race is not a single race. Rather, it is a great alliance of multiple races. Why can multiple demon races coexist peacefully? Only humans are not enough. I guess that's because humans and demons have chosen to stand against each other since the beginning. If it was said that the human race and the demon race really had a deep grudge against each other, would it be? Thinking back carefully, it seemed that there really wasn't any. There were many complicated factors that caused the 2 sides to look down on each other. The most important one was that humans were different from the demons. Racial differences made it impossible for both sides to accept each other. At this time, the Dark North Monster Clan's elder spoke. He said, we have studied human culture in depth. I can roughly make a judgment. I don't know if it's right or wrong. I hope everyone can correct me. Everyone nodded and signaled for the Dark North Monster Clan elder to continue. The elder said, that is, the rise of civilization is not synchronized. Xianxia felt that this elder's statement was very interesting, so he asked, why is it that it is not synchronized, and what is the process? Elder, please speak clearly. The Dark North Monster Clan elder smiled and said, the humans raise cats, dogs, cattle, and sheep, right? If one day, cats, dogs, cattle, sheep, and the like suddenly say that they want to be equal with humans, want to eat at the same table with humans, want to share the world with humans, and have the same rights with humans, what do you think will happen? Oh, elder's words are reasonable. Xianxia suddenly came to a realization. Although he had always had this vague idea in his heart, hearing the great elder of the Dark North Demon Clan dissect it, he felt as if he had pushed away the clouds to see the sun rise. That's right. People love dogs and cats because cats and dogs are willing to listen to the commands of humans. They are not so much friends of humans as pets or even slaves. This is based on the absolute right of humans to speak. The Dark North Demon Clan's clan chief said, humans have a high level of civilization and wisdom before any other demon clan. They are already used to dictating things to the demon clan. Then why are countless different demon races able to live together peacefully? This is because the majority of the demon races and civilizations have risen much later than humans. The demon races have the same thoughts in their minds. That is, since ancient times, beasts have been ruled by humans, so the demons can join forces with Qi, but deep down, they regard humans as ancient rulers and hostile targets. Therefore, the rise of civilization has indeed affected the psychological cognition between the two races. This is between the two races, not unilaterally. Xianxia applauded in admiration. He thought that this elder was truly accurate. He saw the deepest reason. The Dark North Monster Clan elder added, "But now, the Monster Clan also possesses civilization and wisdom. To some extent, they are on par with the human race. It is very difficult for the human race to accept this cruel reality. The first thought they came up with is naturally to suppress the Monster Clan." Xianxia said, "That's right. Actually, the human race does not have only one species. There are also the giant race, the dwarf race, and even the later dwarf race. However, they can also coexist. The reason for that is because these human patriarchs are very similar. On the other hand, everyone has risen together. This was especially similar to the bureaucracy of the human world. The two good friends who had been classmates for many years had worked together as officials of the court, and they had risen to become high-ranking officials, becoming the rulers of one side. They recognized each other. But suddenly, one day, a rising star suddenly stood up and achieved an official position as big as theirs. Then, the old official would definitely have an idea. "You little brat, why are you on equal footing with us? Who are you? Do you have any qualifications?" The Dark North Monster Clan's elder sighed. "This is truly an inherent concept that is hard to reverse. It is very difficult for humans to get along with a more perfect solution if they want to accept the Monster Clan and the Monster Clan. I can't imagine a solution, but I have a way to solve the problem," Xianxia said. Everyone looked at Xianxia. Xianxia raised a finger and said, "Habit. Nothing in this world can escape the grinding of time," Xianxia said. "I personally thought that if the two races lived together and fought together, they would slowly get used to each other. Perhaps this is a long process, but I'm afraid that this is the only way to resolve the conflict between the two races." Everyone nodded. Yeah, time can beat everything. Between the two communities, signing contracts, signing peace agreements, and so on, this cannot fundamentally solve the problem. It is just a method, a means. There was no way to solve this problem. The only way was to make both sides accustomed to each other's existence. Custom is more powerful than any treaty. Xianxia crossed his hands and placed them on the table. He said, "I have never cut off contact with the two races. I understand that both humans and demons are very similar. There are good people and bad people. I want to do something for the two races, even if it's just a drop in the bucket, but I believe that as long as I start doing it, there will still be people who will continue to do the same thing as me while I'm alive, even after I die. This is the beginning. Both sides need to work together and run into each other." The great elder of the volcanic Yalong race looked at Xianxia sincerely and said, "You will definitely become a great person. This is not about strength, but about your love for this world." Xianxia said shamefully, "Great man, I really don't dare to do this. The reason why the world is like this is because we are all standing on the shoulders of giants. If I can stand on the shoulders of giants, then I am willing. Even if I can only support the weight of one person, it is better than doing nothing." The elders nodded in relief. From a long time ago until now, the relationship between the demons and humans had been complicated. The demons longed for and yearned for human civilization and culture, but they were hostile to each other. The demons had always wanted to merge with the human race, but their hearts were chilled by their repeated failures. This matter could not be delayed any longer. Xianxia knew this very well, because in his own world 100,000 years ago, there was a large-scale war between humans and demons, and the Desert Queen was imprisoned in that environment. Like Xianxia, she was also someone who wanted to tie the two races together. Unfortunately, she failed. She still negotiated with the human race as a demon, so she was destined to fail. But this time, Xianxia did not. Xianxia did not come to negotiate with the elders of Dragon Valley as a human. He came as a life. In his eyes, the demons and humans were intelligent beings, no different. Xianxia said, "I have established a new guild in Moon City, so my sole goal this time is to select a group of heroic and skilled young men from Dragon Valley to join my guild. Doing so will put you in a very awkward situation. You won't flatter yourself, nor will the human race forgive you, and you will even be treated as a traitor. The great elder of the volcano dragon asked curiously. Xianxia nodded and said, I know, and I'm already mentally prepared. If the two races can coexist peacefully, then my identity as a traitor is worth it. At this point, Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly. In any case, even without this incident, many people still want me dead. If you are willing to do so, we will do our best to cooperate, said the great elder of the volcano dragon. Whether you succeed or fail in the future, this is a historic moment. Let's toast to peace. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses and drank together. After the meeting ended, Xianxia obtained the unanimous approval of all the elders and gave Xianxia the highest authority. He could choose any young man he liked from the demon race, and Xianxia was willing to do the same. He had always wanted to do something for humanity and the demon race, whether it was contribution or adding fuel to the fire, he wanted to do so. However, for a long time he didn't know what to do, but he already knows. The entire Dragon Valley's demon race immediately learned of this news. Some were worried, some were excited, and some felt that Xianxia was too naive. However, no matter what others thought, no one would ridicule or taunt Xianxia. They respected Xianxia's choice and respected Xianxia's character even more. Anyone who dares to do so, whether he is crazy or not, is worthy of respect. It was still on that huge open space, but this time it was no longer the trial of the Dark North monster race. Instead, a large number of young monsters volunteered to participate in the selection. Volcano Dragon, Mountain Range Dragon, Iron Blood Insect Race, Universal Sea Demon, Dark North Demon Race, and so on. The youths of all ethnic groups, those brave warriors with high spirits and sturdy bodies, all stood upright opposite Xianxia. These people came spontaneously and were willing to be the first to do it. Choose me! Choose me! Rumble clenched his fists excitedly. He had rarely been so excited before, so excited that his palms were sweating. Xianxia smiled as he walked over. He was the first to choose Rumble and said, You, come with me. That rumbling cheer rang out as he hugged Xianxia. The other youths also had smiles on their faces as they were heartily happy for the Rumble. Immediately after, a sturdy man from the Azure Dragon race volunteered to come out and said to Xianxia, I'm willing to go with you. Xianxia looked at this person and discovered that he was a rank 2 Martial Saint Azure Dragon race. Not only was his realm outstanding, but his physical fitness was also unforgettable. Even in the entire group of volcanic dragons, this man was a top-notch existence. Me, and me! A volcanic dragon man also hurriedly stepped forward. Xianxia named them and put them under his banner. Immediately after, the Dark North Demon race, the Iron Blood Bug race, and the Universe Sea race all stepped forward and asked Xianxia to bring them along. Xianxia chose one by one, and this time he really gave priority to strength. The recruitment criteria of the Blazing Sun Guild were not based on strength. What they liked was not this, but character. However, this condition was only applicable to humans. To the demon race, strength and character were of equal importance, because the first thing the demon race faced when entering the human world was war. With only character and no combat strength, it was absolutely impossible, and it would kill him. Xianxia did not want the demons he brought back to die tragically in the human world. This would not only not reconcile the situation between the two races, but would instead exacerbate the conflict. Most importantly, Xianxia did not choose any friends from the Universal Sea race, because their bodies were too large. The first thing he needed to do in this so-called fusion was to get rid of differences and make humans accustomed to the demon race. However, the sea race's enormous body is almost always in the shape of a human. We are different from the human race. We stand here and pose a threat to the human race anytime, anywhere. In all, Xianxia had chosen 100 members of the demon race. He explained that this was only the first batch of demon clansmen he had chosen. The number of demon clansmen should not be too large or too small. 100 was the most suitable number. After this batch of people gradually became accustomed to humans, he would bring more demons into the human world bit by bit in batches. Of course, since both sides were fair, Xianxia had to bring a group of demons into the human world as well as a group of humans into the Dragon Valley. The two sides are used to each other and run into each other. At the same time, they build a relationship with each other on two fronts. Many of the young people who failed to win the election felt very disappointed. However, they did not say anything else. They knew that the final result would definitely be that some people were selected and some people were defeated. In the end, Xianxia stood in front of the 100-strong demon friends he had chosen and said to the spectators of the entire Dragon Valley, "I have a dream," he said. "I wish I could live to see that day. That is, when the Dragon Valley Convention is held again one day in the future, there will be a representative from the human race here, beneath my feet. I also hope that when making important decisions in the human world, there will be a representative from the demon race in that seat. Last but not least, I hope that after many years, when humans and demons stand together, they will no longer think that they are different from each other. They are relatives of the same bloodline, not friends of different races. I want them to be relatives, not friends. Right here I say these words, right here I swear by this. I swear by my Tao heart that I will work hard for this." At that moment many people cried. Within the Dragon Valley, there were also a small number of humans living here. When they heard Xianxia's words, their tears were like a flood that broke a dam. The demons and humans had never been enemies of Dai Tian. They did not have such deep hatred. However, Xianxia couldn't understand why no one had ever tried to promote this matter and work hard for it. But since no one else did, he was willing to be the first to do so. Before leaving, Xianxia hesitated for a while before deciding to ask the most sensitive question. The sensitivity of this matter had already reached such an extent that even between the demon race and the human race, it was extremely difficult to accept. Somewhere in this world, there is a group of exiled lonely races. They are not accepted by humans and demons at the same time. They can only live alone in a cold place, Xianxia said. Every day, they dream of being able to merge into this world and not be abandoned again. They have suffered countless tribulations. Not only have they been hunted down by humans, they have also been hunted down by the demons. However, they have never felt the slightest bit of hatred towards these two races. They want to go home at all times. As a human, when I was lost with some human friends, they saved us without any hesitation. Even if they were to be killed or even exterminated because of this, they accepted the fate of these calamities calmly. I still remember what an old man said. I asked him why he didn't resist and why he had to wait for death. That old man said, "Because we are family." The entire Dragon Valley fell silent. Everyone knew who Xianxia was talking about. Xianxia let out a long sigh and said, If Dragon Valley is willing to be the first place to receive orcs, I will sincerely thank every living being in Dragon Valley." At this point, the 2-meter-tall man, Xianxia, knelt on the ground with a loud boom. He said, "I'm not kneeling in heaven and earth, not in you and us. I'm kneeling in respect for life. I hope everyone can help me. Help those lonely, kind, and innocent orcs." The great elder hurriedly helped Xianxia up and said in a deep tone, "Bring them here. This is their home." Xianxia expressed his gratitude and left with 100 monster race experts. All races went to see them off outside the Dragon Valley barrier. Looking at Xianxia's departing figure, the great elder of the volcanic Yalong clan said, "He seems to be explaining the matters behind him." The great elder of the mountain ranges Yalong clan nodded his head and said, "Indeed, it is very similar. He seems to be busy fulfilling his long-cherished wish and then rushing to a battle that he might not be able to return to." These people had lived for thousands of years and had seen too many of them. They had seen Xianxia's gaze before, so they could roughly guess something. Xianxia was indeed explaining what was going on behind him. He had a lot of things he wanted to do before, but he didn't have time to do it. He was always too busy, always tired of running. But before he went to the Bai clan to attend the appointment, he wanted to complete these things one by one. Moon City. This was the first time that humans had sensed such a large-scale invasion of demonic energy. A large number of martial artists flew to the main entrance of Moon City. However, what was ridiculous was that the so-called large-scale invasion was only 100 demons. It's a demon. Pick up your weapons and prepare to meet the enemy. At the main entrance of Moon City, tens of thousands of martial artists picked up their weapons and prepared to fight with them. This was the first reaction they had when they saw the demons. Kill. There were more and more, millions of martial artists in Moon City, but they still didn't know what was happening here. However, chatting about tens of thousands of human martial artists at the entrance was already very troublesome. A monstrous aura surged out. One of the humans flew out and shouted, "Listen, the demons ahead. This is the territory of humans. You have 30 seconds to leave quickly. If you dare to take another half step forward, you will be killed without mercy." The warriors of the demon race had heard of the unfriendliness of humans countless times, and many of them had encountered humans in the eternal secret realm, causing many unpleasant battles to occur. But now, for the first time, they approached the human city in an open and honest manner, and were openly boycotted. The 100 youths of the demon race felt very disappointed, and they stopped in their tracks. Kill without mercy? Even me. At this moment, a human came out of the group of demon men. Many human martial artists simply couldn't believe their eyes. They rubbed their eyes hard, wanting to see this fact clearly. Was there really a human that walked out of the demon race? However, when they saw this human clearly, they couldn't believe it anymore. That person was actually the man who openly disobeyed the sixth master, and then completed the only successful feat in history, taking the streets to seize the flag. Yes, it's Xianxia. The human martial artists were in an uproar. Among them was a guild leader. The guild leader had just received Xianxia a few days ago. He was dumbfounded and said, "Xianxia, what are you doing? Don't you think it's not big enough? Didn't you succeed? What are you doing? Are you bringing the demons to attack the human race? Is this how you take revenge?" Everyone was shocked, thinking to themselves, how could anyone be so confused? If you want to find reinforcements to regain face from Master 6, there's no need to find the demons. However, Xianxia said forcefully, "These are not enemies, but friends. From now on, I declare that the Blazing Sun Guild will officially become a member of the demon race. From today onwards, the demon race will be my friend, and will also be a friend and relative of humanity in the future." "Are you stupid, Xianxia?" The president was so anxious that he broke out in cold sweat and said, "If Master 6 finds out about this, he won't let you off." Xianxia laughed out loud. "Sixth Master doesn't like me. Just let him come find me. Right now, I want to bring these demon race friends into Moon City." "No!" the guild leader shouted. "Brothers of Moon City, respect your character. I also know that you have one honor for Moon City. But this matter." He pointed at the demon race and said, "Too much! Shout!" Tens of thousands of human martial artists shouted in unison, pointing their sabers, spears, swords, and halberds at the demon race. That posture seemed to say that if the demons dared to step into Moon City, then let's fight. Zhang! Xianxia pulled out his huge saber, and the blade rumbled. He led 100 demon warriors towards the gate of Moon City and said, "You can stop me, but you have to kill me first and then go over my corpse. Otherwise, this daddy will definitely enter Moon City today." At this point, Xianxia's lightning power soared into the sky. Within Moon City, the pomegranates, the sun, the black sickle, and the blue sky suddenly trembled. The pomegranate said, "Such a strong aura. It's Xianxia. He's back. Hurry up and welcome him. Members of the Blazing Sun Guild, follow me and welcome Xianxia into the city." Hundreds of rays of light shot into the sky from the Blazing Sun Guild. At the entrance of Moon City, Xianxia stared at the city head-on, leading the 100 demons towards the city gate with his head held high. Many human martial artists also surged with astral energy, but as Xianxia walked over step by step, they retreated step by step. It was as if Xianxia could withstand the army of tens of thousands of human martial artists with just one person. No one dared to attack Xianxia first. The guild leader grabbed the long sword and the veins on his forehead bulged out. Xiang Bei, think twice, he said. Xiang Nan no longer spoke. He just moved forward step by step, step by step. He didn't charge, nor did he forcefully charge. He just wanted to walk over. He walked into Moon City openly. Ah! A martial artist shouted loudly and was about to charge forward with a spear in his hand. A person beside him hurriedly grabbed his arm, swung his hand and slapped him, and angrily scolded, "You're fucking crazy. Look clearly, that's Xiang Bei. Are you going to kill Xiang Bei? Damn it." The martial artist who was grabbed also blushed and said, "But he wants to bring the demon race into the city." The beating martial artist grabbed the man's collar angrily and gritted his teeth. "Listen up. In the past few hundred years, there has only been one Xiang Bei. If we kill him now, perhaps there won't be another person like him in a few hundred years. We, the so-called miscellaneous army, have been living under the deterrence of the Four Emperors Guild for thousands of years. Xiang Bei is our hope." At present, Xiang Nan was still only a martial saint first-stage martial artist. No matter how talented he was or how good his foundation was, he was still unable to defeat a heavenly tribulation third and fourth stage martial artist. The death of a martial saint was nothing. Moon City did not lack martial saints. But this martial sage was called Xiang Bei. No one had ever dared to shout in the face of authority. Xiang Nan was the only one who dared to say no to Master Six and survived. No matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation martial artists were, they wouldn't dare to resist even if they were beaten to death by the sixth master. But Xiang Nan dared. No one dared to challenge the authority, but Xiang Nan stood out. Apart from him, who else could stand out and lead this matter? At this moment, Xiang Bei represented not only a single individual, but also a spirit of resisting authority and freedom. As a result, everyone was silent. That's right. Xiang Nan is not difficult to kill, but once he is killed, the miscellaneous armies will forever be far away. They can only crawl at the feet of the Four Emperors Guild. If someone dares to stand up and say that I can lead you to challenge the Four Emperors Guild, then Xiang Nan can die. He can die at any time. But no, not a single one of them. Xiang Nan had already brought 100 demons to the city gate. No one moved. Everyone only aimed their weapons at Xiang Nan, but none of them hacked out. The crowd rumbled and surrounded Xiang Nan and the others. The surroundings were so packed that they became a huge crowd encirclement. Xiang Nan did not look sideways as he continued to lead the demon race forward. As soon as he took a step, the crowd surrounded him and followed him. No one dared to make a move. He had already reached the edge of the city gate and was only a few steps away from entering. The crowd still followed Xiang Nan, as if they didn't want to let him off and didn't know what to do, so they could only follow him all the time. This scene was incomparably spectacular. Even the 100 demon warriors were deeply touched. A person's strength. This was only the deterrent power created by a single person. Just to what extent could a person possess such an inconceivable deterrent power? Xiang Nan's eyes were like knives. It wasn't ferocious, but it could kill people. One step away, Xiang Nan finally brought the demon race into Moon City's gates. At this moment, all the martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. It was already too late. Fortunately, Xiang Nan still went in. The crowd no longer followed Xiang Nan. It was meaningless. At this time, it snowed again. For some reason, it was as if every time Xiang Nan did something big, it would always be accompanied by heavy snow. The group of martial artists raised their heads in confusion, stretched out their palms, and received patches of snow in their palms. They put down their heads and turned to look at Xiang Nan's back. I can't stop it. For some reason, tens of thousands of people didn't have the courage to intercept someone. Don't you dare, or don't you want to? Perhaps it was all a little. Perhaps everyone had a rebellious spirit hidden in their hearts since they were young, and Xiang Nan was the one who displayed this spirit to the fullest. Xiang Nan was the hidden rebellion in their hearts, the heart demon that had taken root and sprouted in their hearts. Perhaps from this day onwards, Moon City had actually changed its name to Xiang Bei City. He had already become the symbol of Moon City. Hundreds of strong lights flew over from the sky and landed beside Xianxia. Do Hua and the others rushed over excitedly to protect Xianxia. The pomegranate first glanced at the demon warriors and then said to Xianxia, "Are you all right?" Xianxia said, "Nothing. Go home." With the entry of the demon race, more and more martial artists flew over from all directions in Moon City. Large amounts of dark martial artists floated in the sky, following Xianxia and the others who were walking down the road. These people followed him all the way to the entrance of the Blazing Sun Guild. Xianxia pointed at the Blazing Sun Guild and said, "Come in." Do Hua and the others immediately brought Rumble and a group of demon warriors into the guild. As for Xianxia, he stood at the entrance of the guild, turned around and looked back. The entire sky was filled with human martial artists, and they surrounded the Blazing Sun Guild to the point of being unable to get through. Xianxia stabbed the giant saber into the ground at the entrance of the guild and shouted loudly, "Whether you are willing to accept it or not, it doesn't matter if you dare to barge in or not. From now on, the demons will officially become part of the Blazing Sun Guild. Anyone who wants to attack the demon race is attacking our Blazing Sun Guild. If you dare to pick up your sabers and charge in, I will also pick up my sabers and kill you all." Xianxia's punch landed on the hilt of the saber, causing the giant saber to tremble. All the martial artists hurriedly took several steps back. Xianxia returned his hand and pointed at the guild. "The demons are my people now. If you touch them, you can touch me. If you dare, come in." With that, he pulled out his saber and strode into the guild. The tall and sturdy residual sun blocked the entrance of the guild with a large stride. Its majestic body was like a mountain. He glared at the martial artists like a door god. Xiao Hui also walked out. He stood faintly beside the residual sun. Compared to the shocking residual sun, he was so inconspicuous. However, at this moment, a huge, exaggerated black sickle suddenly appeared on the back of the Sunset Empress. This sickle seemed to have been carried on his back all this time, but strangely enough, no one had ever noticed it. At this moment, when the crowd saw the iconic black sickle, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. My God! Then, is that the killer king of the Gale Fortress, the Black Sickle? Damn it! The Blazing Sun Guild actually put away the black sickle. The sickle was Xiao Hui's signature weapon. Xiao Hui flicked the dust on his sleeve and said, "Physical fitness is the most important guarantee for killers. On the day I snatched the flag from the streets, I was seriously injured. Perhaps you will think that it was my original strength. But let me tell you, when an assassin is at his peak, his strength will be nearly 10 times what you can see." His indifferent eyes swept across the crowd, and he said in a very calm tone, as if he was telling a story, "If I were to enter Drunken Flower Street in my current state, it would be enough for me to be alone. Now, whoever comes a step closer to the Blazing Sun Guild, kill him." No one dared to move, and no one dared to question the meaning of the words, Black Sickle. He had already used countless cruel methods and ghost-like figures to prove himself. No one had escaped from the prey he had taken a fancy to so far. The most classic hunt of the Black Sickle was that he had made preparations for half a year, gathered countless poisonous weeds, collected thousands of relevant information, and chopped a heavenly tribulation third-stage martial artist under the sickle. Perhaps he wouldn't be a match for his prey in a head-on collision, but he had many ways to kill this prey. Could be said that he did everything he wanted. In the guild, Xianxia said apologetically, "I've caused trouble for everyone again. I still have to leave for a period of time. During this period of time, I'll ask everyone to help take care of the brothers of the demon race. Don't worry, as long as I'm still alive, the demon brothers must also be alive." Do Hua said solemnly. Li Huan said, "Boss, don't worry. The person you're looking for is our brother. It's a family. A family lives together and dies together." The warriors of the demon race also felt their blood boil. They felt that they had really come to the right place. This was the place they had always dreamed of. Xianxia pointed at a few demon warriors and said, "These are friends of the Volcano Yalong clan." He pointed at the others and said, These are from the mountain ranges Yalong clan. These are from the Iron Blood insect race. These are from the Dark North monster race. These are the brothers of the Iron Bear race and the Hurricane Wolf race. He introduced the demon race to others one by one. At first, Do Hua and the others thought that Xiang Nan had brought some demon race people, but at this moment they were all dumbfounded. I really didn't expect that Xiang Nan would bring all of them with him to be heroic and powerful clans of famous towns. The Yalong clan. Damn it. Xiang Nan actually brought 2 experts from the Yalong clan. The Iron Blood Bugs. That was an incomparably terrifying existence. This race was simply a machine for harvesting life. Death goes wherever they go. Now, even the top Iron Blood arachnid race of the arachnid race had been brought here by Xiang Nan. Kacha. The little bird bit off the black horn on one of the Iron Blood insect brothers' heads. Everyone was stunned and looked over. The little bird hugged the tentacles of the Iron Blood bug clansman and spat. Nothing is delicious. The yellow pupils of the arachnid crystal shrank as he shockingly said, "It actually bit off." At this moment, a voice entered Xiang Nan's heart and said, "Come to the city of light and see me." Xiang Nan smiled and said to everyone, "Let's do this for now." In order to avoid unnecessary disputes, brothers of the demon race, don't step out of the guild within 2 months. Let everyone adapt to your existence first. In 2 months, if I don't return, you can move freely. If someone wants to kill you, you can fight back and fight for your own survival space. With that, Xiang Nan turned into a beam of strong light and left. Master City of Light. Master Six looked at Xiang Nan and said, "You know what you've done." "I know," Xiang Nan said. "You know how much I want to kill you," said Master Six. Xiang Nan nodded. Master Six played with the storage ring on his thumb and said, "Then you should know that you are providing a good reason for me to kill you." Xiang Nan smiled and said, "A few days ago, he came over." "I know," Grandpa Six said with a chill. He was very scared. Very few people dared to call by his name. At least, everyone only dared to call him by his name in secret. "He's looking for someone," Xiang Nan said. Lord Six nodded. "He's looking for me," Xiang Nan said. Master Six stopped talking. This was something he hadn't expected, and he believed that Xiang Nan wasn't lying. Xiang Nan stood up and took a sip of the wine in his glass. He said, "If you want to kill me, go to the 6 Emperor's world to find out first and weigh your weight. Let's stop here and say no more. Goodbye." Xiang Nan cupped his fists and turned to leave. The 6th Master wanted to make a move several times, but he still didn't dare. He didn't know why he was looking for Xiang Nan, but if he didn't figure out the reason behind it and rashly attacked, it was very likely that he would be killed. What was it that allowed a martial saint to be pursued by the famous Northern Emperor? One of the main reasons why Master Six was able to live to this day was because he was cautious enough. Master Six waved his hand and whispered to one of his trusted subordinates, "Go to the 6th Emperor's world and ask if anyone knows the name Xiang Bei." The subordinate nodded and disappeared. Xiang Nan wasn't lying. When he went to the 6th Emperor's world, he could really find out his name. However, the result of the inquiry wasn't that Master Six didn't dare to make a move. Instead, it might be that Master Six had to kill Xiang Nan. Of course, right now, Master Six was still unclear about this. He would regret not taking action now. 5 Continents Realm, Northern Region, Extreme Frost Secret Realm. Xiang Nan was in a different mood when he revisited the Reason Realm. In the sky, Heavenly Profound Sect martial practitioners whistled past. The 4 major worlds in the north, east, and west were still under the control of Heavenly Profound Sect. Under the leadership of the Bai clan, the Profound Sky Sect controlled nearly 4/5 of the world. This place had truly become the Bai clan's herb garden. The endless and inexhaustible origin pills were still being continuously refined. Xiang Nan had a premonition that an even greater calamity was coming. This calamity was no longer a matter of the 5 continents world alone. Could be a white calamity that swept through all planes. Orc territory. Xiang Nan walked wrapped in snow and wind, still the lonely tree houses that stood in this forgotten corner of the world. However, this time, Xiangnan's arrival was completely different from the previous time. Right now, he was already considered a martial saint standing at the peak of the 5 continents world. With his current strength, it was more than enough to destroy a second-rate sect. It's Xiangnan. When the orcs saw Xiangnan, they cheered and rushed over. After a few years, Xiangnan had changed a lot, but they still remembered Xiangnan so clearly. This is a sad state of affairs. Perhaps it was not because their memories were too good, but because few humans had ever come here to visit them. Xiangnan smiled like a sun. He picked up a little cowman. This cowman was still very young, only 5 meters tall. When Xiangnan said his thoughts, the orcs cried. Xiangnan said, "It's been hard on everyone. I haven't been able to help everyone return to society before. Now that I have enough strength and influence, I will take you to Dragon Valley and go to a new hometown. Elder, please gather the tribes of all the nearby groups. Everyone, follow me and bid farewell to this cold place. I will take you to see the sunshine. Saint Realm, Dragon Valley." On this day, all the demons were nervously waiting outside the barrier. From afar, a ray of light came. Xiangnan brought hundreds of thousands of orcs with him. At that moment, Dragon Valley was silent for a moment, followed by a sigh of relief. Then, everyone cheered together. Almost everything he wanted to do had already been done. There was still too much to do, and it was too late now. Then, let's do this first. After Xiangnan left Dragon Valley and found Dolly and Little Bug outside, he took out the invitation letter for the wedding banquet and took a look. Calculating the date, there were still 2 months and 13 days left before Bai Wudao's wedding. It seemed to be more than 10 days longer than he had predicted. During this period of time, Xiangnan always felt that every day was exceptionally long. In less than 4 months, it was as if he had revived once again. After putting away the invitation letter and bidding farewell to Dragon Valley, he headed towards the depths of the eternal secret realm. For the rest of the time, he had to collect as many Holy Spirit stones as possible, absorb the fallen heavenly lightning, and then rush to an agreement that he might not be able to return to. The hatred between him and Shen Qingzhu had to be repaid. Now that he recalled it, the karma of his previous life seemed to be different. A slight recollection seemed to be a very, very ancient matter. However, from the day he died as Bai Mukin until now, he had never truly sought revenge on Shen Qingzhu. Now, in addition to his hatred for the Bai clan and Shen Qingzhu, the old and new debts should be settled together. Xiangnan weighed the huge saber in his hand, sucked it onto his back, and rushed into the distance. The eternal mystic realm was boundless. Up until now, no one had truly explored the deepest depths of this mystic realm. It has always been a mystery. The division of the eternal fierce beast was not clear, but its area of activity could be deduced more accurately. That was, the closer they got to the encirclement outside the secret realm, the lower the realm of the fierce beasts, and the smaller the number of them. Within the vast safety city, the number of eternal vicious beasts was very rare. They would often wander for a few days before occasionally encountering one, and the probability of dropping a low-grade Saint Spirit stone from their bodies was extremely low. You can't live your entire life by luck. This time, Xiangnan was prepared for the worst. He was prepared to go deeper into an area that few humans could explore. At this moment, he possessed strength, small insects, as well as his own powerful physique. With the eye of all lives Dao luck, his confidence could be said to have doubled. At present, the farthest known safe city was the 33rd safe city of the 4 Emperors Guild and the Northern Emperor Guild. The last time Xiangnan went to explore the little secret realm, he had actually surpassed the 33 cities. Now he had to go even farther away. With the strength to open the way for the little bug, Xiangnan no longer had to worry too much, nor was he afraid that fierce flight would attract eternal beasts. This was precisely what he hoped for the most. He increased his speed by a large margin. In just 2 days, he had already surpassed the range of the 33 cities. Another 2 days later, he walked an equally long distance. These past few days, he had never used the Dream Dao. His realm had already reached the Martial Saint first layer. Those Martial Saint beetles no longer had the value to absorb. The dream body had to find ferocious beasts above the Martial Saint first layer to absorb them before it could raise its realm. This was the 5th day he had entered the eternal secret realm. Xianxia sat beside a clear stream, drinking while simply eating, looking at his empty left arm and empty shoulder. It was the first time in many years that he felt such a huge loneliness. Loneliness was like the wind, engulfing him. His thoughts flew back to the evening 6 days ago. That was the night before he left Dragon Valley. "No, I have to go with you," the snake said angrily. "What's wrong with leaving us now? Do you think I'm afraid of death? Besides, I won't die at all." Xianxia said, "You know that I will go to the Bai clan next. You also know that the Bai clan has the limitless runic sword. This sword can kill you." The big snake said, "I'm not afraid." The two of them quarreled for a long time. Finally, Xianxia pleaded, "Even if I'm selfish, please stay. If you die, no one in this world will know about my most complete experience. Only you and Little Sparrow know about this. If the two of you are still alive, you can at least prove that I once existed in this world. At the very least, there are still people who know that I was once by Mukin." The snake fell silent. Xianxia smiled and said, "In the long river of history, I am just a tiny speck of dust. Facing the millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years of time, I am just a passing passenger. Big snake, big brother, you are the only one who will never change in this river. What do you think a person needs to do in order to be considered immortal? Personally, I think he is remembered. Perhaps hundreds of millions of years have passed. No one knows about Xianxia's existence, and no one even knows about my current era. If you were still alive at that time, and you still remember me in your heart, and the memories of me, then I think that means that I still exist." The big snake's eyes turned red. Time was an irresistible saber. In the end, everyone would be beheaded by this saber and lose their lives. No matter how powerful a realm was, it was unable to resist the chopping down of time, but a big snake could. Exactly what kind of existence is a person? Is it breathing? Is it a heartbeat? Is it walking between heaven and earth? Xianxia believed that there was someone who still remembered him. Xianxia said, "I am a lonely person. I have family, friends, master and fellow disciples, but only you and Little Sparrow know my most complete experience and story. Just treat it as if I'm begging you." Big Snake could not refuse such a request. He also understood Xianxia very well. With Xianxia's temper, once he decided to do so, he would definitely be irreparable. In the end, the big snake could only agree. "If you can still leave the Bai clan alive, please return to Dragon Valley and pick up me and the little bird," he said. Xianxia smiled. "Miss Meng Dai, there is a child who wants you to take care of me." Xianxia handed the bird that was eating the bugs to Dream Butterfly. There was this small and exquisite snake-shaped tattoo on the little bird's little arm. Now. Beside the stream, Xianxia stroked his blank left arm, and a wave of loneliness swept over him. He had already met Little Sparrow before he could participate in the Bluestone City election. Over the years, no matter what happened, Little Sparrow had basically followed him. The shortest separation was when he handed the little bird over to the Dream Butterfly for safekeeping. But that time, he knew that he would see the little bird again. And this time, perhaps the short-lived difference was eternity. If he died in the Bai clan, then that evening 6 days ago would be the last time he saw the little bird and talked to the big snake. At this time, he was alone again. There was only one thing, an old man accompanying him, and that was his saber. Xianxia washed his face, tidied up his mood, and continued on his way. The scenery on both sides flickered and retreated like an illusion. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Xianxia had already arrived at an uninhabited place. He had not encountered any traces of humans for several consecutive days. This was also the deepest place he had ever been in the Eternal Secret Realm. In just one day, Xianxia had encountered 13 eternal beasts in a row, but this was nothing to him. He continued to fly deeper and deeper into a terrifying place, a place filled with ferocious beasts. At this moment, he was extremely far away from a safe city that even humans were most deeply involved in the secret realm. This distance was roughly equivalent to him traveling from the southernmost region of the five continents realm to the northernmost region of the northern region, the extreme frost secret realm. What defines the weight of loneliness is probably far away. This time he had really gone too far. He had encountered all sorts of strange phenomena and seen all sorts of strange places over and over again. Another day passed, and the sky changed. The air here was exceptionally thin. The sky was pitch black, and the stars were unprecedentedly clear. It was as if the atmosphere above his head had disappeared. Some people said that the sacred domain existed in the middle of a plane. It did not belong to any plane, nor did it belong to any spatial node. It's a small, independent crack. In this kind of place, Xianxia saw more things that he had never seen in his entire life, even in ancient documents. At this moment, the area he was in was still a jungle, but the trees in this jungle were incomparably peculiar. According to Xianxia's own theory of knowledge, these trees should be called inorganic living things. It was unknown what kind of strange natural law the trees here were actually made of metal. People's understanding of life is always limited to a specific scene, media, such as water, wood, soil, and so on. No one has ever thought that metal has life. But Xianxia did see it here. What he saw was a kind of metal just playing with wood. He stroked the trunk of a tree and lamented the wonders of nature. This tree had nearly 2/3 of its surface area. It was made of pure metal, and the other third was made of wood. It was as if metal and wood were perfectly combined. He carefully cut open the tree trunk with his giant saber and discovered that there was still liquid slowly transporting nutrients inside the metal trunk. This thing is really strange. Is it called an inorganic organism? It's quite impressive. Xianxia consciously said this out of habit. However, after a long time no one responded. He suddenly recalled and smiled. What's wrong? The big snake has obviously stayed in Dragon Valley, but I haven't gotten used to this kind of thing for many days in a row. He picked a fruit from the tree. The fruit was 2/3 metal and 1/3 flesh. This was a real steel jungle. The miracle of life was quietly breeding here in a way that no one knew. He continued forward. After flying through this vast jungle, the trees in front of him had completely turned into pure metal. Metal wasn't an organism, but Xianxia could see the vigorous vitality in the metallic trees through lightning photoelectric eyes. An even more peculiar situation followed. Here he began to discover organisms other than plants, some purely metallic insects. A small ladybug landed on Xianxia's shoulder. He squeezed the ladybug down and held it in front of his eyes. The ladybug's entire body was an iron-green color, squeezed flat with his hands, and a crunching sound of metal being crushed could be heard. The ladybug was crushed, and a pungent liquid flowed out of its body. This liquid was actually a liquid metal, the blood of the ladybug. In front of this pure steel forest were 2 towering mountains. These 2 mountains were like barriers to the heavens, but they were also like an ignorant human. When they reached the end of the world, they suddenly discovered that the farthest part of the world was actually a wall. It also gave people the feeling that there was nothing outside the wall. However, behind the 2 walls, there was an incredible fluctuation in the group's vitality. There must be a large number of strange creatures inside. It might even be eternal vicious beasts. Xianxia muttered to himself, then immediately took off and flew towards the gap between the 2 mountains. But what surprised him even more was that he had actually discovered humans here, as well as ruins that looked very much like those left behind by humans. Between the 2 giant mountains was an incomparably large stone gate. The stone gate towered 10,000 feet high, and 2 flying dragon stone sculptures were carved on the top of the gate. On both sides of the stone door stood 2 enormous sculptures that were 3,000 meters away. The sculpture was made of 2 tall and sturdy warriors. One of them held a strange weapon. It was a weapon that was somewhat similar to a brush. The other sculpture was bent over, as if it was about to pounce at any moment. It also held a strange weapon in its hand. That weapon was like a dragon. Xianxia had never seen such a thing before. The shape and structure of a human weapon were all very simple. Usually, it was for the convenience of hacking and hammering. Very few people would make a weapon look like a creature. Obviously, this was not a good idea. Could it be that the sculpture depicted a dragon-shaped weapon in hand? It was not a dragon-shaped weapon at all, but a real dragon? Looking at the stone door, Xianxia could not imagine how long it had existed here. It seemed that it was even longer than the lost civilization on the yellow planet. Life forms known to humans can be deduced from fossils to hundreds of millions of years ago. These are very ancient creatures. Some are similar to half-dragons. They are usually large. The stone door in front of him was actually even older than those fossils. It might already be several billion years old. Xianxia was shocked that he actually heard a whispering sound coming from the gap between the two huge stone doors. Xianxia's entire heart suddenly rose to his throat. Could it be that there are still ancient humans living here? Could it be that he was about to see an unknown civilization? He carefully squeezed through the huge crack in the door and quietly glanced inside. However, when he saw it, he was greatly disappointed. It turned out that he was not the descendant of an ancient civilization, but a modern martial artist. Hundreds of experts dressed in modern clothes and even wearing the emblem of the Four Emperors Guild were sitting in a spacious hall. Some were talking while others were resting with their eyes closed. These people's realms were all very high, usually around the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, and even a small portion of them possessed the realm of the 1st level of the Heavenly Tribulation realm. They also noticed Xianxia and looked at him curiously. Seeing that Xianxia was a Martial Saint 1st layer martial artist, everyone lost interest and went back to their own business. A beautiful woman walked over curiously and said, "You little child, why did you run so deep? Did you get lost? Damn it! How did you get here along the way? Didn't you get intercepted and killed by a ferocious beast?" It was a miracle that Xianxia was able to reach such a deep place. However, more people were indifferent to Xianxia's arrival, indicating that there should be something they cared more about in their hearts that was attracting their attention. Present, Xianxia had no way of guessing what that was. This woman had long silver hair. It was extremely rare. Even her pupils were silver. This was very strange and beautiful. Her black pupils and pure silver pupils were filled with unusual charm. She possessed the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, which was already considered very powerful. She was very curious about Xianxia and kept looking at him. Before Xianxia entered this place, he had already used the illusory hidden paradox technique to completely change his various characteristics. The woman was unable to discern Xianxia's origin, but Xianxia was able to discern her origin. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. "Are you the senior sister of the Howren sect? It was such a coincidence to meet someone from another country." The woman was stunned and asked curiously, "You actually know of the nature sect? Could it be that you are from the 5 continents realm? Senior brother Jean Feng, hurry up and come over. There is a junior from the nature sect here." The moment the woman greeted him, a large group of people immediately crowded over. There were about 30 of these people, both men and women, but they all looked younger. "Are you from the Howren sect?" Everyone gathered around Xianxia, pointing at him. Among this group of people was a big senior brother who was the leader. He possessed the 1st level of the Heavenly Tribulation realm. Even in this hall, he belonged to the top class of experts. This person was what the woman called Senior Brother Gale. Xianxia nodded excitedly. "Yes, I am a disciple of the Howren sect." Senior Brother Jean Feng asked curiously, "But I don't feel the fluctuations of the nature sect's cultivation methods on you." Xianxia immediately circulated his Qi sect's Zhengyang Peak's cultivation technique. "Oh, that's right." Everyone nodded. Xianxia said, "I entered the Howren sect before, but I have been wandering around outside ever since. I have learned a lot of various martial arts techniques, so the fluctuations of my martial arts are not so specialized." Xianxia used a very reasonable reason to explain his situation. Senior brother Jean Feng smiled and said, "Since you are a disciple of the Nature's Nature sect, then everyone is one of us." This group of people introduced themselves one after another, allowing Xianxia to understand their origins. It turned out that these people were of very high seniority. They were all 7th and 8th generation disciples of the Howren sect, and they were all over 100 years old. However, Xianxia was the 23rd generation disciple of the Howren sect. There was a huge gap between them. In terms of seniority, these people's seniority was almost equal to Su Caiyue's. However, martial artists had lived for too long. After Su Caiyue had accepted Xiang Nan at such an old age, her seniority would not be easy to forget. Therefore, normally, everyone still used age as the criterion. The older one was senior brother and senior sister, and the younger one was senior brother and junior brother. The first woman to talk to Xiang Nan called Gu Shiliang, a very ancient name. West Cool should be a place name. Gu Shiliang. Look at the West Cool. Could it be that Miss Home? These people were polite and generous, and Xiang Nan had a good impression of them at first glance. Because master out of the same sect, everyone immediately familiar with Xiang Nan, that Gu 11 cool girl asked Xiang Nan is how to come. Xiang Nan found a specious reason, casually prevaricate for a while, also went. What kind of place is this? What are you doing here? Xiang Nan asked. Then Miss Gu Shiliang explained to Xiang Nan. To them, this was also an unknown region. It was because a heavenly tribulation realm martial artist had lost his way in the secret realm. After traveling for a long time, he accidentally discovered the existence of this place. Later, the Four Emperors Guild sent a large number of people to search for him, but after 3 years, they were unable to find this place. The secret realm was too big. The martial artist Wu Chuang didn't have any time coordinates with him. He could only give a blurry range, making it extremely difficult to find this place. 3 days ago, they finally managed to find this ancient stone gate. Many martial artists rushed over one after another, wanting to open up the wilderness here. Coincidentally, Xiang Nan also bumped into the beginning of this matter. Xiang Nan's current location was a hall behind the ancient stone door. He continued forward. There were many forks in the hall, and every passage was sealed by the stone door. At first glance, there were more than 70 passageways. The stone doors of each passageway were sealed very well, indicating that no one had opened them yet. No one knows what's behind those tunnels, said the strong wind. We have to be careful. Otherwise, a single carelessness could be a disaster. Xiang Nan deeply thought so. But, he said, everyone seems to be waiting for something to happen, but no one wants to go in and take a look? Jin Feng smiled and said, with our strength, we don't have that much courage. We are waiting for the arrival of the heavenly word generation experts. Only when they arrive will we be more confident. Xiang Nan frowned. The Bai family? Of course it's the Bai clan. Their strength far surpasses ours. With them here, we dare to rest assured, said Miss Shiliang with a smile. Xiang Nan frowned and said, senior brothers, senior sisters, don't you know that our hometown was invaded by the Bai clan? When it came to the fall of their hometown, what was surprising was that these middle-aged people from the Haoran sect did not feel the slightest bit of sadness. Instead, they were all indifferent. Shiliang said, hometown? The 5 continents realm is already very far away for us. Xiang Nan said, but all of you are from the Haoran sect. Shiliang smiled and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about you first. You should hurry up and leave this place. With your cultivation base, it's simply not enough to survive. Then I won't let you all worry. I will think of a way to deal with my own situation. Xiang Nan's tone turned cold. The West Cool smile also don't say more. Loyalty and filial piety is a kind of moral character and does not belong to the law. Xiang Nan is not qualified to criticize others and is unfaithful and unfilial to his own sect. But similarly, Xiang Nan did not have the qualifications to criticize them. Of course, there was no reason to like them. In Xiang Nan's opinion, these people might not be bad, but they did not have the backbone. His own home had been ruined by others. However, they were still here, able to talk and laugh with the Bai family and work together. No backbone, no dignity. Slavery. You guys are scared. I'm not scared. Xiang Nan dropped this sentence and walked towards one of the passages. He seemed to be referring to the fact that no one else dared to enter the mysterious passageway first, but what was implied was that this group of Haoran sect disciples did not dare to fall out with the Bai clan. Shi Liang, Gale, and the others looked at Xiang Nan's back indifferently. He is too young, too little experienced, not mature enough, said Miss Shi Liang. These words were heard by Xiangnan's outstanding hearing. He was very disdainful. If the price of maturity was to gradually give up his dignity and let himself live like a dog without a backbone, then he would rather be a childish person for the rest of his life. The Haoran sect disciples that Xiangnan had encountered in the sacred domain had repeatedly disappointed him. What is the definition of home? After a person leaves home and enters the world of flowers, he forgets his hometown. Even though his own home was trampled upon and humiliated by others, he said that it was no longer his own home and called it maturity. When Xiangnan walked to the entrance of a passageway and prepared to open it, a shadow suddenly flashed by Xiangnan's side. A sharp sword rested on Xiangnan's neck. It was a skinny and tall swordsman. His expression was cold and his eyes narrowed slightly. He said in a deep voice, "Take another step forward and die." This person was at the 9th level of the martial saint realm, and his realm was very powerful. When he spoke, he immediately attracted the attention of others. Everyone's gazes fell on Xiangnan. Some of them were gasping for breath and didn't care about this tiny figure of Xiangnan at all. Some people hugged their shoulders and sneered, showing a lively attitude. "I can't enter," Xiangnan said. "What does it have to do with you?" The tall and thin swordsman said, "It has nothing to do with me that you love to live or die, but it has to do with me that you barge in here. If you rashly barge in, you'll be dragging us to our deaths with you." Xiangnan said, "Take the sword away." The swordsman sneered, "What if I don't take it?" Xiangnan narrowed his eyes and grasped the hilt on his back. The swordsman also laughed sinisterly. The sword in his hand began to buzz and tremble. In the next moment, he was about to cut off Xiangnan's head. "Hey, this is our little brother. He's not very sensible. Don't worry." Senior brother Jin Feng flickered and used a finger to bounce the swordsman's sword away. "Give me face," he said. When the swordsman saw the strong wind coming, he nodded slightly and said, "This is the only time. It will not be the next time." The strong wind pulled Xiangnan back and Shi Liang came over and said, "Little junior brother, I know you have an opinion about us." Xiangnan hugged his shoulders and said, "Human nature is thin and cold, not homesick." The West cool girl blushed, "Don't speak." Xiangnan stopped talking and had nothing to talk about with a group of heartless and unrighteous people. The strong wind didn't save him for the sake of his own life. He was also afraid that if he opened the door, it would interfere with their lives. Otherwise, why didn't he stop him when he went over? At this moment, footsteps sounded from outside the door. Then, 30 men and women wearing white robes walked in. The Bai clan was an expert of the heaven realm. As soon as the Bai clan arrived, everyone in the hall stood up in unison with a respectful attitude. These 30 members of the Bai clan were 3 10-man squadrons. Each 10-man squadron was a team. Each team had a captain who was at the 1st level of the heavenly tribulation. All the remaining members were at the 9th level of the martial saint stage. Not only were their cultivation bases exceptionally high, their strength was also strong enough. "Bai Hua, you're here." Gale laughed loudly as he greeted one of the captains. The captain of the Bai clan nodded and said, "The strong wind has also arrived. It was earlier than us." Gale smiled politely and said, "No, it's just us little people. I hope we can get some benefits, so I came and waited a step ahead of time." At this point, Jin Feng cupped his fists towards the sky and said, "However, the senior brothers of the Bai clan did not come over. Naturally, we, the small characters, do not dare to attack first." The person named Bai Hua looked to be in his 30s, but his real age was no more than 50 years old. Xiangnan could not bear to see Bai Hua being called senior brother even though he was over 100 years old. Bai Hua naturally enjoyed it and said arrogantly, "You monkey cubs, your mouths are sweeter than honey." "I'm just telling the truth," said Jin Feng. "The experts of the heavenly word generation are powerful. They are known to all planes. Do you still need me to flatter them?" Bai Hua and the other 2 captains looked at each other and laughed loudly. West Cool them, as well as the other unfamiliar martial artists, all stood at the side of the laugh of apology. The people of the Bai clan laughed, and they quickly laughed. When the people of the Bai clan began to speak, they quickly shut their mouths. They were truly good servants. Xianxia was the only one who didn't laugh or speak. He only glanced at the Bai clan and his attention was once again focused on the passageways. Bai Hua noticed Xianxia at the first glance. At this moment, she had a chance to ask, "Who brought this?" Seeing that Bai Hua seemed to be unhappy, Gale hurriedly said, "Who knows? He was just a kid who got lost halfway and accidentally barged in." Xianxia looked at Gale meaningfully. The strong wind acted as if it could not be seen. Bai Hua said, "Hurry up and throw out this kind of minion." "Senior brother Bai Hua, don't get angry. I have a good plan. We've already observed those tunnels. It seems like they haven't been opened for a long time. We don't know what kind of scenery is inside. Coincidentally, this Martial Saint level 1 kid is here. We might as well throw him into a passageway and explore the path." Miss Shi Liang was shocked and said, "Senior brother." Even the outsiders in the surroundings were shocked. They all looked at the strong wind, but soon after, all of them started laughing again. These were all high-level martial artists. The conversation between Xianxia and Jin Feng earlier was clearly heard by outsiders. They knew that Jin Feng and Xianxia were fellow disciples. In the world of martial artists, there were times when fellow martial brothers would spend more time together than their own brothers. If everyone had to fight together and experience life and death together, then the relationship between them was truly incomparably close. But as Jin Feng spoke, he sold Xianxia. Not only did he sell, he even offered such a damaging move. Everyone was shocked, even though they all laughed again. Only Xianxia was not surprised. He had seen too many people before. He knew very well what could happen to someone like Gale. Bai Hua laughed loudly and said, "This method is wonderful. Let's use him as bait. Let's throw him in first and see what kind of big fish we can draw out. Come on, open the door." With a flash, Bai Hua came to Xianxia's side, grabbed Xianxia's collar with one hand, and lifted him up. Ahead, the swordsman had already arrived at the entrance of a passageway. He was ready to open the passageway, waiting for Bai Hua's next command at any time. As for Bai Hua, she leaned her mouth close to Xianxia's ear and whispered, "You think I don't know anything? I actually came a long time ago and listened to your conversation clearly outside the door. Kid, don't blame me for turning into a ghost after you die. Blame your good senior brother." Haha. Xianxia remained indifferent, expressionless, and only stared at the strong wind. Gale couldn't help but blush and turned his head away, not looking at Xianxia. Miss Westcool they can't bear, but no one stood out to speak for Xianxia. Everyone still pretended to talk and laugh, hee ha ha ha. At this point in time, Xianxia had completely given up on these people. Once upon a time, he wanted to pull the people of the Howren sect and bring them into his guild. But now, this thought seems so ridiculous. Even if it's me, this is the last time I'm being passionate. Xianxia smiled and said self-deprecatingly, "Open the door," Bai Hua said. The swordsman slashed the small door of the passageway in half. At the same time, Bai Hua threw Xianxia in. Xianxia no longer cared what kind of face the people outside had. In any case, his ultimate goal was to enter the passageway. Rather than quarreling with those people, he might even have to fight and expend his physical strength and lightning energy. It was better to enter openly like this. Xianxia constantly warned himself that this trip was for the sake of the Holy Spirit Stone and to raise his realm. Don't let outsiders interfere with their plans. Those beasts can do whatever they want. They don't have the qualifications to waste their energy. Xianxia was thrown into the passageway like a gust of wind. Outside, everyone's eyes widened as they stared fixedly at how Xianxia flew in and how he disappeared into the darkness of the passageway. Right now, they were very concerned about Xianxia's life and death. At the very least, they had to see how Xianxia had died and what kind of monster had killed him. As a result, the passageway was pitch black and it was very difficult to see anything. Everyone hurriedly expanded their perception, using their perceptual abilities to sense what was happening inside. Xianxia was still flying in the tunnel. Inside the pitch-black tunnel, there was a smell of a wall. This smell was somewhat familiar, like the smell of liquid metal blood flowing from the metal creatures outside. It was hard to describe what kind of taste it was, but the feeling it gave off was not good at all. Xiangnan was always vigilant. If the big snake was here, the big snake would definitely warn Xiangnan to be extremely careful. But at this moment, Xiangnan was alone. Everything depended on himself. Pang! Flying in the darkness, Xiangnan suddenly bumped into something, as if it was a door at the end of the long passage. This ancient stone door had already decayed so badly that it was directly smashed into pieces by Xiangnan. At the same time, Xiangnan's eyes suddenly brightened. He discovered that he had appeared in a new world. In this world, there was a day, an earth, a mountain, and a forest. The vast earth was dark red, and the entire sky was densely packed with fierce beasts. More. Too much. Those ferocious beasts were like floods that covered the earth. Guns surged, flying in the sky. The ground was crowded. All of them were this kind of thing. Those weren't silver blood, nor were they golden blood vicious beasts. They were all the most ordinary eternal vicious beasts. The number of these things couldn't be counted. Their realms weren't even usually around the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, and there were even eternal vicious beasts that had reached the Heavenly Tribulation realm. However, Heavenly Tribulation realm beasts only existed in one aura. Xiangnan could not see them with his naked eye, nor could he sense them, as if they came from underground. Xiangnan's heart trembled. Perhaps there was another layer directly below the world in front of him. Oh my God! Outside, in the hall, everyone's faces changed, all of them pale. Inside, the ferocious beasts rolled over like a flood. Millions of vicious beasts charged at Xiangnan like crazy. The earth trembled. Xiangnan's heart sank as he shouted, "Block!" Within the storage ring, great strength and the little bug quickly flew out and turned into 2 golden-blooded beast puppets. The 2 of them immediately stood in front of Xiangnan, acting as a defensive barrier. Ding ding dang dang dang. A series of intense collisions sounded like a shower. With such a strong physique, the great strength and the little bug were suppressed by the ferocious beast army to the point that they couldn't breathe. In the midst of the dense attacks, tears began to appear on the little bug's body. Too many. There were so many that one couldn't breathe and couldn't breathe. Very quickly, the tear on Dali Xiaochong's body rapidly expanded. He couldn't hold on any longer. I've seen a ghost. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. Dali and Little Bug were golden blood vicious beasts. But facing so many ferocious beasts, he was actually unable to withstand it. Xiangnan didn't have time to think too much and immediately flew back. He tried to escape from the passageway first and then slowly think of a countermeasure. Behind them, Bai Hua and the others also rushed in with a large number of martial artists. Xiangnan flew out while they rushed inside. When Bai Hua saw Xiangnan, she shouted, "Ignore this minion. Follow me and charge in. Kill a path of blood." Numerous figures passed by Xiangnan without even looking at him. Faced with so many ferocious beasts, no one would pay attention to this young man at the first level of the minor martial saint stage, Xiangnan. However, when Xiangnan was flying out, he suddenly felt a person's gaze fall on him. Then a hand grabbed Xiangnan's arm. Xiangnan turned around and saw that the person holding him was Gale. Xiangnan looked into Gale's eyes. The strong wind grabbed Xiangnan and flew back inside. He turned to look at Xiangnan and whispered, "I'm sorry, but I can't let you leave alive. My reputation outside is not bad. Everyone calls me Big Brother Jin Feng. Many fellow disciples of the Haoran sect also respect me. I can't let you go back alive and spread my actions. That would be detrimental to my reputation." Xiangnan laughed. He already knew what Gale was going to do, but he didn't say anything. It was useless to say anything to such a person. Miss Shi Liang's heart softened. She rushed up and grabbed Xiangnan's other arm. She wanted to take Xiangnan back from Gale. She gritted her teeth and said, Senior brother, don't do this. Little junior brother won't talk nonsense after he leaves. Give him a chance, right? Little junior brother, hurry up and show your stance to senior brother Jin Feng. Don't you know how to speak nonsense? Quickly speak." The strong wind had a gloomy face and shouted, "West cool, let go." Bai was still trying to seize Xiang Nan. She choked with sobs and said, "Senior brother, everyone is from the same sect. Little junior brother is still so young. You, just let him live." However, Xiang Nan smiled and said, "There is no need. I have no grievances or enmity with him. He is determined to harm me. This is not a matter of letting me live. Whatever he wants to do, just let him do it. You can't persuade him. If you hadn't said those words, perhaps I would have been soft-hearted. But now, junior brother, I really can't let you go. Senior apprentice brother is sorry. In the future, your family, friends, senior apprentice brother will definitely take good care of you. Little junior brother, senior brother, you really can't bear the insult. Senior brother still needs face. I've wronged you." At this point, the strong wind snatched Xiang Nan over and threw him into the depths of the beast-like world. Xiang Nan fell and flew out, his back facing the world in front of him, facing the painful senior brother Gale and the others. At that time, Xiang Nan's heart was as still as water. He was already used to it, and he had seen too many people like this. In the sky, densely packed fierce beasts like a plague of locusts instantly engulfed Xiang Nan. Those ferocious beasts were so dense that they gathered together like a gigantic hand of the world. They directly fished Xiang Nan out and buried him with Peng's sound. If he was framed by his enemy, Xiang Nan would not even frown. However, Xiang Nan was not angry at all after being framed by his fellow disciples. The only thing he was disappointed with was that his heart was completely cold. The person who shouldn't have harmed him the most had harmed him. What's wrong with this damned world? Senior brother, the West Cool girl anxious to cry. The other fellow disciples all lowered their heads and remained silent, and no one expressed their opinions. Gale hurriedly pulled West Cool hands, said, junior sister, you listen to me, you must not blame me. You all know what I can do in front of Bai Hua. Apart from selling my junior brother, do I have any other choice? I have no choice but to. I can't let outsiders know that my grand Gale actually sold my fellow disciples. West Cool or cry. I can't help it. I swear. I promise. I'll do more good when I get out, and I'll make up for my mistakes. Ahead, at the entrance, Bai Hua roared. Why are you all standing there? Hurry up and hold on. The 3 Heavenly Tribulation First Layer Heavenly Clan captains had already condensed their Dipper Chi shields. Other Heavenly Tribulation Realm martial artists had also joined in endlessly. They had also pushed their hands against the shields and sent massive amounts of Dipper Chi into the shields. After Gale heard Bai Hua's words, he hurriedly caught up like an obedient dog and said, I made senior brother Bai Hua suffer. I'm coming. As he spoke, the strong wind also pushed the Dipper Chi shield with both hands to increase the strength of the shield. Countless ferocious beasts frantically attacked the shield that protected the small entrance, causing the shield to creak. This astral chi shield was made up of more than a dozen Heavenly Tribulation First Layer martial artists. The speed at which it was consumed was incredibly fast. It was only now that everyone saw the most shocking scene. The eternal vicious beasts here were all inorganic lifeforms, or organic robots. Metallic beasts. They didn't have the black shells of normal vicious beasts, and their entire bodies were made of pure unknown metal. Not only was their combat strength far greater than that of ordinary eternal vicious beasts, but their vitality was also extremely powerful. I can't hold on any longer, a Heavenly Tribulation Realm expert shouted loudly. Within 5 seconds, the shield will be broken, Bai Hua shouted. Hurry up and hit him. This is a one-way defensive shield, a martial skill, an attack that can fly out from within. Hurry up and attack. The martial artists at the 9th level of the Martial Saint stage woke up as if they had just woken up from their dreams and threw their Dipper Chi out. All sorts of dazzling martial skills, streaks of heavenly Dipper Chi saber light, sword light, and spear light poured out like a shower. However, these attacks were instantly drowned out. After all, their cultivation bases were very high, and they were on average 4 to 5 levels higher than those metal murderers. In particular, these people did not have to respect the laws of the 5 minor heavy realm. Their strength, talent, and martial arts attainments were far stronger than ordinary martial artists. They only needed to be a small realm higher than the eternal vicious beast, or even at the same level they could kill beasts of the same level. This level of strength was somewhat similar to the rumble of the Dark North monster race. It could kill ferocious beasts at the same level. Although they were still far from being able to kill vicious beasts across a few small realms like Xianxia, this was already very impressive. Even so, their attacks were too weak. There were too many fierce beasts. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen metal beasts had been killed, and some had seen Holy Spirit stones fall. However, the Holy Spirit stone was immediately drowned by the vicious beast army. What the hell? Where's the Holy Spirit stone? Bai Hua roared angrily. Where are the falling Holy Spirit stones? Why are they gone? Strong Wind said with difficulty. I didn't have the chance to pick it up. I was kicked flying by the beasts. Bai Hua roared. No, I can't hold on any longer. Let's retreat together. Quickly retreat. Everyone flew out of the passageway like a tide. At the same time, the heavenly tribulation realm's Dipper Chi shield finally exploded. An incomparably strange scene occurred when a large number of ferocious beasts rushed forward. All the ferocious beasts stopped at the entrance of the passageway, not a single one of them chasing after them. Once the martial artists returned to the passageway, all the beasts calmed down. Seeing this, all the martial artists stopped and looked inside curiously. Bai Hua said happily, All right, they won't come out. This is great, we'll just rush in like before, killing a small number of fierce beasts at a time in such a cycle. Again. At this point, everyone returned to the exit. It was still using Heavenly Tribulation Realm martial artists to gather their shields, winning the precious 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the martial artists at the 9th level of the Martial Saint stage were responsible for launching their attacks. Only a Heavenly Tribulation Realm Dipper Chi shield could barely hold on. If a Martial Saint 9th layer martial artist were to condense a shield, they would probably not be able to withstand even half a second and would be shattered. Hurry up and attack. Pay attention to collecting the Holy Spirit stones. With Bai Hua's order, everyone was ready to send out. Stellar Chi flew out one after another, killing all of the beasts. The probability of Holy Spirit stones appearing in the bodies of the metal beasts here was still extremely low. Sometimes one Holy Spirit stone could be dropped after killing one of them, and sometimes 30 to 40 of them could be killed in a row, but not even one of them could be seen. Everyone rushed forward to snatch the sacred spirit stones, but the process was not perfect. A martial artist saw with his own eyes that an intermediate-grade sacred spirit stone had fallen, and he rushed forward to pick it up with ecstasy. However, the Holy Spirit stone landed outside the Dipper Chi shield. Just as his half of his forearm reached out and grabbed the Holy Spirit stone, several gigantic claws reached out at the same time. The fierce beast's sharp claws pierced into the martial artist's arm, directly pulling him out. Fifth brother! Another martial artist cried out loudly when he saw this. Before the martial artist who had been captured could let out a miserable scream, he was minced into pieces by countless rotating claws. A 9th-level Martial Saint martial artist couldn't even survive for a 10th of a second. I can't take it anymore. Let's retreat. Bai Hua roared and everyone quickly retreated. This time, the duration was much shorter than expected. In less than 7 seconds, the Dipper Chi shield was torn apart, and they had no choice but to quickly retreat. Bai Hua gasped and said, It's too hasty. Everyone, take a good rest this time. Replenish your strength, and strive to kill a few more next time. The probability of beasts dropping Holy Spirit stones here was still very low. Fortunately, there were enough beasts. That ocean-like world of beasts was simply an endless treasure vault. Today, no one is allowed to reveal the secrets of this place. Those who dare to walk the news, I will catch up to the heavens, chase after the underworld, and kill him. Do you hear me? Bai Hua shouted loudly. Not only did everyone not panic in their hearts, all of them were overjoyed. They all nodded their heads and said, I heard you. Bai Hua roared. As long as we can monopolize this place, we will have boundless prospects in the future. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Of course, the best way was to have experts from the middle or even late heavenly tribulation realm come over and kill large numbers of ferocious beasts to obtain the Holy Spirit stones. However, did the benefits that those people received have anything to do with Bai Hua and the others? Obviously, this place would be taken over by the Four Emperors Guild immediately. A martial artist with a low cultivation realm didn't even have the qualifications to drink soup. When a person discovers a treasure vault, his first reaction must be to take it as his own, instead of going back to the clan and calling for more people to share the spoils with him. Everyone knew that they were still useful. Otherwise, Bai Hua might even kill them together. But no matter what, little by little, battles here would always have a bright future. As long as the amount of Saint Spirit stones they had accumulated increased, their realms would slowly increase. Even if they only increased by a small level, fighting here would be easier. They would be able to kill more beasts and obtain more Saint Spirit stones. This was a virtuous circle. Everyone saw this prospect. They would rather die than expose this place. Out of caution, Bai Hua shouted again. Who discovered this place back then? A heavenly tribulation first-layer martial artist walked out of the crowd. This person said, "It was me. I was the first to discover this place." Bai Hua grabbed the man's collar and gritted her teeth. "Did you tell more people?" The man shook his head hurriedly and said, "I did tell some people, but those people have been searching for this place for 3 years. They have almost died, and the rest are all present." Bai Hua nodded. "That's good. World of fierce beasts, somewhere." Xianxia was dragged down by countless ferocious beasts, and then drowned by countless ferocious beasts. Vigorous and small insects immediately pounced on Xianxia, using their majestic bodies to suppress Xianxia, and using their bodies to help Xianxia endure the damage. When Xianxia heard the intense scratching sound, it rang out continuously from the back of Dolly and the little bug. Vigor and the little bug were golden blood vicious beasts, and they had an incredible recovery speed. However, their recovery speed was not enough here. The speed of recovery was not as fast as being destroyed by metal beasts. Fortunately, these two golden blood vicious beasts had a slightly higher cultivation realm. Little bugs were at the 2nd level of the martial saint realm, while their strength was at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. Their physical defenses were also heaven-defying. They can hold on a little longer. Xianxia's brain spun like flying, constantly thinking about how to survive in such a terrifying place. Firstly, he could not be injured. It was impossible to recover from an injury in the eternal secret realm. Second, he couldn't waste too much of his lightning power. In the dense battles that didn't have any rest points, lightning power was the only support for his survival. Third, he had to find a place where he could temporarily take refuge. Otherwise, no matter how much lightning power he had, there would always be a time when he would run out in the face of endless ferocious beasts. Chi! A tearing sound came. Xianxia saw with his own eyes that the little bug's chest was pierced by a claw, although the tip of the claw only revealed a small section. This meant that the little bug's back had been torn to the point that it was about to lose all of its flesh and blood. With a thought, Xianxia sent a message to Dolly and the little bug. "Rest, recover, I'll hold on." Xianxia quickly released his giant saber. The giant saber liquefied, forming a pure nether-silver hemispheric shield that enveloped him and the vigorous beetle. Large amounts of ferocious beasts began to attack the nether-silver shield crazily. Even the powerful nether-silver was grabbed, and cracks appeared one after another. More claws grabbed onto it, deepening the cracks. The nether-silver's automatic filling speed couldn't even keep up with the speed at which the beast scratched the cracks. In this short and precious time, great strength and the little bug began to quickly heal their wounds. Xianxia immediately sat down cross-legged and executed the immortal traveling technique, sending his consciousness out of his body. In the vast sky, Xianxia's consciousness circled in the sky, continuously flying into the distance, looking out. He wanted to find a place that wasn't filled with ferocious beasts. At the very least, he wanted to find an area with a relatively low ferocious beast realm. However, he discovered that wherever his eyes could reach, there were densely packed fierce beasts. Not to mention the ground, even the sky was filled with fierce beasts. His consciousness was still flying, and he refused to give up. If he gave up, then he wouldn't be far from death. Gradually, he discovered a strange place. Large amounts of ferocious beasts surged and tumbled like tides, one layer after another. However, there were a few places that were different. The beasts there were piled up in layers like a small sharp point. The ferocious beast tide was rolling all the time, except for the few little tips who didn't move. It was as if a large number of ferocious beasts were lying on top of something. What is that? Xianxia had a premonition that the nether silver shield was no longer able to hold on. He sent another signal to the vigorous bugs to resist. Just as this signal was about to be sent out, the nether silver shield finally cracked open with a loud bang. Large amounts of liquid nether silver were captured and scattered everywhere. These nether silver turned into tiny silver droplets of water, then squeezed desperately towards Xianxia from the sea of ferocious beasts. It was really crowded, there was no room to fly back. However, there were too many ferocious beasts. The nether silver desperately squeezed back and was constantly squeezed out. Even returning to Xianxia's side became extremely difficult. Xianxia hurriedly flew to a little tip. His consciousness directly drifted in, wanting to see what exactly those ferocious beasts were lying on. As a result, Xianxia was stunned when he flew in. There was actually an internal space here. This is a tower full of beasts. The pagoda was empty, and no beasts could enter. Tower! Xianxia's eyes turned cold, and he immediately dispersed his immortal traveling technique, allowing his consciousness to return to its original form. He immediately gave orders to Dolly and Little Bug to charge into the tower regardless of all costs. What kind of person could build towers in such a place? Xianxia didn't have any clues at all, and it was unlikely that he would know. These pagodas were probably as old as this place, and they had existed for billions of years. Even if there were any documents left in the tower, they would have long since turned into dried powder. Guard my back and charge, Xianxia roared. He stood up, condensed the annihilation shield, and charged forward with the black shield. The antimatter annihilation shield was destroying the metal beasts like crazy with a devastating momentum. He was like a sharp sword that split open a stream. In front of the annihilation shield, even ferocious beasts were unable to withstand a single blow. However, another phenomenon caused Xianxia's heart to bleed in pain. He had personally witnessed a large number of vicious beasts being destroyed by the annihilation shield. He had also seen numerous intermediate Holy Spirit stones flying out of the body of the vicious beasts and being crushed by the annihilation shield. Damn it! Damn it! Xianxia cursed angrily. He inhaled heavily and continuously. The crushed Holy Spirit stones were annihilated into particles by the annihilation shield, and they were even more dispersed than gas. He tried his best to suck those particles into his body as if he was absorbing the most basic Holy Spirit stones. However, there were too many ferocious beasts. They had also sent small particles of Saint Spirit stone flying everywhere, causing Xianxia to be unable to absorb much in a single breath. Fortunately, his cultivation realm probably couldn't be improved by absorbing so few sacred spirit stones, but his lightning power could be recovered quickly. The Holy Spirit stones were very effective in replenishing thunder power. Xianxia released the annihilation shield once every 3 seconds. After the time passed, he immediately had Li Dali and the little bug pounce on him to protect him. After a short pause, he released the annihilation shield again and continued to charge forward. After so many times, he finally rushed into one of the towers. However, Xianxia quickly discovered that Dali and Little Bug seemed to have been blocked by some invisible force when they entered the tower. However, the two of them struggled for a moment, and the death blade emitted a faint light. Vigorous and the Little Bug still entered. However, the ferocious beasts chasing after them were unable to break through that invisible barrier no matter what. Xianxia suddenly sat on the ground, panting heavily. Outside the pagoda gate, it was wrapped in a huge amount of metal beasts that were completely impervious to the wind. What the hell is this place? Xianxia rested for a while and started walking towards the upper echelons. Following the spiral stairs, they arrived at the second floor of the tower. Here he saw a lot of strange things. There were tables one by one, and there were strange equipment on the tables. But this was only what he could see at first glance, because as he walked up to the second floor, the air around him started to fluctuate. Everything that he saw on the second floor was reduced to ashes and scattered on the ground along with the slight fluctuations of the air. It's too old. Xianxia was stunned for a moment and said, "In that case, I might be the first person to enter this tower in many years." He wandered around and then went to the third floor. This time he kept his eyes open. When he reached the entrance, he did not advance any further. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and executed the Immortal traveling technique, allowing his consciousness to fly in and watch. Sure enough, he saw the complete appearance of the third floor. What surprised him the most was that this was like a workshop, or rather a lab. There were some inexplicable instruments on the table, and there was even a semi-finished metal beast lying on a platform. Heavens! Could it be that these ferocious beasts were created by humans? Xianxia was shocked. Fierce beasts had always been a great mystery for many years. No one had ever known how this thing appeared or where it came from. No one knew why there were sacred spirit stones in the body of a ferocious beast that could allow a martial artist to raise their cultivation realm. However, Xianxia could vaguely feel that he was about to touch upon the truth of a certain historical mystery. He was cautious. Even though he was only a consciousness now, he did not dare to touch anything easily. Otherwise, the footprints of history would be destroyed by him. He continued to wander around, carefully and curiously looking at each instrument. Most of these items were made from unknown materials. Its shape was also varied, and it was simply incomprehensible. Suddenly, Xianxia made a big discovery. He discovered that there was a pile of thick books on a table. One of the books had been opened and laid flat on the table. Xianxia immediately went to read with hunger. This book was painted with a large number of inexplicable runes. At first glance, it looked very similar to the runes on the ferocious beasts. Apart from the runes, there was also a small portion of illustrations that depicted the structure of the semi-finished beasts. However, he couldn't read the second page. His consciousness couldn't touch the actual object. Even if he could, it would be destroyed. He could only continue searching for books that he hadn't opened, but in the end, he hadn't. His consciousness flew up to the fourth level, but the fourth level was still a similar scene. He searched for books and tried to read them. He could only read 2 pages of this large number of books, and the clues he could obtain were extremely few. However, he noticed that these books should have been casual notes made by someone during the process of making a ferocious beast. Xianxia had never seen a large number of pennies on a ferocious beast before. These runes should be a failure, the part that had been abandoned during the process of researching and making ferocious beasts. Xianxia continued to walk upwards. This tower only had 9 floors in total. He went through all 9 floors and learned about a fragmented historical process through the few words and illustrations he could read. This pagoda should be used to develop fierce beasts, and the books that appeared inside were all notes left behind by even older cultivators. These notes would only record the process of making ferocious beasts, and there was a slight mention of why they had done so. Xianxia followed the broken clues and combined them with his own wild conjectures. He slowly pondered and connected them together. A piece of history that had been sealed in dust for billions of years slowly appeared on the surface of the water. It was an ancient age that could not be traced back to years. In the long history, countless experts had reached the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. However, there didn't seem to be a single clue that someone had broken through the barrier of the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation and headed towards a higher realm. Especially when a martial arts civilization reached its limit and had a large number of 9th level heavenly tribulation experts, a natural disaster would descend. The calamity here was not clearly expressed in the book, but Xianxia guessed that it should be the terrifying lightning bull he saw on the yellow planet. This was like a law. A 9th level heavenly tribulation martial artist attempting to continue climbing would attract a lightning tribulation. When a certain number of 9th level heavenly tribulation martial artists reached a certain level in a civilization, a strange lightning bull would appear, directly destroying the entire civilization. Exactly why, how, and where did that lightning bull come from? No one could explain it clearly. In ancient times, martial artists were similarly puzzled by this mystery. In front of the lightning bull, the 9th-level heavenly tribulation martial artists were as fragile as paper. They could not even withstand the bull's attack. There were powerful cultivators who had come up with an unusual method. They wanted to create a species even more powerful than themselves to deal with the natural calamity. The eternal vicious beast was born from this. The experts of the heavenly tribulation realm voluntarily sacrificed their lives to solidify their own realms and condense them into crystals of their own realms. That is, Holy Spirit stones. These Holy Spirit stones were one of the basic motivations for the eternal vicious beast to survive. These ferocious beasts were extremely powerful, possessed extremely strong combat awareness, and were immortal. They could be reborn indefinitely. The humans were so excited that they almost went mad. More 9th-level heavenly tribulation martial artists disbanded their realms regardless of the cost, using them to feed these ferocious beasts. They saw a glimmer of hope. But then, an unexpected catastrophe came very suddenly. The first ferocious beasts were all made of metal. Humans were like puppets making this kind of thing. However, what they hadn't expected was that the eternal beast would lose control when it was about to succeed. They actually had the ability to reproduce. No matter what, humans would never have expected this. In fact, in a short period of time, a large number of flesh and blood ferocious beasts were actually born. Humans had encountered an unprecedented calamity. This catastrophe was not even personally done by the lightning bull, but by a ferocious beast. Countless ferocious beasts had been bred out, and the human army had stubbornly and fiercely resisted. However, the ferocious beasts were immortal. There was no such thing as true death. After a ferocious beast was killed, it would always turn into sand and resurrect in another random location. After nearly 1,000 years of fighting, the entire human civilization was burned to the ground. Humans were destroyed by their own ambitions and dangerous creations and died at the hands of their most outstanding works. Just as this civilization was about to disappear, the remaining 339,800 heavenly tribulation 9th-layer experts had gathered all their strength to completely cleanse this world. An unprecedented shockwave of astral chi had wiped out all the fierce beasts in the world, including themselves. Before doing this, they had given their descendants a chance to survive. They used the strength of 330,000 9th-level heavenly tribulation experts to create an eternal secret realm that the ferocious beasts would never be able to escape from. Xianxia took a deep breath, his heart filled with disappointment and emotion. What the ancients hadn't expected was that the life force of the fierce beasts was so tenacious that they hadn't killed all the fierce beasts. After so many years, this army of ferocious beasts gradually recovered. Only a small portion of this story was obtained from books, and most of the places were filled with Xianxia's own conjectures. Only this kind of conjecture could connect those fragmented pieces of information together, making it more reasonable. There was one thing that worried Xianxia. Just how long could the eternal secret realm last? This place trapped all the ferocious beasts, making it impossible for them to escape. But what if the eternal secret realm was invalidated? Wouldn't the modern human world be going to repeat the calamity of the ancient civilization back then? Xianxia muttered a few keywords as if he was deep in thought. Eternal shadow, moon spring water, eternal secret realm, mist. After a human died in the eternal secret realm, it would become the eternal shadow. Is there any potential connection between this matter and the reproduction of fierce beasts? Otherwise, the ferocious beasts in the eternal secret realm would have been extremely rampant over the past few years. They definitely shouldn't have seen so little of them. And here, this small world should be the place where ancient cultivators studied the eternal vicious beasts. One thing was that the eternal vicious beasts inside were all made of metal, completely different from those with flesh and blood outside. This was a testing ground, but under the encirclement of so many ferocious beasts, it was very difficult for cultivators to even leave the tower, let alone study it. This showed a problem. Back then, there weren't so many eternal vicious beasts in the test ground. How did this overwhelming scene appear? Many questions had already lost the opportunity and method to explore the truth. That era was too long ago. It was really difficult to find clues and information. Xianxia did not dwell on this question anymore. Not all secrets had to be found out. Perhaps the things in this pagoda would provide some clues to future martial artists. Xianxia thought of this and dismissed the idea of letting Jin go. He allowed the tables, chairs, and instruments to continue to be preserved. He returned to the first floor of the tower and looked at the bustling beasts outside the door. He fell into deep thought. What kind of method should he use to kill those ferocious beasts and obtain their Holy Spirit stones? He carefully sensed that the eternal vicious beasts in front of him were basically at the 5th level of the martial saint realm. This was an average. Some of the vicious beasts were at the 4th level of the martial saint realm, while others were at the 6th level of the martial saint realm. But before, when he entered the passageway, he could clearly feel that there were even martial saint 8th or 9th layer beasts, and even heavenly tribulation realm beasts. This verified Xianxia's previous conjecture that there should be a 2nd level below this small world. Those beasts with higher realms that he had sensed earlier should not be on this level. Instead, they were on the lower level. The perception he had when he first came out of the passageway confused the realms of the 2 levels of beasts. In retrospect, this was indeed the case. With his own strength, defeating a human at the 7th level of the martial saint stage was no longer that easy. If there were martial saint level 7 beasts in this world, he would never have rushed into this pagoda. Then, in the next level of the world, were fierce beasts also so rampant? It was still necessary to explore, but with his current cultivation, if he went to the next level, he would die in an instant. It was better to raise his cultivation level first. Xianxia thought for a moment and subconsciously looked at the entrance of the tower. When we first came in, Dolly and the little bug were blocked by some kind of power, but in the end, they still came in, while the beasts outside were unable to enter. It must be the sword of the dead. It has replaced the control of the great strength and the little bug in the mystic realm. Only by letting the 2 of them come out independently can they be qualified to enter the tower. I should be safe here. Then let Dolly and little bug help me kill the ferocious beasts and collect the Holy Spirit stones. Powerful and small bugs could freely enter and exit this mysterious pagoda. This was a place that could be used. Thinking of this, Xianxia issued an order in his heart, telling Dolly and little bug to rush out and kill the ferocious beast. When the 2 of them couldn't hold on, they immediately returned to the tower to rest and recover. That's a good plan. With a thought, Xianxia and the little bug immediately rushed out of the tower. In a place filled with ferocious beasts, survival was the only key. Hence, defense became the main factor, while attack became the secondary factor. Based on this, Xianxia had the martial saint 3rd layer play a defensive role, and the martial saint 2nd layer bugs were responsible for attacking the ferocious beasts. Xianxia had practiced the method of battle in his heart. He felt that he was safe and sound. Only then did he truly make his move. With a whoosh, Dolly and the little bug rushed out of the tower. Immediately, the overwhelming number of ferocious beasts immediately surged over, completely drowning the great strength insects. In a battle of this scale, fighting consciousness was the most useless, and there was no room for it to be unleashed. Under Xianxia's command, great strength immediately spun rapidly, turning into a big top. The incomparably crowded ferocious beasts rushed forward in large numbers, and they were constantly bounced away by the powerful force, bouncing away again and again. One by one, the beasts were ejected in all directions. They collided with the other beasts and bounced back. Actually, this effect was not very good, because there was no space for the beast to bomb further away, causing it to expend all its strength to eject the beast. The effective space it could free up was only 3 meters square. This narrow range of activities had little room for maneuver. Fighting against the little bug in such a space was really very difficult. That great strength was only responsible for spinning, while the little bug found the right opportunity and immediately killed a ferocious beast. She was as fast as lightning, and her hands quickly pierced into the stomach of a ferocious beast, tearing it in half. Xianxia shook his head regretfully. No Holy Spirit stones fell out. He continued to spin vigorously, while the little bug continued to search for the next target to attack. The cooperation between the 2 sides was not perfect, and there would often be mistakes. When the little bug was about to attack a ferocious beast, it spun vigorously and bounced the ferocious beast away. This situation kept appearing one after another, and there was almost no perfect solution. Not to mention the power and bugs, it was impossible to determine which fierce beast would suddenly be pushed to the front and become his target. Even the metal beasts themselves were unable to tell. This was a completely random process. It was impossible to tell which vicious beast was still behind, but it was suddenly pushed to the front. It was also possible that one of the beasts was still in the front and would be pushed behind in the next moment. Even though his speed was astonishing, the ferocious beasts he touched were blown away. However, during this process, there were still quite a few fierce beasts' sharp claws that cut through Dolly's body time and time again. Rotation, to the maximum extent possible, avoids excessive damage to the force. Even so, he was still able to withstand nearly 40 to 50 claw strikes per second. In less than 10 seconds, Dolly's entire body had been scratched clean. Xianxia immediately summoned Dolly and Little Bug back, allowing them to hide in the tower and slowly recover. Observing the results of the battle, Little Bug had killed 3 eternal beasts in the past few seconds, but he couldn't even see a single sacred spirit stone. Xianxia rubbed his chin while the little bugs were recovering. He said thoughtfully, "Since they can't enter, they should be able to use long-range attacks." Thinking of this, he circulated his lightning power and raised his hand to release a 7-star finger. The power of a beginner Dao grade 7-star finger was extraordinary. With a single sound from Peng, the head of a metal ferocious beast was immediately blasted apart by the 7-star finger. But what happened next made Xianxia feel extremely powerless. Before Xianxia could do anything, the corpse of the beast that had just died was quickly squeezed out of Xianxia's sight by the other beasts. All the ferocious beasts were desperately squeezing into the tower. Once a ferocious beast lost its vitality and the power to push forward, it would naturally be squeezed away by the other ferocious beasts. Another problem was also very troublesome. The sacred spirit stone did not exist in the head of a ferocious beast, but in its stomach, at a random location in its stomach. The 7-star finger could only shoot at the head of a ferocious beast, but it could not obtain a holy spirit stone. Xianxia changed his method and used his 7-star finger to poke at the stomach of a ferocious beast. The 7-star finger pierced through the fierce beast's stomach. Afterwards, the previous scene played out again. After the beast died, the corpse was immediately squeezed into nowhere to be found. No, it would be perfect if the 7-star finger could produce an explosive effect. Xianxia shook his head. The penetrating power of the 7-star finger was extremely strong, but the thickness of a single finger was about the same as Xianxia's finger. After hitting the stomach of a huge ferocious beast, the area of the piercing wound was too small. It was almost impossible to accurately hit the Holy Spirit Stone in the stomach of the ferocious beast. Even if he hit the Sacred Spirit Stone, it would still be destroyed, and Xianxia still wouldn't be able to obtain it. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Otherwise, pull them in. A ferocious beast that was killed by the blade of the dead would be able to enter the tower. Drag the corpse of the ferocious beast in and slowly dissect it. Thinking of this, Xianxia liquefied the dead blade and turned it into a long silver chain. He tossed the chains out, wrapped them around the head of a ferocious beast, and dragged it into the tower desperately. However, the ferocious beast was not dead, and could not be taken over by the blade of the dead. It was still restricted by the mysterious power of the secret realm, and could not enter the tower. Xianxia retracted the chain and modified it, changing it into a hook lock. The chains were still chains, but at the top, a scythe-like barb was shaped. He aimed at a ferocious beast that was close to the entrance and whirled the hook lock around with a buzzing sound before throwing it away. The barb was made of pure nether silver, and it had a strong restraining power against ferocious beasts. The barb pierced through the head of the ferocious beast, piercing through its entire head. Xianxia was overjoyed and hurriedly pulled back, wanting to drag the ferocious beast in. However, another damn thing happened that almost drove Xianxia crazy. The rate of death of a ferocious beast wasn't that fast. The moment the scythe pierced through the beast's head, it would not die instantly. The process of death would take about 2 to 3 seconds. Just like how a human being was beheaded, after a criminal's head was sliced off by an executioner, this person could actually survive for a few seconds. His vitality was rapidly declining, but in these few seconds, his eyes could still see and think. The same was true for ferocious beasts. The moment the scythe pierced through the beast's head, the beast first lost its ability to move, but it was still alive and could not be dragged into the tower immediately. As for the beasts that had lost their ability to move, they began to be crowded out by the other beasts. As a result, the hook lock in Xiangnan's hand was also dragged out. Shit! Xiangnan was shocked. His hands tightly grabbed the hook lock and desperately snatched it back. Countless ferocious beasts were crowded together, pushing back the barbed ferocious beasts with their heads. This turned into a tug-of-war between Xiangnan and a large number of ferocious beasts. Moreover, he simply could not win. The reason for that was because the tower gate had already been blocked by other ferocious beasts. Xiangnan pulled back forcefully, but not only did he not manage to retrieve the hook lock, he was instead dragged out of the tower continuously. Help! Xiangnan roared. The two of them also grabbed the chains and snatched the hook lock back together with Xiangnan. However, the power outside was too great, and the three of them were still slowly gliding towards the outside. Seeing that he could not retrieve the hook lock, Xiangnan instantly liquefied the hook lock, attempting to cancel the tug-of-war competition and snatch the netherworld's silver back. But at the same time the hook lock liquefied, the whole hook lock softened and became liquid. The hook lock left in the tower was successfully retrieved, but more hook locks outside the tower were lost and squeezed into nowhere to be found. Xiangnan used his will to summon the artifact spirit to control the lost nether silver and squeeze it back into the tower. But I'm afraid this will take some time. Damn it! It's actually so troublesome. Xiangnan anxiously walked around, his mind racing as he thought of countermeasures. Why don't you use your Gemini palms to blow them up? Xiangnan thought for a moment. The penetrating power of the 7-star finger was too strong, but what he wanted was explosive power. As for explosive power, Gemini palm was undoubtedly the best choice. With a single palm strike, all the ferocious beasts in a small area outside the tower gate would be shattered into pieces, instantly clearing up an area. But could the Holy Spirit stones in the fierce beast's body also be blown to shreds? However, this is not the most crucial issue. The problem is, Xiangnan walked to the door and touched the wall of the tower with his hand. He discovered a reality that left him speechless. This pagoda was actually not strong. How could it be said that it was roughly equivalent to the hardness of a profound armament? What really stopped the ferocious beasts was not the sturdiness of the tower itself, but the invisible power within the tower that was resisting the invasion of the ferocious beasts. However, Xiangnan himself was not a vicious beast. He was able to destroy this tower. Once the Gemini palms exploded, even the tower would be destroyed. At that time, he would no longer have any security. Damn it! Damn it! Xiangnan shook his head and rejected this idea. He continued to walk around, feeling distracted. If only Big Snake was here at this time, he would definitely be able to provide him with some valuable suggestions. At this time, a small amount of liquid nether silver finally squeezed back through the corner of the door. Xiangnan gathered this small amount of nether silver into the chains in his hand. Outside, there were even more nether silver desperately squeezing back. Sigh! Xiangnan sighed and thought to himself. Long-range attacks seemed to be hopeless. After all, his goal was to seize the sacred spirit stones, not just to kill ferocious beasts. There was no way to guarantee the success rate of obtaining the Holy Spirit Stone from a long-range attack. With a flip of his right hand, a small amount of nether silver condensed into a small saber and swept out with a ray of saber light. The blazing saber light slashed across the stomachs of several ferocious beasts. As a result, there was no effect. The saber radiance was an ordinary saber radiance, and its lethality was completely incomparable to the 7-star finger. This saber radiance could not even cut open the stomachs of those ferocious beasts. There's nothing I can do. I can only choose melee attacks again. Xiangnan shook his head. He had recovered almost as much as the little bug, so he rushed out again. The powerful force continued to spin, bouncing back all the ferocious beasts that were trying to get close to the little bug. However, this efficiency was really too low. If the empty space here was relatively large, then it would be good. The ferocious beasts were bounced far away, and they still needed a little time to return to this tower. The crux of the matter was that there was no open space. The vicious beasts that were ejected immediately collided with other vicious beasts and were stopped. Their retreating distance was not even more than a few centimeters. Ah! Wait! With a flash of inspiration, Xianxia immediately summoned Little Bug and Great Strength back, and turned the nether silver into 2 short blades for Great Strength to hold in his hand. Get out, Harvest! Xianxia gave the order excitedly. Dali held a dagger in both hands and rushed out of the tower, quickly spinning. Previously, he was spinning like a top that could bounce the beasts away, but now that he was holding 2 short knives in his hand, those 2 knives turned into a terrifying meat grinder. The ferocious beasts that rushed over were frantically sliced open, and sliced open again. The chests of the ferocious beasts were cut in half. Ding! A crisp collision sound rang out. A Holy Spirit stone flew out from one of the shredded bodies and was struck by the spinning blade. It jumped into the air. Xianxia was quick-witted as he picked up the flower finger and immediately pulled the Holy Spirit stone back into the tower. Damn it! I succeeded! Xianxia was overjoyed and excited. Ding! Another crisp sound rang out. Xianxia hurriedly pulled back the Holy Spirit stone that had been chopped away by the blade with another fluttering finger. Xianxia laughed loudly. However, there were still 2 things that weren't perfect. The first thing was that the 2 Holy Spirit stones he had obtained were both low-grade Holy Spirit stones. The second thing was that not all of the Holy Spirit stones in the fierce beast's body could be cut out by rotating and cutting. Dali was holding a dagger in both hands, but he rotated the dagger at the height of his chest. As a result, a large number of ferocious beasts were cut off by the dagger. In fact, it was not their entire bodies, but their chest positions. If the Holy Spirit stone existed near the beast's chest, then the rotating force and strong wind generated by the swiftly rotating dagger would pull the Holy Spirit stone out and be sliced by the blade. However, if the Holy Spirit stones in the fierce beast's body were located in its stomach, or even close to its abdomen, then it would be far from its chest, and the hidden Holy Spirit stones would no longer be able to be extracted. Although the speed of killing ferocious beasts was extremely fast, there were probably many ferocious beasts that possessed Holy Spirit stones that were unable to hand over the Holy Spirit stones. They were wasted just like that. A few seconds passed, and Li Dali was caught full of holes. Xianxia could only summon him back first and let him rest. There were only 2 low-grade Holy Spirit stones beneath his feet. The large number of ferocious beast corpses outside the door were also squeezed into nowhere to be found. At this moment, half of nether silver had returned to the tower. Xianxia stared at the dagger in Dali's hand and thought. He wanted to condense more daggers, but this was very impractical. The total amount of nether silver remained unchanged. In that case, considering the thickness of the eternal vicious beast's body cavity, the dagger he had condensed had to be of a certain length. Otherwise, it would not be able to pierce through the vicious beast's body. And if the length was reached, then no more daggers could be condensed. Xianxia could only wait. After more than 20 minutes, all of the nether silver had finally returned. He had created a total of 4 3-meter-long narrow blades from the nether silver. This was already the limit. A 3-meter-long blade had to be guaranteed, so the width and thickness of the blade could only be sacrificed. Well, here's another question. Dali only had 2 hands. How could he grasp 4 blades at the same time? The problem was that it was possible to grab 2 knives with 1 hand, but there was no guarantee that the height would be different. He held 2 sabers in 1 hand, and the 2 sabers were still at the same height, unable to cut any further on the fierce beast's body. Xianxia studied it for a while. He first had his right hand at the height of his chest and his left hand at the height of his lower abdomen. As for the other 2 knives, Xianxia pierced through his powerful body, piercing through one from his stomach, as well as from his chest down to his stomach up to his stomach. But in this way, the blade that pierced through Dali's body only had less than a meter left, so there was no guarantee that it would pierce through the beast. On the other hand, it is not firm. A knife that pierces through the body is very likely to be lost in rotation. Both of you, attack together. Xianxia ordered Dali and Bug to hold two knives at the same time. Dali was responsible for cutting the chest and parts below the chest, while Bug was responsible for cutting the stomach and lower abdomen. The two of them rushed out of the tower and started spinning at the same time. Then, another situation that caused Xianxia to vomit blood appeared. After all, the two of them were two people. After forcefully cutting open the chest of a ferocious beast, the ferocious beast was already dead. Its corpse was squeezed away, and it had no chance of being chased by the insects. After that, it made two more cuts to its stomach and lower abdomen. Xianxia had no choice but to summon the two of them back. Damn, why are they humanoid? If only they had four arms. Xianxia thought bitterly. How much he wished that he could have a brain like Feng Xian. Xianxia was already considered smart, but he was not smart enough to stand out. For hands, right. Suddenly, Xiangxia's eyes lit up and he said to Dali and Little Bug, "You two hold each other face to face." The two of them held two daggers and hugged each other. "Isn't this the solution? Get out. Turn," Xianxia ordered. The two of them hugged and floated out of the pagoda. As they left the pagoda gate, they began to spin. He held the knife in both hands and placed the hilt on the bug's back. The height of the knife was at or below the bug's chest. The short saber in the hands of the little bug also held the hilt of the saber against the back of great strength, at the height of its stomach and lower abdomen. The two of them hugged each other and spun crazily. The four blades simultaneously cut four different heights. This really became a war meat grinder. Excellent nether silver, coupled with the golden blood vicious beast's powerful physique, made the two of them invincible. He charged into the ferocious beast tied like a bamboo shoot. The two of them were crazily cutting outside the tower. The silver blade kept rotating at nearly 100 revolutions per second. No matter how strong the metal beast's defense was, it would definitely not be able to withstand being cut hundreds of times in a second at the same body position. Large numbers of ferocious beasts fell like wheat cutters. Ding! A sacred spirit stone was sliced out. Xianxia hurriedly pulled the Holy Spirit stone back with his flower-picking finger. This was a low-grade Holy Spirit stone. Ding ding! The two Holy Spirit stones were cut out at the same time, and Xianxia used his flower-picking finger to pull them back. These were two low-grade Holy Spirit stones. Ding ding ding! 3 crisp sounds. Xiangxia's eyes turned red as he continued to release his flower-picking finger and pull back 3 inferior-grade Holy Spirit stones. Ding! 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 The crisp sound of collisions rang out one after another. Xianxia smiled from ear to ear and pulled the sacred spirit stone back with his fingers again and again. Sometimes, before the Holy Spirit stones could be thrown to the ground, the new Holy Spirit stones were already cut away. The attacks of the ferocious beasts were naturally incomparably ferocious. Under such a dense amount of slicing, Dali and the little bug were still constantly hit by the vicious beasts. Although Dali and little insect's blades had 4 altitudes at the same time, the height of the fierce beasts was astonishing. Each of them was 7 to 8 meters or even 10 meters away. The gap between the 4 horizontal slicing lines was not small enough for the claws of the beasts to directly bypass the blade and scratch the body of the little bug and vigorous force through the gap. One had to know that the beast's combat awareness and judgment were extremely high. Originally, in such a crowded environment, the ferocious beasts had practically no space to display their battle consciousness. Even if they knew where they were going to attack the little bug in great strength, they still did not have such a space for them to do so. However, the spinning and cutting of the powerful bugs caused numerous beasts to collapse. Almost every second, a new open space was being created. Instead, it provided space for the beasts to move about. This could be considered a double-sided blade. There were advantages and disadvantages, but the advantages were definitely greater than the disadvantages. In about 10 seconds, Dali and the little bug were already unable to hold on, so they immediately returned to the tower. Rest and recover. Xianxia tossed an order to the two of them and began to examine the results of the battle. On the ground, there were quite a few sparkling Holy Spirit stones. After a careful count, it was still mainly low-grade Holy Spirit stones. Eternal Vicious Beasts were the lowest in this class. Even Metal Vicious Beasts were at the same level as Eternal Vicious Beasts. Only Silver Blood Vicious Beasts and even Golden Blood Vicious Beasts had a higher chance of producing intermediate and high-grade Holy Spirit stones. There were a total of 23 Holy Spirit stones placed beneath Xianxia's feet. 22 of them were low-grade Holy Spirit stones, and only one was a relatively rare mid-grade Holy Spirit stone. Tisk, 22 low-grade and 1 middle-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 32 low-grade spirit stones. Xianxia calculated that he needed a total of 512 inferior-grade sacred spirit stones to upgrade from Martial Saint Level 1 to Martial Saint Level 2. However, he only had 32 now, so he was still far away. As for the vigorous bug, every time it was attacked after leaving, it would need a period of time to recover. If they could harvest 30 inferior-grade sacred spirit stones every time they went out, then they would only need to go out less than 20 times to accumulate the total amount of sacred spirit stones needed to advance to the second-grade Martial Saint realm. Not bad, Xianxia said with satisfaction. Alright, it's really alright. After Vigor and the little bug recovered, they set out once again, sweeping through the metal beasts and cutting them apart. This time, in about 10 seconds, the two of them returned to the tower. As for Xianxia, he had only obtained 16 Saint Spirit Stones. But Xianxia was even happier. This was because 2 of the 16 Holy Spirit Stones were mid-grade. This was equivalent to 34 low-grade Holy Spirit Stones. 2 more than last time. Not bad, not bad. Xianxia smiled from ear to ear. There were a total of 66 low-grade Holy Spirit Stones. After the great strength insect finished resting, it would come out again. So repetitive, cyclic. In the following day and night, Dolly and Little Bug went out many times and finally gathered 512 low-grade Holy Spirit Stones. During this process, each time he went out, his harvest was different. Sometimes, he could only obtain 7 or 8 Saint Spirit Stones. Sometimes, a bumper harvest would cost 50 to 60 yuan at a time. It all depended on luck. At this moment, Xianxia was placing 523 low-grade Holy Spirit Stones in front of him. He needed 512 to advance, and 11 more. Rest and recover. After Xianxia gave the Great Strength Bug a command, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the Holy Spirit Stones to increase his cultivation. He didn't use the Dream Dao to allow his dream body to absorb the corpse of a ferocious beast. The efficiency of doing so wasn't as high as directly absorbing the Holy Spirit Stones. At the same time, his Dream Dao ability was too precious. He was reluctant to waste a second. He might need to use his Dream Dao ability whenever something unexpected happened. At the very least, the Annihilation Shield had to be summoned with the ability of the Dream Dao. 512 Holy Spirit Stones were too many. Although there were intermediate Holy Spirit Stones among them, the ratio was pitifully small. It was a huge project to absorb these creatures. Xianxia absorbed it day and night. It took him 2 whole days and 2 nights. While absorbing it with his true body, he also allowed his dream body to absorb it together. He discovered that after his realm had risen, the speed at which he absorbed the Holy Spirit Stones had also increased by a lot. However, the speed at which he absorbed the Holy Spirit Stones could not keep up with the amount of Holy Spirit Stones needed. The absorption time would continue to be slowed down as his realm rose. At this moment, Xianxia held the 512th Sacred Spirit Stone in his hand. He took a deep breath and finally absorbed the Sacred Spirit Stone. There was a loud explosion. A strong light burst out from Xianxia's body, and a new and surging energy burst into flames within his body. His true body and dream body reached the second level of the Martial Saint realm together. Xianxia opened his eyes, which shone brightly. Because this was a small leveling up, it did not trigger such a spectacular phenomenon when he advanced to Martial Sage. Alright, let's go again, Xianxia said. Vigorous bug, continue harvesting. During the process of Xianxia absorbing the Holy Spirit Stone, He didn't let the great strength bug go out because he couldn't be distracted when advancing, so he didn't have time to use his flower-picking finger to catch the Holy Spirit stone back. At this moment, he could only start anew. This time, it took Dolly and Little Bug a full 2 days and 2 nights to complete the same harvest as the previous round. 2 days and 2 nights, 519 low-grade Holy Spirit stones. As for Xianxia, he needed 1,024 yuan to upgrade from Martial Saint Level 2 to Martial Saint Level 3. But then, new problems arose. The last 500 Sacred Spirit stones, Great Strength, and Little Bugs had been busy for 5 days and 5 nights before they were fully collected. Xianxia realized the seriousness of the problem. Although obtaining the Holy Spirit stones depended on luck, sometimes he would get more, sometimes he would get less. However, it couldn't be that much. The first 500 yuan was collected in 2 days and 2 nights, while the last 500 yuan took 5 days and 5 nights. The difference was almost 3 times as long. Something must have happened. Xianxia discovered that he had to understand the situation. Although as long as he had enough time, he would be able to obtain more Sacred Spirit stones here, the key was that he did not have that much time. 10 days and 11 nights had passed since the beginning of the collection of the Holy Spirit stones, along with their absorption and this collection. Nearly 11 days had passed. However, the amount of Sacred Spirit stones required for each level of cultivation was doubled. He was going to the Bai clan in 2 months, so he had to save time. Try to save as much as you can to raise your cultivation to a higher level. Why is the efficiency suddenly so much lower? Xianxia walked around and looked at the 1,028 Holy Spirit stones on the ground. He fell into deep thought. He looked at the Holy Spirit stone and then at the fierce beasts outside. A faint concept appeared in his mind. Was it because he had taken too many Holy Spirit stones? As a result, the chances of the beasts containing the Holy Spirit stones in this area were greatly reduced. Xianxia made a bold guess. The ancients used the crystals of their realms, that is, the Holy Spirit stones, to create eternal vicious beasts. These crystals must have been absorbed and digested by the ferocious beasts themselves. Originally, they shouldn't have complete Holy Spirit stones in their bodies. It's like a person eating a medicinal pill. After a period of time, you can't discover the existence of that medicinal pill even if you cut open his stomach. It must be because of some reason that a portion of the fierce beasts' bodies gave birth to new Holy Spirit stones. Perhaps because of the advancement of their race, an ordinary fierce beast would evolve into a silver-blooded fierce beast. Every time they evolved, they would be able to give birth to a Saint Spirit stone. Xianxia did not know how many times a vicious beast would need to evolve from an ordinary eternal vicious beast to a silver-blood vicious beast. However, this was very likely a way to nurture a Holy Spirit stone. Or perhaps, when a ferocious beast reached a higher realm, it might give birth to a Holy Spirit stone. But the probability of this second possibility is not high. Xianxia looked at the endless beasts outside. These beasts had not died for hundreds of millions of years, and no one had come to kill them. If a Saint Spirit stone could be nurtured by raising one's cultivation realm, then it should be all the ferocious beasts here. All of them contained a Saint Spirit stone. It was impossible for them to have not even reached the first level of the minor realm in hundreds of millions of years. Then the first possibility is the highest. This led to a problem. Not all eternal vicious beasts had the chance to evolve into golden blood vicious beasts, just like not all flood dragons had the chance to transform into true dragons. In that case, perhaps there were 100 or even 200 fierce beasts in their bodies. Perhaps only one fierce beast could give birth to a Holy Spirit stone by chance. 10 days had passed, and the beasts of death had been refreshed and resurrected. These newly revived vicious beasts didn't have Saint Spirit stones in their bodies, but the chance of them being randomly resurrected in front of the pagoda being killed had naturally greatly reduced the probability of the Saint Spirit stones in this area. If he continued to fight here, the efficiency of obtaining the Holy Spirit stones would be further reduced. This small world was very, very large. Apart from the location in front of the tower, there was also an even wider area. There were a large number of unslaughtered beast areas. However, the problem was that the prerequisite for great strength and the little bug to kill the beasts and seize the Holy Spirit stones was to be able to retreat into the tower at any time. Xiang Nan could go to a farther place to kill the ferocious beasts, but that would mean that there was no way to retreat. If he continued to kill, he would not be able to return and would die outside. If I were to encounter such a situation, then Bai Hua, Gale, and the others would surely have discovered this phenomenon as well. Xiang Nan was thoughtful. If he were them, what would he do? Of course, it was to increase one's cultivation realm. If one's cultivation realm was high, they would have a chance to charge in. And the Holy Spirit stones they obtained should also be limited, so they handed over all the Holy Spirit stones they obtained to one person to absorb, Bai Hua. After Bai Hua became a second-stage heavenly tribulation expert, he would be able to lead the crowd and directly kill a bloody path out and into a deeper place. In that case, it was very likely that they would discover the existence of a tower. When the two of them met, how could they let go of him? Xiang Nan of the second level of the Martial Saint stage versus Bai Hua of the second level of the Heavenly Tribulation, there wasn't even the slightest chance of winning. In his Haotian mirror, there was indeed a Heavenly Tribulation first layer saber light, but the other party had more than a dozen Heavenly Tribulation experts. After killing one, the remaining dozen or so would be able to instantly exterminate him. It was unwise to fight head-on. He had to quickly think of a way to advance their cultivation by one step. Xiang Nan roughly calculated the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Bai Hua and the others' realms were much higher than Xiang Nan's. In the process of killing ferocious beasts, they would definitely think like themselves and discover some better ways and means. With their cultivation realm, if they wanted to fight ferocious beasts head-on, they would definitely be more efficient than Xiang Nan. But their disadvantage was that they didn't dare to fight head-on, because they can't recover from their injuries. They didn't dare to get hurt, so they had to be cautious. His advantage was that he had strength and insects, and the two of them could recover infinitely here. His realm was inferior to the other parties, but he could risk his life to fight boldly. This was especially true for Nether Silver, which greatly increased the efficiency of great strength and little bugs in slaughtering ferocious beasts. Xiang Nan nodded slightly and muttered to himself, I have to raise my cultivation to a level sufficient to contend with them before they find me. Right, I remember. There seem to be 3 pagodas here. The sacred spirit stones at the entrance of this pagoda have almost been collected. Then let's go to the other 2 pagodas. Thinking of this, Xiang Nan immediately began to absorb the Holy Spirit stones. Xiang Nan had absorbed 1,024 low-grade Holy Spirit stones for 4 days and 4 nights. Both his true body and dream body had risen to the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm. 15 days had passed, and half a month had passed. There was still a month and a half left before he could increase his efficiency. Xiang Nan first used the Immortal Ascension technique to get his consciousness out of his body and observe the location of the other 2 pagodas. Afterwards, he set up the Annihilation Shield, allowing Dali and the little bug to protect him and rush towards the 2nd tower. After arriving at the 2nd tower, he continued to let Dali and little bug go out to fight. In 2 days and 2 nights, he had gathered 512 low-grade Holy Spirit stones. Another 2 days and 2 nights later, he obtained another 512 Holy Spirit stones. 1,024 Holy Spirit stones. It would cost 2,048 yuan to upgrade from Martial Saint level 3 to level 4. 5 days later, he got another 500 yuan. 9 days passed. Xiang Nan switched sides and headed to the last tower. In 4 days and 4 nights, he had gathered the last 1,100 Holy Spirit stones. A total of 2,155 Holy Spirit stones. It took Xiang Nan 7 whole days to absorb these Holy Spirit stones. With a loud explosion, Xiang Nan's true body and dream body simultaneously rose to the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm. It had been 35 days since he had entered this place. There were only 25 days left until the agreement. Xiang Nan's heart was heavy. In the next stage, 4,096 Holy Spirit stones would be needed to upgrade from Martial Saint level 4 to Martial Saint level 5. On this floor, he had cleaned up all 3 towers. Is there a 4th tower? That wasn't important anymore, and Xiang Nan didn't want to look for it anymore, because he didn't have enough time. A very serious problem was that if he continued to collect the Holy Spirit stones according to his previous efficiency, in that case, 4,000 low-grade Holy Spirit stones would require nearly 20 days of battle. It would take 14 days for a person to absorb these Holy Spirit stones. A total of 34 days. Now, the problem was that Xianxia only had 25 days left. No, I have to go to the next floor. Xianxia gritted his teeth and was ruthless. The beasts on the next level were at a higher realm, so they might even be at a higher level. Their chances of producing sacred spirit stones should be the same, but the quality of the sacred spirit stones they produce might be improved. Xiangxia's biggest headache right now was not the efficiency of collecting sacred spirit stones, but the efficiency of absorbing them. Absorbing the Holy Spirit stones took too long. Perhaps this was really called standing and speaking without a backache. Other people didn't even get Holy Spirit stones, but he was anxious to absorb them too slowly. However, this was indeed the biggest problem that Xianxia was currently facing. He roughly estimated that he could think of a way to compress the absorption time to a very short extent. That was directly absorbing higher-grade Holy Spirit stones. Although an intermediate-grade Saint Spirit stone could increase the cultivation level by 10 inferior-grade Saint Spirit stones, the amount of time consumed was completely different. The time required to absorb an intermediate-grade Saint Spirit stone was only 2 low-grade Saint Spirit stones, which reduced the efficiency by 5 times. However, should we go to the next floor or not? Xianxia hesitated again and again. In order to save time, he was still prepared to risk his life. Go, it's too late if you don't go. However, this small world was incomparably vast. Finding the entrance to the second floor was not easy. Looking around, the ground was filled with ferocious beasts. Every 10 days, the dead ferocious beasts would be revived. They would not be able to kill all of them, nor would they be able to vacate any empty space. If he wanted to use the method of slaughter and randomly search for the entrance, it would probably not be enough for him to find it for more than 10 years. Xianxia stroked the ground and carefully sensed it. He attempted to penetrate through the ground to the next level through the evasion technique. But the result was really not optimistic, almost exactly as he had guessed in his heart. This upper layer is connected to the lower layer. There must be a passage. However, the distance between the upper layer and the lower layer was not a physical distance. It was not the distance from the ground to the next floor, but the distance from this world to the next world. That's right, Xiangxia's current location was like the void realm created by an expert. The next level was the void realm. Xianxia dug a hole in the ground with a huge saber and began to dig. He owed a few kilometers, but he still didn't see the so-called underground world. As expected, he returned to the ground and fell into deep thought again. There was a spatial passageway between the two worlds, and in this eternal secret realm, he could not use his spatial power to break through space and forcefully head to the next level of space. The only way was to find the spatial passageway. In the end, where will the spatial passageway be set? Is it the starting point? At the entrance of the tower, Xianxia thoughtfully looked towards the passage connecting the hall. There, Bai Hua and the others should still be fighting. Could it be like this? The entrance to the second floor was in the same area as the entrance to the first floor? If that was the case, he would have to rush over and foolishly barge into the second floor in front of Bai Hua and the others. I always feel that something is unreasonable. Xianxia walked around and said, if it was Feng Xian, what kind of entry point would he use to think about this matter? If this world was created by me, where would I put the spatial passageway on the next floor? Gradually, in his mind, he made up a plan of this world. A passageway led from the main hall to this world. In this world, there were 3 towers standing on the flat ground. Another unknown spatial passageway was in a certain region of this world. Where is it? Xiangxia's heart was constantly sketching this picture, and he was constantly putting his imaginary spatial passageway into various places. He always felt that it was not reasonable to put it there. His thoughts had been floating on the 3 pagodas, as if he could vaguely sense that there were some clues to be found here. 3 towers, 3 towers. Suddenly, a ray of spiritual light struck Xianxia. Tower. That's right. It's a tower. Xianxia slapped his forehead and said in surprise, if I were the master who created this world, if I created 3 pagodas to study the eternal vicious beasts on this level, then I definitely won't set up the next spatial passageway at the entrance of this floor. If I do research in the tower, sometimes I need to go to the next floor. Do I have to go to the entrance of the first floor to enter the next floor? That's right. In order for cultivators on this floor to be able to quickly enter the next floor, the spatial passageway must be set up between the 3 pagodas. Let the cultivators in the 3 pagodas enter the next floor more conveniently. Tower. Haha. That's right. It's the tower. Xianxia immediately drew the patterns of the 3 towers on the ground with the edge of his saber. Combined with reality, he controlled the distance between the 3 towers. He discovered that the 3 towers were equilateral triangles, and each vertex of the triangle was a tower. Draw 3 vertical lines in the center of the 3 sides of the triangle. The junction of the 3 vertical lines is the center. This is it. Xianxia shouted, "Big power, little bug. Kill out." At this moment, Xianxia was already a Martial Saint 4th layer expert. He was even a little higher than great strength. Xianxia, who was at the 4th level of the Martial Saint stage, walked out and felt that his entire body was filled with endless power. The explosive power almost made him lose control of it. In front of Xianxia, those beasts at the 5th level of the Martial Saint stage could be ignored. Xianxia, who was at the 4th level of the Martial Sage stage, had crossed the 6th level to kill his enemies. Now, he was comparable to Bai Hua and the others at the 1st level of the Heavenly Tribulation stage. Of course, this involved a great leap forward. In fact, Xianxia's combat strength was equivalent to the 10th level of the Martial Saint realm, but it was not equivalent to the 1st level of the Heavenly Tribulation. This matter had to be clarified. From the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm to the 1st level of the Heavenly Tribulation realm, there was a qualitative change, not a quantitative change. Therefore, theoretically speaking, Xianxia was still unable to defeat Bai Hua, but Bai Hua and the others did not possess the true dragon body of Xianxia. The Dipper Chi shield condensed by the group of Heavenly Tribulation 1st layer experts was quickly consumed and shattered. However, Xianxia was able to walk amongst the army of ferocious beasts by relying solely on his body, which was comparable to that of a golden-blooded ferocious beast. He ran quickly, and the charging beasts flew away one after another. Very quickly, he finally arrived at the junction between the 3 towers. After emptying the vast expanse of fierce beasts here, a passageway appeared on the ground. Xianxia walked down the passageway, tilting down. After walking for about 400 to 500 meters, he arrived at the end of the passageway. Sure enough, at the end of the tunnel was an oval black hole. It really is a spatial passageway. Looks like I guessed correctly. Xianxia laughed loudly as he took a step through the spatial passageway. A faint light came from the darkness and brightness in front of his eyes. He was still in an underground passageway, but the passageway was tilted upwards. Walking down the tunnel to the end, the front suddenly opened up. A brand new world appeared in front of him. However, when Xianxia saw the scene in this world, he bitterly smiled and said, "The thing that worries him the most is still that it has appeared. Fierce beast." The entire sky was filled with ferocious beasts, bustling and countless. However, the most frightening thing was that the realms of the ferocious beasts here were on average between the 7th and 8th levels of the Martial Saint realm. Especially, those ferocious beasts were all silver ferocious beasts. Damn it, Xianxia wore a sad expression and said, "This time, there's a big problem." Xianxia even began to doubt whether his decision was correct. Otherwise, it would be better to return to the upper level. Although it is not efficient there should be gains if we fight it out. But time waits for no one. There were still 25 days left. In these 25 days, no matter what, he would have to raise his cultivation by another level. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Go all out. No matter what, we have to give it a try." He had great strength walk out of the passageway to test the strength of those silver beasts. In terms of rank, Dali had the advantage. He was a golden blood vicious beast, 1 rank higher than those silver vicious beasts. However, in terms of realm, strength was a disadvantage. He was only at the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm. However, the silver vicious beast on this level was also at the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm. The highest level had already reached the 8th level of the martial saint realm, 5 small realms higher than strength. It was the same saying. The higher one's cultivation level, the greater the gap between each small realm. The gap between martial saint level 3 and martial saint level 8 was astonishing. Xianxia muttered to himself, I hope these silver vicious beasts are on the same level as the silver blood vicious beasts. The ferocious beasts in front of them were all silver-shaped creatures. They looked like things made of pure silver. This was different from the appearance of silver-blooded ferocious beasts. He didn't know if the two of them were on the same level. If those silver beasts and silver blood beasts were at the same level, Xianxia would still have some room to maneuver. As soon as Dali walked out of the passageway, he was immediately surrounded by a large number of silver vicious beasts. These silver vicious beasts had higher life characteristics, faster speed, and greater strength. Their silver claws were like knives, crazily slicing into Dali's body. A series of ear-piercing sounds of metal tearing could be heard. Dali's chest received a claw and was only grabbed with a shallow scratch. With another claw, the scratch was deepened a little. It seemed that the golden blood vicious beast still had a tremendous advantage in terms of HP in such a place. Xianxia estimated that these silver vicious beasts and silver blood vicious beasts were about the same level. But the key point was that their attacks were fast. He was grabbed forcefully and only managed to get a scratch. However, the silver beasts were able to grab him hundreds of times in a single second. Therefore, in Xianxia's line of sight, as soon as Li Dali walked out of the cave entrance, his entire person was caught by the silver vicious beast and was riddled with holes, almost torn apart. Xianxia was quick-witted. He rushed forward and pulled back his strength. Looking at it again, the force was already completely damaged. There were countless scratches all over his body, and even his stomach was pierced through. Only a little bit of his flesh was still adhered to his body, and his entire body was almost cut in half. His limbs were also very miserable. His arms and legs were torn apart like rags, and his flesh and blood were hanging on his bones in a messy state. No way, there's too much of a difference in cultivation realm. Xianxia frowned. The difference in realm and quantity was too great. Humans were 1 level lower than fierce beasts, but if a human martial artist was 5 levels higher than a fierce beast, they would already be able to contend against a fierce beast. The silver vicious beasts were 1 level lower than the golden blood vicious beasts, and the silver vicious beasts here were already 5 levels higher than great strength. Every silver vicious beast had the ability to contend against great strength. The key point was that there were countless silver beasts here, and there was only one vigorous beast here. Releasing all of his strength would definitely be a dead end. Not to mention his strength, even a heavenly tribulation first-layer expert would probably end up being instantly killed in such a place. That's horrible. Xianxia frowned as he looked at Dali's injuries and gave an order for Dali to recover. What to do, how to survive in such a terrifying place. In this place, great strength and little bug couldn't even bring out the slightest bit of advantage. They couldn't even help Xianxia a little bit. The vast white beasts crowded the entrance of the cave, and Xianxia didn't even have the chance to walk half a meter away from the passage. What about him? Xianxia frowned and thought, what if he rushed out and fought against those silver beasts? His realm was at the 4th level of the martial saint realm, but his advantage was that he had a martial skill that he could use, so he should be able to fight against these silver vicious beasts. However, what if he was injured? He wouldn't be able to recover from his injuries as vigorously as he did. Otherwise, how about letting the dream form go? Dream bodies don't die. However, releasing the dream body would waste the dream Dao's time. Who knew if there would be any accidents here? If he lost his dream Dao time, if he encountered any accidents, then he wouldn't even have the ability to escape. If you really can't do it, how about letting go of your luck? The Eye of All Lives was divided into 4 types. The first was that the Eye of Slaughter could greatly reduce the enemy's defensive power. By referring to the Eye of Contempt, it could weaken the enemy's defensive power by 5 small levels. The 8th level Martial Saint would temporarily only possess the defensive power of the 3rd level Martial Saint. However, the enemy's speed and killing power remained the same. The second, the Eye of Anger, could temporarily increase Xianxia's cultivation by 3 levels. The third was the Eye of Disdain. It allowed Xiang Nan to look down on the heroes and increase his defense by 5 levels. It allowed Xiang Nan, who was at the 4th level of the Martial Saint stage, to have the defense of the 9th level of the Martial Saint stage. However, his attack, speed, and strength remained the same. He was still at the 4th level of the Martial Saint stage. The 4th type was the Eye of Fall. This was a suicide attack that could injure 1,000 enemies and damage 1,000 oneself. Xiang Nan was the first to exclude the Eye of Fall. He stuck to a bottom line that was he absolutely could not be injured. The other 3, one weakened the enemy's defense, one strengthened his own defense, and one comprehensively improved his own realm. Xiang Nan was weighing which of the 3 eyes of all creatures was the most cost-effective. What he was pursuing now was efficiency. Dao Luck could not be released for a long time. Every time he released it, it would definitely bring him a period of severe weakness. Fortunately, weakness was not the same as injury. Weakness could be recovered slowly. I just don't know how long this weakness period will last. Xiang Nan guessed that the duration of the weakening period should increase and decrease with the duration of his Dao Luck. Xiang Nan muttered to himself, "These silver vicious beasts are 4 levels higher than me at the highest. If I use my Eye of Anger to raise myself by 3 levels, I will still be 1 level lower than them. If I use the Eye of Disdain, I can increase my defense by 5 levels. It's a bit higher than them. However, these 2 eyes of all creatures are useless against Great Strength and the Little Bug. The 2 of them are still useless against me. If we use the Eye of Slaughter to reduce the defense of all silver vicious beasts by 5 levels, then Vigorous and the Little Bug will be able to play their role as well." Xiang Nan took a deep breath and waited silently. After a while, Xiang Nan was almost fully recovered. He nodded and said, "Prepare to attack. Next, the defense of all silver beasts will greatly decline. At that time, I need you to kill as many beasts as you can at the fastest speed possible." At this point, Xiang Nan circulated his Dao Luck. At that time, it was dark. In the vast night, a pair of huge eyes slowly opened. His eyes were like the eyes of the heavens, looking at the earth with contempt at all living things. At this moment, all the silver vicious beasts shrouded in slaughter had their defenses reduced drastically, falling directly to the 2nd and 3rd level Martial Saint realms. "Go!" Xiang Nan gave the order to attack without hesitation. Vigorous and small insects immediately charged towards the silver beast army. The order given by Xiang Nan was very simple, and it was also the most direct. It was a collision. No fighting, only collision. He used the simplest collision to shatter those silver beasts. There was a big problem with the Eye of Slaughter. It could only weaken the enemy's defense, but the silver vicious beasts still possessed the combat strength of the 7th or 8th level Martial Saint. Their combat strength would not be affected. Therefore, we absolutely cannot fight against them. We must fight against their defenses. If he couldn't give them a chance to attack, then he would have to carry out a barbaric collision with them. Rumble. 2 explosions rang out from outside the passageway. With the strength of a Martial Saint level 2 bug and a Martial Saint level 3 beast, he used his golden blood vicious beast body to charge into a silver vicious beast that only possessed Martial Saint level 2 and Martial Saint level 3. At this moment, the HP characteristics had the absolute advantage of crushing the opponent. Before the silver vicious beasts could launch their attacks, they were forced to collide with Dolly and the Little Bug. Vigor and the Little Bug were bounced back, and the 2 silver beasts they collided with were blown up on the spot by a fan, killing more than 20 silver beasts on the spot. Again, Xiang Nan roared. An irresistible feeling of weakness that was like a tide had already begun to engulf Xiang Nan, making him feel extremely exhausted. The Eye of Slaughter could not increase Xiang Nan's strength. It could only weaken the enemy. This made Xiang Nan realize that the Eye of Slaughter should be the eye of all living beings with the shortest duration. Both the Eye of Anger and the Eye of Contempt could strengthen Xiang Nan's state, causing him to be in a state of high eruption and excitement, causing the Eye of All Lives to take a much longer time to release than the Eye of Slaughter. This law was suddenly comprehended by Xiang Nan when he released the Eye of All Lives for the first time today. Ding! A large, sparkling stone flew into the sky. Xiang Nan's eyes lit up and he immediately pulled it back with his flower finger. He held it in his hand and saw that it was an intermediate-grade sacred spirit stone. Really? What fell from the silver vicious beast's body was an intermediate-grade saint spirit stone. One was equivalent to 10 low-grade holy spirit stones. Again! Xianxia shouted. Boom! Boom! Vigorous and the little bug had just been bounced back, and they didn't even have the time to hesitate for an instant. They launched a second violent charge. Boom! Boom! Dozens more silver beasts died. Again! Xianxia roared. Boom! Boom! Another dozen silver beasts were blasted apart. One after another, the intermediate-grade Saint Spirit Stones were knocked flying. Xianxia's hands were extremely fast as he grabbed the Saint Spirit Stones into his hands. 22 intermediate-grade Sacred Spirit Stones. Xianxia was extremely excited. At this moment, the Silver Vicious Beast army had already set up their posture. They had originally wanted to scratch and kill Vigorous and the little bugs, but now they had changed their way of counterattacking and were ready to crash into them. Xianxia hurriedly shouted, "Don't give them a chance to retaliate." Bang! Bang again! Right now, the Silver Vicious Beast was being passively hit, and it was fighting for the high and low defensive capabilities of both sides. If the Silver Vicious Beasts also launched a counterattack and collided with each other, their impact power would possess the power of the 7th and 8th Martial Saint Realms. At that time, it wasn't just defensive power, it was collision power. At that time, Vigorous and the little bug would definitely be finished. Rumble! The powerful bug struck again. The silver beasts that were ready to charge were immediately blasted apart. Again! As Xianxia roared, he quickly gathered the flying Holy Spirit Stones. Already, 30 intermediate-grade Sacred Spirit Stones. Rumble! Another 2 explosions occurred, and 33 silver beasts were blasted apart on the spot. When Li De and Little Bug continued to prepare to charge, Xianxia immediately ordered the 2 of them to retreat. At the same time, Xianxia withdrew his Eye of All Lives. It was because he discovered that a large group of silver beasts had already pulled back their stance and charged towards him. At this moment, he could no longer fight, he could only withdraw his power. Xianxia sat down breathlessly. At the same time, he pulled the other 3 medial-grade Saint Spirit Stones back in front of him with his flower-picking finger. A total of 33 intermediate-grade Sacred Spirit Stones. Whoosh! Xianxia panted as he looked at the silver beasts that were banging against the entrance of the passageway and being bounced back by the invisible barrier. He thought to himself, these beasts' reaction speed is really fast. 8 seconds. It only took them 8 seconds to get used to their weakened state, and they quickly found the best way to counterattack: colliding. Once the silver vicious beast chose to retaliate with a collision, Xianxia's Eye of Slaughter would be useless. At that time, when the 2 sides collided with each other, the silver vicious beast would still die a large number of times. However, if Great Strength and the little bug were to collide with each other, they might explode, and the gains would not be worth the losses. While Xianxia was thinking about the countermeasures, he was also observing his own physical condition. This was the first time he had used a true Dao luck instead of a minor Dao luck like the Dream Dao. The feeling of weakness brought about by the Great Dao was completely different from the feeling of exhaustion of one's physical strength. He felt weak, but he was exhausted. After the Dao luck was released, the feeling of weakness was weakened. The existence of a person was determined by the laws. The elements of various attributes made up the bones, flesh, blood, meridians, brain, and so on that a human body needed. As for humans, using Dao luck was equivalent to this person jumping out of the grand laws and using his own unique structure of laws to attack the grand laws. In this way, this person would definitely be rejected or even resisted by the grand laws. As a result, this person's sense of existence would be weakened bit by bit. At this moment, Xianxia felt that his entire body was floating in the air. He used his lightning-like gaze to observe his body's state and discovered a peculiar phenomenon. Because he had been rejected by the grand laws for nearly 8 seconds, his physical body, spiritual sea, lightning power, and even his soul had become somewhat transparent. Xianxia looked at his hands and said in shock, "I was resisted by the laws of nature." Xianxia frowned and thought, how can I describe this difference? If a person's physical condition was compared to a 10-meter-long steel cable, then this person would continuously fight intensely, exhausting his physical strength. The weakness he faced was like this 10-meter-long steel cable, beginning to shrink, becoming 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. The weakness brought about by the use of Tao luck was also the same as this 10-meter-long steel cable. However, the length and thickness of this steel cable did not change. It was always 10 meters long, but its quality had begun to change. The 10-meter-long steel rope would gradually turn into iron, copper, rope, cotton, and air rope, and eventually disappear. This weakness brought about not a reduction in quantity, but a qualitative reduction. The side effects of using the Eye of Slaughter this time were obvious. In the next 5 hours, Xianxia was unable to move. He could only rest and slowly pass through. It was because he discovered that he was still being rejected by the laws of nature. He tried to release a flame, but he was resisted by the flame laws. Although the flame came out, Xianxia himself also began to suffer a backlash. This flame not only burned the air, but also burned himself. He tried to release a water arrow, but not only did he release the water arrow, even his fingers turned into water and were shot out together. This showed that Xianxia was no longer protected by the laws of nature, which refused to recognize Xianxia's existence. This situation is dangerous. However, with the passage of time, Xianxia was slowly recovering. The repulsion of the laws of nature towards Xianxia was also from strong to weak. In 5 hours, Xianxia was once again accepted by the laws of nature, and he became a normal human again. Xianxia felt that he had suffered a huge loss. 33 intermediate-grade sacred spirit stones for 5 hours. Normally, he would earn a lot of money, making him laugh until he woke up from his dreams. If other martial artists could use 5 hours of their lives to exchange for 330 inferior-grade Holy Spirit stones, they would definitely go crazy with joy. But now, in this situation, Xianxia really couldn't laugh. What happened? Suddenly, Xianxia quickly returned to the passageway. He ran and felt an unusual change. He ran all the way to the end of the passageway, jumped out of the spatial passageway, and arrived at the upper level. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. The metal beasts on this level were disappearing. He saw with his own eyes that there were 2 or 3 types of ferocious beasts in the dense army of metal ferocious beasts. Without any reason, they gradually faded away, becoming transparent, and finally disappearing out of thin air. The disappearance of these vicious beasts was inconspicuous amongst the large group of vicious beasts. However, this matter itself was extremely strange. Why? Xianxia was stunned. He watched as a few more ferocious beasts inexplicably disappeared in such a short period of time. How could this be? What exactly happened? He looked at the little bug and then at the metal beasts. A terrifying concept appeared in his mind. It's broken. These ferocious metal beasts were beginning to suffer the invasion of the eternal secret realm. He realized that there was a gap in his previous deduction. Previously, when Xianxia saw all kinds of documents in the tower, he made a bold guess and deduction, repeating the ancient history. But he found that there were some places he had missed out on. He had deduced that countless experts of the 9th level of heavenly tribulation had created this eternal secret realm to trap fierce beasts when they killed them in a large area. He also speculated that the increase in the number of ferocious beasts was due to the ability of ferocious beasts to reproduce. He believed that the eternal vicious beast was the descendant of the metal vicious beast. It was a descendant of a weakened body after reproduction. But now, he realized that this was a loophole in his reasoning. This was because there shouldn't have been so many metal beasts in this experimental base before. Otherwise, how could the cultivators who conducted the experiments smoothly travel between the various towers and move freely? Back then, there must have been only a small number of metal beasts here. Perhaps there were only a few dozen, perhaps there were only a few hundred of them. However, over the years, these metal beasts had continuously reproduced, filling up the entire experimental base. But why was it that the descendants of metal beasts were not eternal beasts with flesh and blood, but metal beasts? Xianxia suddenly came to a realization. Evolution. An evolution of life's ability to adapt to nature. A metallic beast, a child born of a metallic beast. However, the Eternal Secret Realm possessed an extremely strong suppressive power against metal beasts. Therefore, the Eternal Vicious Beast was not born but evolved. It was evolved from a metal vicious beast. It was very difficult for metal beasts to survive in the Eternal Mystery Realm, so in order to adapt to the Eternal Mystery Realm, they gradually evolved, evolving again, from an organic mechanical body to a flesh and blood body. It was like in the primordial times, some fish gradually grew limbs to adapt to the dry river water, climbed onto the land, and turned into lizards. However, this experimental base was isolated from the outside world from the very beginning. Thus, the metal beasts here escaped the unprecedented war of the ancient era. They survived and did not undergo any evolution. They continued to exist here as organic machines. However, he, Bai Hua, and the others had entered this experimental base, allowing the aura of the Eternal Secret Realm to leak out to this base. The organic robotic beasts here hadn't undergone any evolution, and they couldn't adapt to the aura of the Eternal Mystery Realm. Therefore, the beasts here were beginning to disappear, and they were killed by the Eternal Mystery Realm. The same phenomenon was happening at the entrance of the passageway on the first floor. Heavens, look! Jin Feng pointed ahead in surprise and said, "Senior brother Bai Hua, a ferocious beast has inexplicably disappeared." Bai Hua was overjoyed and said, "Good phenomenon. The ferocious beasts here are starting to sparse. Kill them." Xianxia passed through the passageway and quickly ran towards the second floor. He realized two big imminent matters. The first big thing was that Bai Hua and the others would gradually reduce their pressure. With their cultivation realm, they could quickly kill more metal beasts, obtain more low-grade Holy Spirit stones, and pose a threat to themselves. It was very likely that they would catch up with them. The second big thing was that the aura of the Eternal Secret Realm had leaked to the first floor of the experimental base. In that case, it wouldn't be long before this aura would leak to the second floor. It was no longer Xianxia chasing after the date of Bai Wudao's wedding, but the date of the disappearance of the practice base. Even if he was shameless and shamelessly refused to go to the appointment, he would not be able to obtain endless Holy Spirit stones if he stayed here. We must obtain more Holy Spirit stones before this experimental base completely disappears. He ran back to the second floor, but faced the endless silver beast. He was in a dilemma. What shall I do? These silver vicious beasts were too powerful. They couldn't use the Eye of All Lives to slaughter them every time. That was a bit too inefficient. It would be great if he could possess a portion of a high-level silver vicious beast. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Right! The higher my cultivation level, the stronger my vitality will be. Thus, the number and cultivation level of the fierce beasts I can control will be higher. I am now at the 4th level of the Martial Saint Realm. According to the deduction given by the Great Snake, I can control about 10 silver vicious beasts at the 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm. It's even 5 silver vicious beasts at the 8th level of the Martial Saint stage. Or perhaps, a rank 8 Martial Saint Golden Blood vicious beast." He turned his head to look at Dolly and Little Bug, and carefully sensed his death blade. Sure enough, he discovered that the control spots occupied by Dolly and Little Bugs were almost negligible. Xianxia clenched his fists excitedly and said, "Let's do this! Kill 5 silver vicious beasts at the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm, and use the dead blade to control them. Everyone, the Eye of Anger." Xianxia once again displayed his Dao luck. In the sky, a pair of enormous eyes opened. Those 2 eyes were filled with rage. Xianxia felt the lightning energy in his entire body begin to burn. His momentum rumbled as he shot out in all directions like a hurricane. Kill! His realm had suddenly risen to the 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm. At this moment, he was equivalent to a 7th level Martial Saint Golden Blood Vicious Beast, and he was also a Golden Blood Vicious Beast that possessed martial techniques and techniques. Holding the death blade in his hand, he angrily charged into the Silver Vicious Beast army. Kill! 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 Azure Dragon, go out to sea! An earth-shattering sound of thunder rang out. Xianxia turned into a beam of thunder, smashing dozens of silver vicious beasts into pieces and scattering them. Ding ding ding. A dense collision of Jingshi rang out, and 3 mid-grade sacred spirit stones flew into the air. Xianxia easily caught all of them. Raptors swing their tails. A gigantic bolt of lightning and a full moon saber light slashed out horizontally. Nearly 200 silver beasts were cut off from their waist. Xianxia violently stomped on the corpses of these ferocious beasts. Boom! A circular aura field descended from the sky and crushed the corpses of those ferocious beasts. It crushed the corpses and rebounded the Holy Spirit stones contained within their bodies. Picking flower finger. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Jinglong Yao Ri. Xianxia jumped up, and a 500-meter-long saber light shot straight into the clouds. Slash. Boom. The enormous saber light slashed down, and nearly 500 silver beasts were shattered in a straight line. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sparkling intermediate Holy Spirit stones flew up one after another. Xianxia hurriedly stretched out his right hand and used his flower finger to grab all the intermediate Holy Spirit stones. 5 seconds had passed. Xianxia landed on the ground and placed the giant saber in front of him. He roared, "The speed of light is sprinting." Pa! On the surface of his body, a thunderclap exploded. His entire body transformed into a beam of lightning that instantly pierced through 10 silver vicious beasts. The speed of the charge was shattered by the 10 silver vicious beasts and stopped. Again, a second charge of light speed. Crack! Xianxia turned into lightning again, piercing through another 10 silver beasts and charging again. Again. Keep charging. Looking around on the vast silver vicious beast plain, a bolt of lightning continuously appeared in the shape of a Z, charging back and forth, ejecting, charging and ejecting again. 10 ferocious beasts were pierced through. 20, 30, 50, 100, 200, 1,000. The speed of light was extremely fast. Every charge didn't even take 1/100th of a second. Xianxia had already gone berserk. He unleashed his lightning power without holding back. In just 3 seconds, he had actually launched more than 500 consecutive lightning bolts. The super explosion brought about a terrifying consumption of lightning energy. Within 3 seconds, Xianxia had emptied all the lightning power in his body. This was something that no martial artist could do except self-detonate. They could not release all of their Dipper Chi in 3 seconds. However, Xianxia, who possessed the divine grade lightning meridian talent, could. 5,000 silver beasts were slaughtered in 3 seconds. Ding ding ding. On the way back to the exit of the passageway, Xianxia kept picking up the intermediate Holy Spirit stones with his flower fingers. When he returned to the entrance of the passageway and sat on the ground, his Eye of All Lives was also put away. Once again, he was rejected by the laws of nature. In front of him was a dense array of 200 intermediate grade sacred spirit stones. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Xianxia smiled weakly. A bumper harvest. This was a bumper harvest. 4th Martial Saint stage. Upgrading to 5th Martial Saint stage required 4,096 inferior grade Saint Spirit stones, while Xianxia had already collected 2,000 in a day. But very quickly he couldn't laugh anymore, because this time he had spent a total of 12 hours to overcome the weakening of the laws. Xianxia frowned and said, "Looks like the accumulated weakness period after using Dao Luck continuously is also increasing." The first time he used the Eye of All Creatures for 8 seconds. The weakening period of the laws would be 5 hours. The second time he used it, it would take him 12 hours, almost twice as long. If he used it again, then the weakness stage would most likely reach 1 day and 1 night. 24 to 28 hours. This Dao Luck was very different from the Dao Cloud in the Dream Dao. The Dream Dao had a remaking mechanism, and it would be refreshed every day. However, Xianxia discovered that the Dao Luck was different. Little Dao Luck would not produce the Law Weakness stage, but the Great Dao Luck Society. Theoretically speaking, the Eye of All Lives had no reproduction period. As long as Xianxia was willing, he would be able to release the Eye of All Lives a second time after releasing the Eye of All Lives. Of course, the price was likely to be death. The weakening of the laws was a big problem that Xianxia had to consider. I don't know how long it will take for this law of weakness period to truly be emptied. The next time I use it, it won't continue to stack the weakness period together. No wonder many heavenly tribulation realm experts were generally unwilling to use Dao luck. Turned out that it was because of this problem. Fortunately, at least I can control a small portion of the silver beasts. Xianxia looked around and saw that there were a large number of messy corpses in front of him. Those corpses were all killed by the death blade. Xianxia chose 5 silver vicious beasts at the 8th level of the martial saint stage and tried to control them. Sure enough, the corpses of the 5 ferocious beasts stood up and rushed over. The 5 silver vicious beasts that had died were intercepted by the invisible barrier in the passageway. However, that interception soon became ineffective. The dead blade snatched possession of the silver vicious beast. The 5 vicious beasts paused for a moment before coming in. Tisk, looking at the 5 silver vicious beasts at the 8th level of the martial saint realm, Xianxia was still not satisfied. A little less. Although these 5 fierce beasts were exactly the same as the silver fierce beasts outside, there were only 5 of them. Facing countless silver armies, the effects of these 5 fierce beasts were probably just a drop in the bucket. At this moment, a loud rumble suddenly came from afar. Xianxia hurriedly stood up and looked around. He saw an unbelievable scene. A large number of silver beasts had liquefied. The silver ferocious beasts turned into silver liquid. The liquid gathered in one direction and flowed towards the body of a strange-looking silver ferocious beast. That silver beast looked very much like a human. Xianxia had never seen such a human-like ferocious beast before. It had a clear human facial features and even wore a strange robe. Xianxia had never seen a clothed beast before. But looking at the fierce beast, it looked like an ancient cultivator. Could it be that a certain cultivator had created a vicious beast according to his appearance? But then, Xianxia discovered that this was not a bad taste at all. Because the human silver vicious beast was wrapped in more silver liquid. His body gradually grew bigger. 10 silver vicious beasts gathered inside the human vicious beast's body. Soon after, another 10 vicious beasts liquid entered, and another 10 entered. The human ferocious beast grew larger and larger, from 8 meters tall to 15 meters, 20 meters, 25 meters, 30 meters. In the end, a 100-meter tall, super silver vicious beast aggregate appeared. The 100-meter tall silver vicious beast rumbled through the ground. All of the small silver vicious beasts dodged in succession to make way for him. The super silver vicious beast aggregate arrived at the entrance of the passageway in a few steps. He actually pulled out an 80-meter-long silver saber from behind him. The blade pointed at Xianxia with a buzzing sound. Xianxia was stunned. Xianxia was not shocked but delighted. He realized that he had discovered an unprecedented opportunity. I can control this monster. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. He found that he couldn't control too many high-level beasts at once, such as the golden blood beast. This kind of beast's HP was too high, and the blades of the dead would be very difficult to control, so he could only control 1 or 2 at most. He couldn't control too many beasts at once. For example, the silver blood beasts in front of him were all independent. The increase in the number of these beasts meant that the pressure on the dead blades would increase. Controlling multiple, single living beings at once is akin to letting a single brain control multiple bodies at the same time. The lower the level of these bodies, the more control they had. The higher the level, the less control they had. The silver blood vicious beast was at a balance between the two. But now Xianxia found a good opportunity. The enormous silver vicious beast in front of them not only shared their bodies, but also their vitality. Theoretically speaking, the giant silver vicious beast complex's HP was still silver, but its HP had become 1. Xianxia said excitedly, "As long as we can kill this enormous silver beast, the dead blade can completely control it. Perhaps we can even control 5 of these monsters at once." However, there was another problem that Xianxia couldn't figure out. Why were the more primitive beasts here able to merge their bodies and share their lives? However, after billions of years of evolution, they had evolved into another form of flesh and blood. Powerful little bugs, and the others had lost such a unique ability? Xianxia did not intend to think about this question for a while. He only wanted to kill the enormous silver beast as soon as possible so that he could control it and prevent any other accidents from happening, causing it to disintegrate again. No matter what, no matter how great the price is, we still need to get it. He ordered the 5/8 level Martial Saint Beasts to charge out and attack the giant complex. Xianxia personally took over the control of one silver vicious beast and ordered the other 4 silver vicious beasts to clear the path. The silver vicious beasts under Xianxia's control targeted the giant vicious beast. The 4 silver vicious beasts cleared the path ahead and started a chaotic battle, causing a large number of silver vicious beasts to immediately surround them. The 4 of them attracted firepower, while Xianxia waved his hand, allowing the silver vicious beast he controlled to obtain the Death's Blade. In the midst of the chaotic battle, it turned into a silver light and charged towards the giant vicious beast. He bypassed the crowd of ferocious beasts, then charged forward, and stabbed the blade of the dead in his hand towards the space between the eyebrows of the giant ferocious beast. The giant ferocious beast let out an explosive roar and spat out a string of sound waves from its mouth. Xianxia felt dizzy and his head seemed to be about to crack open. He was hit by the shock wave and was bounced back. Many of his silver shells were shattered. Damn it! I didn't expect my combat strength to increase by so much. Xianxia's heart sank. He sprinted again. This time, he drew an arc and deliberately circled around the face of the giant ferocious beast. The blade of the dead in his hand flashed with a cold light and sliced towards the neck of the giant ferocious beast. But this time, an even stranger scene appeared. The giant ferocious beast's body immediately turned around. It didn't turn around. Instead, its side face turned straight into a straight face. The left side of his body turned into his chest. Roar! Suddenly, a beam of intense and dazzling light shot out from Xianxia's beast mouth. This light wave instantly erased the silver vicious beast that Xianxia controlled. Xianxia's consciousness returned to its original body. He instantly took over another silver beast and let it catch the long blade falling from the sky, then sliced towards the giant beast's heel. He first broke the balance of the giant beast's body and used the moment it adjusted its posture to attack from its back, directly cutting off its lumbar vertebrae and paralyzing it. Xianxia's thoughts were very good, but a strange scene happened again. The giant ferocious beast was originally a multi-life aggregate. Its body was made of liquid silver. It could even be said that its finger was formed from multiple single silver ferocious beasts. Can change its body shape at will. As such, when Xianxia sliced towards the giant ferocious beast's ankle with the huge saber in his hand, a face suddenly appeared on the giant ferocious beast's ankle. Immediately after, the monster's left foot turned into its head, its right foot into its left arm, its arms into its legs, and its original head retracted into its body, turning into its right arm. Damn it! Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the head formed from the left foot of the giant ferocious beast shot out a mouthful of light towards Xianxia, who was sneakily attacking. Xianxia didn't even have a chance to escape. The silver ferocious beast he controlled was wiped out by the light wave again. Who? Xianxia's consciousness returned to his true body once again. In just 2 short battles, he had already lost 2 beast puppets. Why is this happening? Xianxia stood in the passageway and immediately wanted to summon the other 3 silver vicious beasts back, but he found that he had failed. The remaining 3 silver vicious beasts had already been captured into mud within these 3 seconds. 5 silver beast puppets died in 3 seconds. In the distance, the enormous, inverted, ferocious beast's body changed again. Its legs turned into arms, its arms into legs, and its head extended out from above into a standing position. As long as it was willing, it could even turn its heel into a head. However, Xianxia discovered another noteworthy point. That was, this enormous beast seemed to be able to only cause damage to the enemy through the light waves that shot out from its mouth. Why didn't it use its hands and feet to fight? Could it be a relationship of flexibility? After the body becomes exceptionally large, its flexibility will definitely decrease. This is the same rule. However, it shouldn't be that simple. A flash of lightning flashed through Xiang Nan's pupils as he used his lightning gaze to observe the enormous beast. He discovered an anomaly. After the giant beast was made up of countless ordinary silver beasts, its body density, mass, and defense didn't increase further. It was as if a saw could cut a tree, but if 10 such trees were tied together, the saw could still cut them. As long as these trees did not undergo any qualitative change and did not turn into a steel tree, the damage done to them by the saw would remain unchanged. The giant beast in front of him was in this state. It did not undergo any qualitative change. Its defense and body hardness were still the same as those of ordinary silver beasts, but its size had only increased a little. However, if that was the case, then its attack power wouldn't have increased by much, but it could still spit out silver beasts in one mouthful. Why did his combat strength increase by so much? In order to understand this matter, Xiang Nan still opened his lightning photoelectric eye, observed the giant beast, and threw a beam of light towards the beast. He wanted to see what had happened during this process. The giant ferocious beast did not move. Its body's agility was not enough to allow it to dodge the attack of the speed of light. However, the instant the speed of light slashed into the throat of the giant ferocious beast, it was actually bounced open. It was also during this process that Xiang Nan saw an unbelievable scene. As the speed of light slashed towards the enormous ferocious beast, countless rays of light gathered towards its throat from all parts of its body. At the same time, hundreds of small streams converged into a surging river. The numerous rays of light condensed onto his throat, producing an indestructible shield of light that bounced off Xiang Nan's saber light. It must be like this. Understood. Xiang Nan suddenly understood. No wonder the giant ferocious beast only used its mouth to attack. So it had already given up its physical body attack and chose to attack with light. That was equivalent to gathering the attack power of all the fierce beasts in his body and condensing it into his mouth before spraying it out at once. It was equivalent to hundreds of fierce beasts attacking Xiang Nan at the same time. Xiang Nan chopped out another normal saber light. The speed of the saber light was only the speed of sound. In front of the giant ferocious beast, it was as slow as a motionless object. Sure enough, Xiang Nan saw that scene again. Every toe, calf, knee, thigh, stomach, arm, chest, and every part of its body began to emit countless rays of light at an astonishing speed. Like a spider web, these rays of light condensed at the speed of light into the mouth. Immediately after, the enormous ferocious beast shot out a mouthful of light towards the saber light, shattering the saber light. Speed of light. Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. The process of condensing all of the beast's strength was actually at the speed of light. Every small fierce beast that had condensed into a giant fierce beast had already become a part of the giant fierce beast's body, directly transmitting its power through a neural network. This was equivalent to a human brain transmitting signals to its own body parts. The speed of transmission of this neural network was the speed of light. No wonder it attacked so quickly. Xiang Nan slapped his forehead. Previously, Xiang Nan had used the speed of light to attack the monster. Although the monster was unable to use its limbs to defend and dodge, it could use the speed of light to gather power to form a shield. Resist the knife. This is troublesome. Xiang Nan frowned. His rational analysis showed that the advantage of the monster was that it could mobilize energy at the same rate as the speed of light, and at the same time its strength was equal to several hundred silver beasts attacking together. It knew its own weakness. It had a large body, and its flexibility was relatively low. However, it chose not to move. Instead, it directly switched its body parts, and it had already completed the movements of turning around, standing upside down, and so on more efficiently. In this way, I can only personally go. Xiang Nan summoned the giant saber, and the giant saber turned into liquid nether silver and squeezed back. The silver vicious beasts were unable to reach the speed of light, which made Xiang Nan's attempt to control them to attack the monsters frustrated. Xiang Nan took a deep breath. The corpses of the thousands of ferocious beasts he had killed earlier were still there. He controlled 5 more of them to open the way for him. At the same time, he quickly passed through the path he had opened up and attacked the monster. His true body was able to reach the speed of light and was much easier to use than the silver vicious beast puppet. Without hesitation, Xianxia executed the sun god technique. A huge sun descended from the sky and directly smashed into Xianxia's body. The combat power provided by the sun god technique was 5 to 6 times more effective than Xianxia's own in a short period of time. This effect was more than 20 times worse than the Eye of Anger, but it should be enough. As expected, the monster's response speed was extremely fast. Not only did it mobilize more energy to defend, it also turned the throat that Xianxia was aiming at into an elbow. Clang! Xianxia, who was charging at the speed of light, struck the monster's elbow with his saber, and his entire body was bounced back by an extremely powerful force. As for the big monster, it took a few steps back. Xianxia used his instant 7-star finger, and in an instant, he released 3 fingers at the monster's throat, forehead, and heart. At the same time, Xianxia charged at the speed of light once again, charging towards the monster's spine. For streaks of light attacked, greatly scattering the monster's power gathering point. I will definitely succeed this time. I will definitely succeed. Xianxia's eyes shone with confidence. That monster had to defend 4 parts of its body at the same time, so the power it condensed in an instant would be divided into 4 parts. It would definitely not be able to defend itself against this attack. Just when Xianxia thought that victory was near, a scene that made him feel desperate appeared. The monster actually split into silver droplets that filled the sky with a puff. All of Xianxia's attacks passed through the dense rain of silver. The attack failed. At the same time, the countless silver droplets instantly condensed into a huge silver monster, its mouth facing Xianxia's back. Not good, the Annihilation Shield. Xianxia was shocked and summoned the Annihilation Shield without hesitation. This time, he summoned the Annihilation Shield from his back. He hugged his legs and feet and curled up in front of the Annihilation Shield. Boom! Behind him, the monster's light wave accurately hit the oval-shaped Annihilation Shield, and it buzzed, canceling out the Annihilation Shield. Xianxia took the opportunity to flash with the speed of light and return to the passageway. At this time, his 5 puppets were torn apart again. Xianxia's heart was in his throat, and he almost died. Fortunately, he still had the ability to dream, and this battle only took time. 1.5 seconds. This time, it was even faster. It only took 1.5 seconds for Xianxia to charge out of the passageway, attack the monster, disintegrate the monster, counterattack, summon the Annihilation Shield, and flee back to the passageway. This meant that a big problem that caused Xianxia to feel an incomparable headache had already appeared. That monster had the ability to learn. It had gradually adapted to Xianxia's speed of light attack mode. Damn it! There are such terrifying monsters in this world. No wonder the ancient civilization desperately wanted to destroy them. Xianxia felt his scalp go numb. This monster had practically no weaknesses. Its attack power was extremely strong, and its speed of gathering power was extremely fast. His body was flexible and changeable. It could even directly choose to disintegrate into countless droplets when attacked by a group, and at the same time it could reassemble at an instant. It was 360 degrees without dead ends. Xianxia did not expect that any kind of attack would be able to defeat such a monster. The only way to win was to suppress his strength. With absolute strength, he crushed it, causing its varied patterns to turn into embroidered fists and embroidered legs. In that case, he could only use the Eye of Anger. But now, another, bigger problem has arisen. Xianxia thought hard and said, even if I increase my cultivation by 3 levels and suppress it with absolute strength, what part of it should I attack? It doesn't have a death acupoint. Although the monster displayed a body that was absolutely similar to a human's, it was still an aggregate. Its forehead, throat, and heart were not fatal acupoints. It was like a colony of countless ants. No matter where it attacked, only a small portion of its body would die from the place it was attacked, and the area of its body that did not withstand the attack was still alive. Cut off its head, it was not its head that died, but the life on the straight line on its neck that had been split open, can be reorganized. It was almost invincible. Its disintegration ability is too strong. How can it solve this problem? Xianxia thought hard and recalled the solutions he had encountered when he encountered enemies of the same type. The one who missed the monster the most was the awakening of the innate talent of the 6 Emperor's world's martial artists. However, the two sides only looked similar, but there was actually a fundamental difference. When a martial artist disintegrated, he was a single human being. He only had one life. Attacking a martial artist like him with the power of laws, attacking the elemental particles that he had disbanded into, he would be injured. However, that monster was different. It was an aggregate of hundreds of silver beasts. After it was disbanded, Xianxia could attack silver raindrops, or even dozens of silver raindrops at the same time. But that wasn't the key. The dead raindrops and monsters would just be thrown away. No, this method is simply not feasible. Xianxia anxiously walked around. To solve this problem, we still need to start with its aggregation pattern. Back to that question, why were these silver monsters able to merge into one? Why couldn't great strength and little bugs do it? Xianxia quickly pondered and applied the knowledge he had obtained from the great snake for a long time about life, as well as the knowledge he had obtained from Old Man Mo Ling about laws and the profound Tao. Gradually, he thought of something. Life is an individual existence, and cannot produce fusion, cannot appear two people hugging each other, melting into one person, this kind of thing. There are two factors that determine the occurrence of this phenomenon. The first is the soul, and the second is the activity of the living organism. Xianxia once fused with Bai Mukin on the premise that both of them had the same soul and that the resurrection pill had reforged their flesh and blood. Ordinary people possessed completely different souls from each other, and the two souls could not be merged. But something like a ferocious beast was man-made. It didn't have a soul, so it solved the first barrier to fusion. The second barrier was the level of activity of the living creature. Xianxia thought for a moment. He thought to himself, these silver vicious beasts must possess extremely high frequency of activity in their cells and elemental structures. Its body's activity was so high that it could directly liquefy them in the form of living things, while still alive. This was the result of countless ancient cultivators working together to deal with the lightning bull in order to pursue an immortal puppet beast. In reverse reasoning, the cultivators who had personally created this monster had to start with their organism's activity in order to deal with this monster. The mist in the eternal secret realm was such a thing. The fog was a poison that Xianxia had never guessed before. He had always felt that the fog was too mysterious. It did not seem to be any poison that humans had ever possessed. Indeed, fog does not corrode the flesh of the human body, nor does it directly damage the structure of life. Inhaling fog does not cause pain, nor does it cause organs to collapse, corrode, or melt. This is the biggest difference between fog and known toxins. But now, Xianxia had figured out that the fog was indeed a poison, but the effect it had was an extremely inert effect. Ultra-inert. This was used to deal with ferocious beasts. When a human entered the eternal secret realm and drank the water from the moon spring, he would become an eternal shadow once he entered the mist. What exactly was the eternal shadow? Now that Xianxia had connected the broken news together, he understood. That was the result of lowering the active frequency of a living organism to 0 after being invaded by a super-inert toxin. Whether it was a person's cells or even deeper into the elemental particle level, as long as the activity of these things completely disappeared, they would remain motionless forever. The existence of an object was caused by its own activity. Once its activity returned to 0, it would be unable to collide with anything, forming a shadow-like existence, between existence and non-existence. Is the eternal shadow alive or dead? This was hard to define, and it wasn't important anymore. What was important was that this person would never move again. So, is the antonym for living really death? Now, Xianxia had a new level of understanding. The opposite of living is not death, but eternity. A man dies and there is a soul but eternity, and even the soul is fixed by eternity. This kind of terrifying fog was a form of death penalty for primitive beasts that had extremely high frequency of physical activity. In order to adapt to the death penalty triggered by the fog, a small number of ferocious beasts had given up their superactive advantages in the countless years of evolution to adapt to the cruel toxins of the fog. As a result, modern ferocious beasts also lost the ability to fuse with their bodies. It's like the power now bug. They had become independent beings like humans, and this was actually a life-level degradation. Right now, the poison in the eternal secret realm was invading this experimental base. When humans were invaded, they would become eternal shadows. However, the frequency of the primitive beast's activity was too high. Once they were invaded by such an ultra-inert toxin, not even their shadows would remain. The scene that Xianxia had seen earlier occurred. Some ordinary metal beasts were inexplicably disappearing. The fog was capable of dealing with that monster. However, Xianxia did not dare to hide the fog. The toxicity of the fog was too high. Not only could it destroy the monster, it could even make the monster disappear on the spot. Then, where else could he obtain the Holy Spirit Stone? Xianxia shook his head and rejected this idea. He absolutely could not introduce the fog. What he wanted was to immobilize that monster. Don't let it disappear, but don't let it disintegrate. However, it was very difficult. How could it not disintegrate? Suddenly, Xianxia remembered what he had seen on the Demon Emperor continent. That was the scene of the demons after consuming the demon origin pill. Their race level continued to rise, eventually leading to their body becoming elemental and assimilating with the world. Demons and humans had very similar life characteristics. Their body activity frequencies weren't high, but when they suddenly rose to a certain level, they wouldn't be able to use this high frequency of activity. As a result, they are unable to determine what is me, what is others, and what is the world. In this state of confusion, they mistakenly regarded all the elements in the world as themselves, causing their entire bodies to assimilate into the world. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He looked at the giant monster and said, "We must make its perception of life deviate. Low-level life forms suddenly become more active and assimilate into the world. As for high-level creatures, their activity suddenly declines. It will cause them to be unable to accurately determine their own life force. They will treat hundreds of ferocious beasts as a complete creature. Right? Blood. There is mist toxin in the blood. The moon spring water was like a neutralizer. In fact, Xianxia had already been poisoned by the fog, but he was neutralized by the moon spring water. However, Dolly and Little Bug had never drank moon spring water before. The great strength and the little bugs had already evolved so that they weren't afraid of the fog. Furthermore, they hadn't drank the water from the moon spring before. There was still the fog toxin in their blood. The concentration of the toxin was greatly diluted, and it wasn't enough to kill fierce beasts. Previously, during the battles with the little bug, Dolly had bled countless times. Those blood stained with vicious beasts did not deal any definite damage to these primitive vicious beasts. This meant that the toxins in their blood were very weak. A single primordial vicious beast was an independent life form, so they didn't need to determine how many life forms they had condensed from within their bodies. However, that monster had to rely on this self-awareness. "Give me blood." Xianxia took out a wine jar and emptied the liquor. Vigor and the little bug immediately cut their wrists, allowing golden blood to flow into the wine jar and fill it up in the end. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a gloomy cold light. Like a little bird, he smiled sinisterly and said, "Big bug system, I'll see how you can disintegrate. Hey, that monster is too big. Come again. I need more blood." Xianxia recovered vigorously and recovered his blood. When it was almost time, Xianxia took another jar. It took him 2 days to gather 100 jars of golden blood. At this moment, Xianxia looked at the monster and thought to himself, "It must be effective. I've spent 3 days here before and after. There's only 22 days left. This time must not be wasted on a horizontal pendulum." Everyone, the eye of anger. As Xianxia shouted, a pair of eyes filled with anger slowly opened. In an instant, Xianxia's realm soared. 5th Martial Saint Stage. Martial Sage Level 6. 7th Martial Saint Stage. The lightning energy in his entire body erupted. He held a huge saber in his hand and launched a fierce charge in the direction of the giant monster. 100 wine jars were wrapped in lightning energy and hung behind him. Xianxia knocked over all the silver beasts in a straight line and went straight to the monster. The monster opened its mouth and aimed at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia pointed with his right hand. 100 jars of blood drew out 100 different arcs and flew towards the giant monster from all directions. As for Xianxia himself, he faced the monster's light wave attack head-on. The impact of the wine jar was not great, and the lightning energy fluctuations contained within it were also extremely small. The monster judged that even if it collided with these wine jars, it would not be able to injure them in the slightest. Thus, it completely ignored those wine jars and wholeheartedly attacked Xianxia. A shocking wave of light exploded out. Xianxia immediately summoned the Annihilation Shield. The monster's light waves hit the Annihilation Shield and began to cancel each other out. As for the 100 wine jars, they continuously smashed down on the monster from all directions. The monster's entire body was covered in blood. The light wave suddenly stopped. Large amounts of silver beasts flew over and surrounded Xianxia. As Xianxia released his saber light, he slashed down all the ferocious beasts that were pouncing on him while observing the changes in the giant monster in horror. The giant monster was dyed golden by the blood. First, it froze for a moment, and then it began to tremble. Countless tiny bulges appeared all over its body. These bulges moved strangely. It should be a phenomenon that a large number of silver vicious beasts wanted to separate from the aggregate. It was like a lot of bugs crawling inside the monster's skin. However, the giant monster kept struggling, wanting to separate, but it was inseparable. Ha! I succeeded. Xianxia laughed loudly. He raised his right hand high up and instantly condensed a 500-meter-long super blade light. Jing Long Yao Ri. Xianxia bullied him and fell from the sky. That huge blade light split the troll in half. Rumble. The giant monster that had been sliced apart fell to the ground with a thunderous boom. Xianxia quickly returned to the passageway and gasped for breath. He withdrew the eyes of all lives and ushered in a new and even more terrifying period of weakened laws. Based on the duration of the weakening period, Xianxia deduced that this time, the weakening period of the laws would last approximately 18 hours. It was much shorter than expected. Originally, he had thought that if he used the eye of all creatures again, he would be weaker by more than a day and night. But during that time, Xianxia rested for 2 days and 2 nights while he was collecting blood, causing the accumulation of laws in the weak stage to decrease slightly. But none of this matters anymore. Stand up! Xianxia roared excitedly as he held the huge saber in his hand. The body of the giant monster that had been split in half suddenly trembled. Immediately after, it merged together with a loud boom. At the same time, all the silver monsters turned around and aimed their targets at the giant monster. You betrayed me. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Seeing this scene, he knew that he had succeeded. The blade of the dead truly controlled the troll. Silver beasts rushed towards the giant monster. Xianxia snapped his fingers and said, "Kill! Roar!" The troll opened its mouth and roared as it spat out a dazzling beam of light. This beam of light was like the hand of a clock, rotating clockwise. Everywhere it passed, all the silver monsters hit by the beam of light were vaporized. Holy shit! My holy spirit stone! Quickly reduce the lethality of the beam. The beam of light that the monster spat out suddenly became much dimmer. The troll's body continued to spin, and the beam of light that shot out also continued to spin. It was huge, standing on the ground, tilting down to spray light beams. The rotating light beams formed a cone with its mouth as the apex. No silver beast could break through this cone and hit the giant monster's body. Large amounts of silver beasts were swept away, and their bodies were greatly damaged. Sacred spirit stones jumped into the sky one after another. Xianxia smiled from ear to ear and hurriedly picked up the flower finger to collect it. 5 intermediate grade sacred spirit stones. 8, 12, 30, 100, 120. Xianxia stretched out his hands repeatedly, his hands moving like shadows, pulling back every single Holy Spirit stone that was sent flying. the number of sacred spirit stones was still increasing. 150, 170, 19, 200, 202. Enough. It was already enough to reach the 5th level of the martial saint realm. At the same time, the monster's beam of light dimmed a little. However, Xianxia did not give it any orders to weaken its attack. Xianxia realized that it was the monster's body that was rapidly consuming its strength, and it was almost reaching its bottom. Come back quickly! Xianxia issued a new order. As the giant monster walked towards the passageway, it continuously sprayed beams of light, sending groups of silver vicious beasts flying. At this moment, it was already very difficult to kill a silver beast with the beam of light. Normally, a beast would have to return after being sent flying, and then be sent flying again. Only after being shot back and forth for 5 or 6 rounds would it be shattered. After the monster reached the entrance of the passageway, its entire body fell to the ground with a loud boom and crawled into the passageway. During this process, Xianxia collected another 7 intermediate Saint Spirit Stones. A total of 427 intermediate grade Saint Spirit Stones were placed in front of Xianxia. I've earned it! Xianxia clapped his hands excitedly. 427 intermediate grade Holy Spirit Stones were equivalent to 4,270 low grade Holy Spirit Stones. It was more than enough. The next step was to absorb it. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and placed all the sacred spirit stones in front of him. Half of the sacred spirit stones opened the Tao of Dreams and tossed them into the dream world. Then, he closed the Tao of Dreams and allowed the dream body to absorb them. The other half was absorbed by Xianxia's own true body. After both sides had absorbed it, they would exchange it. At the same time, this absorption process was used to restore Xianxia's weakened laws and the troll's strength. The troll was still a silver vicious beast. Its HP was far inferior to that of vigor and bugs, and its recovery speed was much slower. Absorbing the Holy Spirit Stones was also a slow process. Xianxia calculated according to the speed he had absorbed before. Just absorbing 4,000 sacred spirit stones was equivalent to 6 sacred spirit stones. It would take a full 15 days, but he only had 19 days left. Fortunately, these Saint Spirit Stones were all mid-grade, and their absorption speed was only 1/5. Xianxia only needed 3 days and 3 nights to completely absorb it. At the same time, another problem gradually appeared. The spatial entrance to this passageway was not created by Xianxia. The entrance itself was open. Xianxia was unable to close the spatial entrance, which caused the mist toxin on the upper layer to slowly penetrate into the second layer. The giant silver monster was very strong, but it did not show any obvious symptoms. However, the small silver beasts outside also began to disappear in small quantities. At the same time, on the next floor, under the invasion of the fog toxin, the number of ordinary metal beasts had greatly decreased. Not even a tenth of the original number had arrived, and there were empty spaces everywhere. As for Bai Hua and the others, they had more than a dozen Heavenly Tribulation Level 1 super teams. They could be said to have killed a lot of people, and they had enough space to move around. There was enough time for all kinds of cultivation techniques and martial skills to be unleashed. Strength was vividly displayed in an effective space. At this moment, they were about to reach the area of the 3 towers. But now everyone was arguing. Why? A martial artist, timid, yet forcefully brave, shouted to Bai Hua. These 53,000 inferior grade Holy Spirit Stones are the fruit of everyone's joint efforts. Why should I let you absorb them by yourself? That's right. We're here day and night, risking our lives to kill fierce beasts. We can't possibly not get any benefits, right? Another person spoke carefully. Under the leadership of more than a dozen Heavenly Tribulation Realm experts, a team of several hundred people had actually harvested more than 50,000 inferior grade sacred spirit stones. This was a great achievement. What a terrifying concept. 50,000 inferior grade sacred spirit stones could directly allow a martial artist at the 1st grade of the divine realm to advance to the 7th grade of the martial saint realm. There were even around 20,000 left. These 20,000 yuan could also raise another divine martial level 1 martial artist to martial saint level 6. There's another 3,700 left. This was an astronomical number that caused all martial artists to go crazy. And what kind of concept was a low-grade Saint Spirit Stone? A martial artist below the divine martial realm didn't even dare to absorb it. He absorbed a complete low-grade Saint Spirit Stone and directly exploded to death. Now, they had 53,000 yuan, a number that you wouldn't dare to even dream of. But now, Baihua actually proposed to take it all. Seizing a person's Holy Spirit Stone was equivalent to seizing a person's future. Those martial artists who had always been obedient couldn't help it. Gale was afraid of Baihua and was so afraid that he was willing to lick the soles of Baihua's shoes. But now, Gale also said carefully, "Senior brother Baihua, your suggestion seems to be a bit unreasonable." Baihua grabbed Gale's collar, and beside him, many of the Howren sect martial artists didn't even dare to utter a single word. Baihua's eyes were filled with killing intent as she said, "Gale, what realm are you at?" Gale swallowed his saliva and said awkwardly, "Early first heavenly tribulation." Baihua said, "How many sacred spirit stones do I need to level up to heavenly tribulation level 2? 262,272, said Gale. Baihua asked, "How much does it take for a martial saint level 9 martial artist to reach the heavenly tribulation realm?" 131,136, said Gale. Baihua nodded and said, "There are also martial saint 9th layer cultivators with the worst cultivation. Let me ask you, if you hand over 53,000 saint spirit stones to any one of you, who else can increase your cultivation by 1 layer? But me." Baihua pointed at her nose and said, "I am already in the late heavenly tribulation realm. If I absorb these 50,000 Holy Spirit stones, I will be able to advance to the 2nd level of heavenly tribulation. Do you know what this means? This means that I can lead you to kill more ferocious beasts more efficiently and obtain more Holy Spirit stones. Are you afraid that I will take it all? Let me tell you, I will definitely repay what I owe you." "He'll give you all a piece of it?" "Not a little bit." Yes, you're right. That's what we should do." Gale was scared out of his wits and hurriedly smiled. That's right, what you said makes sense." Everyone dared to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid that Baihua would suddenly go crazy and lose control. Miss Shi Liang swallowed her saliva and whispered, "Senior brother, how can you say that? Look around. A large number of fierce beasts are disappearing. We don't have time to kill more beasts." "That's right," someone hurriedly replied. Baihua's plan sounded pretty good. This should be the most reasonable way to distribute it, but now that the fierce beasts were disappearing, this was an urgent matter. "You, Baihua, have absorbed 50,000 sacred spirit stones, but the beasts are gone. What else do you need to repay them for?" Baihua's eyes erupted with a bright light, scaring all the martial artists into retreating. Even the heavenly tribulation realm experts of the heavenly character generation didn't dare to say anything else. They were only at the early stage of the first stage of the heavenly tribulation realm, and Baihua was at the late stage of the great heavenly tribulation realm. Baihua gritted her teeth and said, "Stop talking nonsense to me. Don't say that you can't sense it. As soon as I entered, I discovered that there is not only one floor, there is another floor below. I can even feel that there are heavenly tribulation realm beasts. Without a 2nd level heavenly tribulation expert leading you, who among you dares to go to the next level? Who dares? But the speed of your absorption. How long will it take for you to absorb 50,000 Saint Spirit stones?" said Miss Shi Liang in a low voice. Baihua chuckled. "Then you don't have to worry. I've been absorbing sacred spirit stones for more than a month. And now I'm only missing the last 1,000 pieces of sacred spirit stones." "What?" Everyone was shocked. Another heavenly tribulation realm by clan expert said angrily, "Baihua, we trust you so much and entrust you with the sacred spirit stones we collected. Yet you actually took them. Fuck you. Do you think we're fools?" Killing intent flashed in Baihua's eyes as he instantly grabbed onto the Bai clan expert's neck. The Bai clan expert panicked as he circulated his astral chi, wanting to resist. Early first heavenly tribulation stage, You are worthy to deal with the late great stage. Bai Hua laughed wildly and spat out a fierce aura from her palm. With a loud explosion, the neck of the heavenly tribulation realm by clan's expert was actually blown off. Everyone was stunned. The experts of the Bai clan actually killed their own people. Whoever dares to stop me from obtaining the Holy Spirit Stone, I will take his life, Bai Hua said with a ferocious face. Now, who else dares to resist me? Bai Hua had already beheaded him first and played second fiddle. At this moment, no one could say anything else. They could not dig out the Holy Spirit stones he had absorbed from Bai Hua's stomach. Everyone was angry, but the overall situation had been decided, and they were powerless to return to the heavens. You. The last expert from the Bai clan pointed at Bai Hua's nose, furious and speechless. Bai Hua, you are usually the fairest. Regardless of who causes internal strife, it is up to you to regulate it. You are the most prestigious person among us. I didn't expect that you would actually personally kill your own clansmen. Kill the brothers who are fighting alongside you. That Bai Hua said coldly. People will always change. Don't tell me that you won't be tempted by so many sacred spirit stones. Don't teach me a lesson. Who is more noble than who? Whoever doesn't see the Holy Spirit Stone is a red-eyed wolf. The expert from the Bai clan nodded and said, Good. Really good. I hope that you will keep your promise and return the Holy Spirit stones you obtained in the future to us. Of course. Bai Hua nodded. Everyone knew that Bai Hua's words had lost all credibility. However, letting them leave now was something they refused to play with. They could only hold onto one last glimmer of hope, hoping that Bai Hua would at least keep her promise. Greed caused these martial artists who were struggling on the brink of death to lose their rationality. Xiliang girl gritted her teeth and said, Bai Hua, I gave you my share. I don't want it anymore. You don't have to return it to me. I'm quitting now. I want to leave. West Cool. Gale's expression changed and he hurriedly stopped him. The West Cool girl turned around and left. All right, you can go. Bai Hua nodded. West Cool figured stalemate for a moment. She made up her mind. Body jumped into the sky. At this moment, Bai Hua suddenly raised her hand and a beam of Dipper Chi pierced through Xi Liang's back. The West Cool girl, with an unbelievable expression, fell down from the sky. Eyes have been ashen. West Cool. Strong wind crying rushed up, hugged the West Cool body. Why? Gale roared. Why did you kill her? Bai Hua sneered. Can you guarantee that after she leaves, she won't leak any information? Even if there is only a third-level heavenly tribulation expert here, we will all drink the northwest wind. Gale has not heard Bai Hua's words, he just hugged West Cool has been crying. Here, the injury is irrecoverable, that West Cool death. Xi Liang's heart was gushing with blood. She put her mouth close to Gale's ear and whispered, Senior brother. Bai Hua cough. This person is not trustworthy. You have to take out some backbone. Speaking of which, West Cool head tilted. Died. No! Don't go, Xiliang. Don't leave senior brother. Gale roared as he hugged Xiliang's corpse tightly. Don't go, Xiliang. Don't leave senior brother. The breeze behind him stirred. Bai Hua was already standing behind the strong wind. He looked down at the figure of the strong wind and said indifferently, What did she say to you? The strong wind made him tremble. He stood up and wiped away his tears with his back to Bai Hua. He turned around and forced a smile. She said. She said that Bai Hua's strength is strong, and that following senior brother Bai Hua will definitely have boundless prospects. She made me swear to follow senior brother Bai Hua to the death. Don't follow her old path. Fools won't believe West Cool said these. Even High Realm of White Birch have heard West Cool said every word. But Bai Hua laughed. He didn't care about what Xi Liang said. He cared about what Gale said. He patted Gale's head and praised. She's right. Follow me well and I won't treat you badly. Yes. Jean Feng forced a smile and said, I will definitely. In the surroundings, the hearts of the other Howren sect disciples were completely cold. After hearing the strong wind's words, It was as if they had fallen into an ice cave in the midst of the summer sky. In the world of martial arts, some people died in battle while others were not as good as dogs. Bai Hua sat down cross-legged and said, "This floor is no longer valuable. Protect me. After I advance, I will go to the second floor." Gale was the first to pull out his sword and protect Bai Hua. He coldly said, "Be honest. Whoever dares to make a wrong idea, don't blame me for being the first to turn against him." Bai Hua nodded her head in satisfaction, and a proud smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Bai Hua of the Heavenly Tribulation Realm absorbed the Holy Spirit Stones much faster than Xianxia of the Martial Saint Realm. The last 1,000 or so Holy Spirit Stones would be absorbed by Bai Hua in a very short period of time. Second floor. Xianxia, who was absorbing the Holy Spirit Stones, felt his heart beat wildly for no reason. He frowned slightly, not knowing where the palpitations came from. A martial artist's sixth sense was extremely powerful. Many people even relied on their illusory sixth sense to dodge many fatal crises. Regrettably, West Cool in the most critical moment did not welcome her sixth sense. And Xianxia is like fate played once, West Cool misfeeling he tasted. It was like a person who had once cared about him had quietly fallen into a corner of the world, and that flower had gradually withered. Who is it? Xianxia sighed, not daring to guess or even think about it. He wasn't even afraid of death, but he was most afraid of this feeling. The things that he couldn't let go of when he was alone were the worries that made him persevere in his struggle. If everyone he cared about had perished, he would have been in pain for a while, and he would probably have collapsed long ago. Therefore, he chose to escape. As long as he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would rather believe that it was just an illusion. He didn't dare to touch this soft psychological line of defense. 3 days, 3 nights. Martial Sage, 5th level. Xianxia's true body and dream body both increased their cultivation realms. He slowly stood up and tightened his grip on the huge saber in his hand. There were still 19 days left. If he were to get rid of the time he needed to leave the Eternal Secret Realm as quickly as possible, apart from arriving at the Sixth Emperor's world, he would only have about 10 days left in the Northern Emperor continent. "I'm going to the next floor." Xianxia clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with a stubborn light. His inexplicable heart palpitations deepened his will to fight. 10 days was not enough time. He needed 8,192 low-grade Saint Spirit Stones to advance to the 6th level of the Martial Saint Realm. Not counting the amount of time it took to seize these Sacred Spirit Stones, just absorbing the same amount of intermediate Sacred Spirit Stones would take 6 whole days and 6 nights. Evidently, the invasion of the fog toxin was no longer compatible with his plan. The Silver Troll needed to rest. There was only one entrance and exit. If he wanted to leave this experimental base, he would definitely encounter Bai Hua and the others. Xianxia had to face a dozen or so Heavenly Tribulation Realm experts. However, he was only at the 5th level of the Martial Saint Realm, and he still needed to upgrade again. He needed a high-grade Saint Spirit Stone that could absorb faster. This was simply a life-threatening idea, but he had to kill them. Find 3 test towers. Xianxia clenched his teeth and jumped onto the troll's shoulder, saying, "Charge!" The silver troll let out a roar and quickly took huge strides, rumbling towards the dense crowd of silver ferocious beasts. Almost at the same time, a beam of light came from behind,